I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Heads down, they will watch us shake the ground. All this lightness, it will fill the air around. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. They will watch us shake the ground. All this lightness, it will fill the air around. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape.
Check it. Check it.
gonna talk that talk, then you better walk that walk. If you're gonna talk that talk, then you better walk that walk. Lot of wannabes, only one of me. They try to put me under pressure, put me under siege. Yeah, I'm a champ, I'm a legend, I'm a beast. Used to be the underdog, I got off the leash. I'm done barking, I only bite. Drop the roof for the night like it's only right. Hold it tight, both hands on the holy grail. Come and get it when you fail, you can hold the hell. Run it. Yeah, I'm ready, let's run it.
Hello and welcome to the European takeover of All Stars 2020. I'm Quickshot, joined by Dracos, Foxtrot, and Vedius, as we're going to bring you all of the All Stars action. Welcome back to Berlin, Foxtrot. It's been a while.
I'm so excited to be here, and what a banger of an event to join as well. It's going to be really fun watching the LEC.
The set looks insane. I love the colors. Look, All Stars is going online in 2020 to have the safest celebration of our favorite pros, and our new format has the event divided into two stages: the Underdog Uprising and the Superstar Showdown. Today, we kick off with the Underdog Uprising, where neighboring regions will throw down on the Rift. We're going to start with the European side of things. Starting off with the LEC versus the TCL, then the LEC versus the LCL, followed by the start of the European Red Bull 1v1 tournament. Later today, we'll also see the LCS taking on the LLA and CB LOL with their own Red Bull 1v1 tournament kicking off as well. Vedius, who has the harder matchups?
Oh, by far the LEC. I mean, I don't know how you can expect a team of European players to be able to compete with these international powerhouses, honestly. Like, do you not remember Worlds? We struggled. Trevor, we struggled.
It was a struggle, but to be fair, I'm frankly very excited for later in the day when we get to see LCS versus CB LOL, because maybe finally we won't be the only region that got kaboomed. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's definitely, there's some room there. That's like, regardless of how you feel about that matchup, there's a lot of pressure not to get kaboomed anytime you set foot.
You could say the LCS and LEC could form an alliance of sorts. All the games we're playing this weekend are to benefit charities selected by our All-Stars, and our viewers at home are also able to help as well. Returning from the mid-season streamathon is the MasterCard silent auction, where viewers can bid on priceless experiences with all proceeds going to charity. One of them is a Summoner's Rift game with yours truly. Apparently, Vedius is going to be joining as well. There are also going to be Shellcaster workshops with FLICKR, merch bundles, secret lab chairs, and a whole lot more. You can visit priceless.com/ASE to check out everything and leave a bid of your own for me, because I smashed Dash last time it happened. And
okay, the only reason why you smashed Dash the last time was because archaeologists from across the world wanted to get a live interview with the dinosaur. So that's literally the only reason. Okay.
Wow.
The Neopleurodon.
The Neopleurodon, just by the way, the best dinosaur of the competition. Get your bids in as we dive into our very first Underdog Uprising, where the LEC faces off against the TCL. Let's take a look at the LEC All-Stars, Dracos.
All right, LEC All-Stars, I love this team put together. Fnatic and Friends, I think, is the easiest way to call it. A lot of creativity going to be coming through here. If you caught Selfmade streaming earlier today, you might have also heard that they might not play the roles that you would expect them to play, but with guys like Blippo, guys like Hillisang, I expect hyper-aggressive, wild plays and some wild picks to go along with it as well. So I think regardless of what happens, results-wise, these games should be absolute bangers.
Well, we'll find out. The LEC Players charity choice this year is Ding Dong LGBTQ Youth Crisis Support Center's Rainbow Teen Safe Space. That's a name and a half. It provides crisis intervention and consulting services for Korean LGBTQ youth. Fantastic. I love that all the charities are going to be supported this entire event, and they'll be facing off against the TCL. And to learn a little more about that squad, let's send it over to the Mercedes Icons of the League, which will spotlight some of the fan favorites from around the world.
Beni beğenmediler diye armut oldum. Armut ilk olarak 2015'te Şampiyonluk Ligi sahnesinde orta koridor oyuncusuydu. Aldığı bir ceza sonrasında kariyerini noktalamaya karar verdi. Ancak League of Legends'a olan tutkusu onu yeniden profesyonel sahnede görmemizi sağladı. Cezası bitince orta koridor ve ormancı olarak şansını bir kez daha denedi. Hırslıydı ancak performansı beğenilmiyordu. Yerine Koreli isimler alınınca bir kez daha oyunculuk kariyerine ara verdi. 2017'de üst koridor oyuncusu olarak Esports sahnesine geri döndü. Bu kararı onun kariyerine büyük bir ivme kazandırdı.
Tutmaya çalışacakmışım, Lan'la geliyor. Oyunu bitirmeye mi gidiyor? HVR Gaming. Güzel pozisyon yakalamış olabilirler. Armut şimdi burayı taklamaya gelecek. HVR Gaming oyunu bitirmeye gidiyor. Nexus kulesini aldılar. Nexus'u da almaya gidiyorlar. HVR Gaming mükemmel bitiş.
Kariyerindeki bu yeni dönem için yeni bir isim seçmeyi de uygun buldu.
Senin de söylediğin gibi yanımda Armut var. Gerçekten inanılmaz bir oyundu. Özellikle son saniyeleri bayağı heyecanlıydı.
Eğlenceli kişiliği göz önüne alındığında Armut onun için harika bir seçenek.
Her şeyi almaya çalışıyorlar. Umarım burada da benzer bir sıkıntı yaşamayız.
Armut biraz önde kaldı. Çok güzel ulti, bravo. Bolu'dan da iyi ulti. Şimdi Karzor'da zor durumda kaldı.
Yıllarca göz ardı edilen bir oyuncu olan Armut, üst koridorda geçirdiği 3,5 yılda Türkiye sahnesinin en renkli ve en yetenekli isimlerinden biri haline geldi. Şampiyonluklar, ödüller ve trollüklerle dolu bir dönemi geride bıraktı. LEC'ye transfer olarak hem genç Türk oyunculara ilham oldu hem de bölgesinin gurur kaynağı haline geldi.
Such a fantastic video. Really exciting to see the TCL taking on the LEC. I mean, look, Armut, he was the star right at the end of the video. He's going to be joining the LEC next year. He's joining the Mad Lions. This is a region that has historically had pretty good matchups against Europe. Many a European team has lost to the Turkish powerhouses.
Yeah, I was a little bit questioning Vedius's comment here in the beginning of the show about the international powerhouses. LEC is going to struggle, but you know what? I kind of agree, actually. It's historically speaking, the LEC has struggled, and Turkey is a ridiculously strong region. And even if the Turkish players themselves, there are a lot of good Turkish players, but there are players who have come up through the Turkish leagues, like Caps, Xerxes, loads of them.
That have made it on our stage.
Exactly. It's a banger of a region, and it's going to be a banger of a game.
Well, just before we get to picks and bans, the TCL All-Stars charity choice this year is the Coastal Turkey and Greece Earthquake Relief Fund. They shared with us that they chose the charity because while in the pandemic, most of us are staying safe at home. There are many currently in Turkey and Greece without homes that are safe to live in. It was following the 7.0 magnitude earthquake earlier this year. Both teams, regardless of the outcome of the games on the Rift today, will have the charities awarded $10,000. So that's what we're here to do. We had to give a little bit back to celebrate our favorite pros from the year. And as we're getting ready for Champ Select, Foxdrop, are you ready to carry me? Because I have played as much as I can. And I am admittedly not very good at this game. So I'm learning the items.
Yourself short, mate.
No, listen, I will be honest, okay?
Okay.
But like, is there an established meta yet? Is there trends you can already start to see, or is it still utter chaos?
So here's the thing, Trev's mate. It's a bit of everything, right? There's sort of metas. You know, we've seen a lot of tanks rising up and stuff like that. Assassin's really strong right now, loads of damage in the game as well. Having said that, chaos is everywhere.
Yeah.
And especially in this match that we're going to see here, knowing the players we're going to see as well, there's going to be even more chaos. Dracos alluded to the fact that people probably weren't even playing their proper roles. So I have no idea what to expect coming into these games, and I can't wait to put you on the spot with some of these item names. Because,
I really don't want you to. I really do not want you to. Champion spell names, I'm even remotely there, but also we're going to take a look. I mean, Rel's going to be available as well. I don't know what to expect, right? Because bragging rights are still on the line here. You know, especially for like Bwipo taking on Armut as well. Armut's going to be his opponent next year. There's still egos to play for, as well as obviously all the charities. So you never know what to expect. You don't know if you're going to get the crazy drafts. You don't know if you're going to get the super tryhard drafts. There is no defined meta yet. You know, I've seen a couple of games from obviously the All-Stars taking part over in Asia, but definitely nothing to say that I can predict what will happen today.
No, prediction is not a word that anyone can use in
what would you like to see then? What would you like to see?
I think the more damage we see, the happier I'll be. They tend to make fun viewing experiences, less fun playing experiences, kind of, especially if you're on the receiving end of all that damage. But it's great seeing really skilled players just walk around and like blow other people up.
Yeah.
You know, I remember there was a Worlds game, it was probably like a year or two ago, where someone was playing Kha'Zix and he was like camping almost in the enemy Nexus bush, just waiting for people to walk out of the base, popping them open. And that was in a Worlds game. We're going to see way more of that in All-Stars here with LEC versus TCL as we head into Champion Select.
Straight into a Champ Select. Europe on the blue side, Turkey on the red. I love seeing the player faces already. Everybody big smiles. Pretty serious faces for the time being.
Flow on Japone there.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
And he's got, can you see that?
The cat.
You saw that, right?
The subtle flex for the All-Star skateboard, though, that I actually prefer because that is intentionally placed.
That's the only way I saw the cat, because it's a white cat on a white background. It was just like a little white thing walking across the skateboard.
Did you expect Udyr to be banned? Like, mate, I know we talked about a dinosaur in the pre-show, but that is like an ancient pick if ever I've seen one.
Yo, AP Udyr, I kid you not, is a thing. I've seen it, and it's absolutely boinked me in solo queue. But that's not really that hard to do, to be fair. But still, I think it's a thing, although we won't be seeing it today in this game, unfortunately.
I have to give a huge thank you to TCL and their reps. Thank you for getting rid of Rel for me.
Yep.
Thank you so much. Dracos and Vedius are going to cast the next game against the LCL and the CIS. I hope you get a Rel in that game. Lulu will be the last ban here from Europe. I mean, tank meta is what I'm expecting. It's what I'm seeing the most people complaining about on socials. But if that does turn out to be true, then what tanks we'll see, how quickly they can build their Sunfires, we'll have to find out.
And the Annie ban, as you do. Uja and Annie, two of the oldest champions. I mean, Annie's probably older in real life than she's in game, by the way, at this point. Genuinely. I know that might be kind of like a head scratcher, but I generally think that's true. But still, with her little mini rework and the speed up she gets on her shield, she's a decent ban. She's been nerfed, by the way, in games. So, yeah, definitely a strong champion. I want to see her. What is the first pick meta? Of course.
Oh, my word.
We're getting it. That's a great first pick. I love to see it.
Yone, straight out the gate. Now, do you think we have some fun shenanigans? Like, it's a duo lane. Do you think you see, like, a Yone Yasuo bottom lane or something? If Dracos was here, I know he'd be preaching about it because I've seen him do it. But whether or not it'll happen, I don't know. Also, notice the faces now on TCL. A little bit more serious. The smiles, the laughter, that is now lost.
Yeah, I mean, this Pantheon hover, I want to see like a Yone Pantheon mid. That would be brilliant. But honestly, any champion that has a point-and-click stun versus these kind of, you know, squishy but loves to dance around and be irritating like Yone, they're pretty irritating to play against as well into that sense. So Pantheon's a good pick up here. I'm actually curious to see if like the first half of the draft is all kind of like for fun. And then when you see the picks coming through, LEC's like, psh, you guys can't pick those try-out champions, and then they start rolling in the proper bans and the proper picks and stuff.
Oh, I really don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, you just gotta go full meme, lads. That's where it's at. Look at the smiles on their faces, honestly. Selfmade's having a great time right here. I want to see what he whips out as well. He's gone up against that Lilia. It's going to be good stuff.
We still don't know what is going to be happening now with the rest of this draft, right? I want to see some craziness. Still big smiles and laughs. Hover on Talia for the time being, and it is locked in. Where do you expect this to go?
So, Talia's a really interesting case because she's been lost to the sands of time.
Yes.
But she got recently buffed to make her Q, her threaded volley, doesn't do reduced damage after the first tier, which is really good in the jungle specifically. I think it's good anywhere you go, to be perfectly honest. So I think that's... I'm going to say that could be a self-made Talia.
Okay.
If it's not self-made, it's either going to be support or mid. But when I look at Hylissang, I'm like, really, mate? You're playing in All-Stars and you're going to pick Talia support? I don't think
the thing is, right, earlier on Selfmade stream, I think Dracos was saying that they might not play their assigned roles. And I'm going to read into this for a brief moment.
Do it.
But Humanoid has Flash Smite. And it's currently could play that Talia in the jungle if they were going to role swap. I would love to see like a Bwipo Hylissang duo lane and see if like Hylissang plays Ashe and Bwipo plays, I don't know, Yone or something.
Yes.
Over on the other side, Zeitnot will be locking in Jhin. Zeitnot, arguably the most famous TCL player. Definitely a guy that's been around for a very, very long time. You could argue the most successful, the most impressive player from the TCL. And he's got himself a pretty signature bot lane going up against that Ashe. And now we're jumping into phase 2 bans. Bwipo's Rengar. This is a target ban, by the way.
Yeah,
you might remember it. Whether you like it or not, this was a signature pick towards the end of the 2020 season.
Yeah, and just to mention as well with that Ashe pick, that could be Ashe support. We've seen that too, by the way. Ashe support is a thing in the preseason. Nivea ban, another one that might be a little bit surprising, considering, you know, if this is the first professional League of Legends match that you've seen in a while. What the hell is Nivea doing in the bans? There's no frogging in this game. This isn't 2012. But now she got buffed as well, and she's pretty bloody bonkers too. As whatever you want to play her, in the mid, in the support role, even in top lane.
Nunu's busted as well. We were talking in prep for the event and talking about research. Nunu and Mumu terrorizing solo queue and performing very well. Obviously, a lot of the tank itemization sort of favoring them a little bit. Let's be honest with that.
Just a teeny bit. Yeah, Nunu, so Amumu drew like all of the heat in preseason for being one of the most broken tanks, so he got loads of nerfs. Nunu was really just like sleeper being disgusting. Okay, you know what? Screw talking about
Kraken Slayer? Are we going to see Kraken Slayer Katarina or not? What would you build?
Okay, yes. Bather and King, Kraken Slayer, do it.
Please, please, please.
There's so many things you can do on Katarina. I've seen Riftmaker, I've seen Night Harvester, with Lichbane, I've seen so many things.
What do you like? Because I've only played ARAM Katarina and I've just got Kraken Slayer.
I like that. I like the AD builds in it. I really do. But I don't know what to say. what we're gonna see necessarily. I mean, this is beautiful.
Okay, Alistair locked in. Right, so this gives us a little bit more indication, right? Ashe, Alistair bottom lane, Yone mid or top, Talia jungle, and then we need to see what this last lock-in will be.
I want to see Alistair jungle.
Okay.
It's not going to be it, but I want to see Alistair jungle.
Fair. We've got a few days of All-Star, right? We've got a few days of All-Star, so it could happen. If Swain gets locked in, that's going to be a Bwipo pick for sure. And the last second switch, the Broken Blade Riven is now locked in.
That's blind as well, mind you, so that's pretty ballsy.
I wonder if this is like an ego matchup. Look at Armut's grin.
Yeah.
Riven Fiora. This takes me a few years back as well.
Look how long he was holding that grin for as well. Like, he was really happy about that one. But now we're getting the Jace most likely into the Riven there. Any kind of ranged matchup into melee is a little bit hard to play against. But you know what? If that is Talia or Alistair jungle,
yes.
I don't want to write off the Alistair yet, although maybe, you know, whatever. Let's say it could be either one. They're both very gank-heavy junglers.
A few extra seconds to play. Okay, let's wait for these comps to now swap around before we discuss like how they're actually going to play, and you need to help me on this one.
Please stay like that. No, it's not going to be.
Yeah, it looks...
I want it, mate. I want it. It's not happening.
No, it's not going to be the jungle. Not going to be the jungle. Blue, of course, one of the other TCL members coming here over to the LEC, going to be joining SK. He has got that mid Katarina coming up against, currently, it's Humanoids Talia, or expected most likely Selfmades Yone.
Yeah.
I would anticipate. Do you think the LEC All-Stars would maybe swap Riven out of that Jace matchup? I mean, both of them are going to suck. Hello! Yes, welcome!
The LEC elves here have been working hard to make sure everything goes swimmingly. I reckon if you're a mid laner that's getting swapped into jungle, you pick someone like Talia. You know, because it's a mage. You're probably familiar with Talia, and you can't play a Zir jungle, so Humanoid's got no other choice. So I think it's self-made mid, legit.
Self-made mid then with the Yone coming up against Katarina, and then obviously Bwipo's Riven into Armut's Jace. How do you think these comps are going to play out? I feel like there's a fair amount of poke on the side of the TCL representatives. Not the strongest front line, and I think like as far as...
Front line? Trevs, mate, come on. Boring. I don't want to hear that word.
I came in expecting like tanks.
Yeah, okay. That's, you know what, that's fair. I'll let you off on that one. I will let you off, but you're right. You know, we're not, you know, Alice is the closest thing we're going to get to Tonki, and he's saying obviously full AP with that one.
Yes.
For obvious reasons. So we'll see what's going to happen in game. I'm expecting a lot of attention drawn from the LEC to that heavy ganking style. There's a lot of good ganks set up. There's a lot of these high ego lanes as well that you want to camp, because if they don't get first blood, they're going to rage quit the game. Yone and Riven, probably two of the highest ones guilty of doing that. And Talia can gang pretty hard as well. So I'm expecting to see a lot of action coming out of the LEC. And TCL may be more of a standard draft here with powerful meta picks.
Okay, let's take a look down the keystones. Are we seeing anything crazy? Dark Harvest, Electrocutes, nothing out of the ordinary that I can see thus far. And Foxy, you're going to have to guide me through now itemization, especially during the early stages like predictions, right? I have not watched very many games on the preseason, obviously, because there hasn't been very many, right? So I'm going to be learning this one along with the viewers
enough of my stream, mate.
As well.
Every day I'm there putting the content out.
If it's not an esports event, I don't watch the stream. That's just a personal thing, personal preference.
Okay.
But I really am hoping. I just want to see Kraken Slayer Katarina. It is so fun to play. And I'm just hoping it happens, but I don't know if it will. So.
Yeah, well, so we're starting with Dark Seal, which would indicate more of an AP build.
Yep.
However, Dark Seal right now in preseason is one of the stronger items because it stacks ridiculously high. You can get something like 60 AP off of it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
For an item that costs nothing, basically. It's really cheap. So if you get snowballing, and I'm not, you know, remind me, Travis, I know I'm meant to be the color and I'm meant to bring the analysis a bit, but Katarina, is she a snowbally type champion?
I'm going to check my notes. Yes, is the answer.
So
that is absolutely the case.
That can be quite dangerous on Katarina. So that's going to be fun. Plus you're against an...
a similar style champion.
I was going to flame Selfmade and say he's Autofield, but that's what I'm going to say. Selfmade here is getting gone.
Careful here, Batman. Robin's making a move on Selfmade. Selfmade's going to be able to escape that one. But we'll be able to at least challenge Humanoid for a brief moment. That threaded volley will steal away the raid. So it's kind of been a swap of reds for the time being. Blue buff is still up for Robin and the TCL. Blue's going to be able to shunpo forward. Off roll, Selfmade solo killed by Blue. Now all of a sudden Humanoid's in a little bit of trouble. Flashing forward, Blue gets dunked down by the threaded volley, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, a bit off more than you could chew that. Blue had his flash. Yeah, he knew where Humanoid was. Blue had it all, but apparently Blue got no clue. He's still going to go down, but Armor instead.
Yeah, here he comes. Put the hammer down. The minefield is just behind him. Shock blast and the threaded volley will continue to tag 105 HP, and Armor's going to be able to escape. Thing is, Foxtrot, this will set the tone, I think, for the rest of the weekend, right?
I mean, we were 2 minutes 58 seconds in, and this is what we've witnessed so far. So I'm very excited for the rest of All Stars. It started off with an absolute bang so far. I'm curious to see whether that's just like a really bloodthirsty start. You get your first recalls in here. You start playing a teeny weeny bit more standard instead. And unfortunately, I can confirm that Blue has purchased an amp time.
Oh, okay.
So this is probably going to be, I would imagine, the Night Harvester Lich Bane build instead from Blue. Like I say, it could be Riftmaker as well if he wants to.
Now, I'm not the color here, Foxtrot.
Yes.
So I'm going to need you to help me with a little bit of analysis. But this Katarina pick is a snowball champion, right?
Yeah.
That got first blood.
Yes.
Solo kill.
Yes.
Against
Still has a flash.
Roll mid laner in Selfmade.
Yes.
Which you've already thrown under the bus and have no confidence in. That's how I read that.
I didn't say it, but
yeah, it was heavily implied. It was heavily implied.
Yeah, it's a good start if that's the point you're getting at.
That's what I was trying to get to.
Optimal start for Katarina, yeah, and perhaps one might even say suboptimal on the side of Fnatic and Friends.
Taking a look at Summoner spells here, I actually missed the exchange as I'm taking it through some of my notes, but Zeitnot's missing his flash, Hylissang missing his flash as well, plus 16 CS. for Hans Summer's Ashe coming up against Zeitnot's Jhin. So definitely been bullied around, and I think losing that flash means under a bit of pressure. So we will need to keep track of that. Zeitnot has been able to clear most of this wave, so he's about a wave and a half down. But that can start to sting if TCL aren't able to bring it under control.
Stinging, do you see that? Robin used his smite and still didn't manage to secure that.
Locked onto the wall, flashed away. Selfmade will get tagged. There goes Blue with a Shumpo in. Flash out to safety. The kill secured by Robin's Lily, and Hylissang will be able to find the stun. That's pushed back by Humanoid. Now all of a sudden the headbutt away. Blue goes down, taken out by Humanoid. Robin's running for his life. 200 HP for Japone, 100 for Robin. Flash away from the threaded volley. It's still a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, 1-for-1 right there, but that was really hairy. I was expecting Blue to pick up quite a few there, and that would have been really, really devastating for the LEC, because Katarina, man, scary champion, you don't want to be giving kills to her. Speaking of Riven,
that's a knockback from the dunk down from Buipo. Solo kill in the top lane.
Welcome to the LEC, baby. Armor, you can expect much more of that kind of stuff. This is it. Armor is Mad Lion's new top laner. We saw Armor at Worlds 2020, and he was really good, honestly. He was one of my favorite top lanes to watch in that tournament. And he's really solid here, but it just goes to show the strength of Buipo on that Riven pick as well. And here we go. We're going to see it one more time, because it starts off with an invade from the TCL with Robin onto the chickens, as Lilia does. But then they just go a little bit too deep, and this is where I get really worried for the LEC. So I felt like Blue was going to go in here, maybe pick something up. And, you know, she's got that Dark Seal. She's got it all going for her. But no, Humanoid, despite being in the jungle role, apparently this game is still Omega Jungle Diff, as every League of Legends game is. Speaking of jungle death, Humanoid.
How did that happen? I can only imagine Japone was going to ward or something, and Humanoid just roaming through the river. He's 3-0 on his quote-unquote jungle to Leah. The LEC are up 1,000 gold over the TCL, and they're looking to dunk down on Zeitnot now.
Zeitnot, mate, you've got nowhere to go here.
Nope.
Buddy. He's going to try his best to clear out the minion wave so that he doesn't get popped, but I'm...
Look at this. Now, that's not done yet. There's another kill in the mid lane as Robin is playing to blue, just like Batman was to Robin. Japone's coming in. There's a lot of damage onto Humanoid, so it's 2 more kills, but the Swirl Seed will just about miss. As Japone's continuing to chase down 40. He's only level 4, no flash, no ignite. Here comes blue. Here comes Robin. It's 2, 2, and 1 on blue's Katarina, and the Swirl Seed will go over the wall, but will not be able to find a target. So TCL, they at least get something a little earlier, but the problem is they're starting to be outpaced by the LEC.
Yes, terrifying stuff here as well when you're staring down 4-0. Talia, with those recent buffs, make her a pretty strong jungler. I mean, Talia was always good when she had kills. It was just that she wasn't able to clear the jungle. And when you're a jungler, that tends to be a pretty useful trait. And when you can't kill those monsters, you kind of suck. And she doesn't need to worry about that anymore because she has 4 kills. We'll talk about the mid lane here, though, instead. When you're playing a champion like... Oh, my goodness, Selfmade, you just ran this down, didn't you?
Oh, my word!
What even was that, man?
I don't understand. I was looking at the minimap. There was no vision either. Selfmade pushing the lane all the way up to blue under tower. And he
straight
just
out of my solo queue game into All-Star, Selfmade L9 Yone with the intense 0 and 3 star. I'm loving this so far. This is brilliant.
Now, fortunately, despite the weight that Selfmade is imposing on the team,
yes,
Humanoid has been able to open up the backpack and put Selfmade in at 4-0 on the Talia. And now look at this. Hylissang has been unlocked. He's already roaming up to the top lane. Armor does a flash available to him. He will change to the hammer form. Put the shock down, change back, and flash forward, misses the shock blast. Bwipo comes in, headbutt, pulverize, and Humanoid will get his 5th of the game. He is now unstoppable. Once again, Selfmade in trouble. This time around, it was Japone who was running to help out blue.
And the best part about that packet, that play right there, was that the observers switched spots between mid and jungle on the scoreboard there. So now it's a bit easier for us to track.
Thank you very much,
observers. You're the star of this show, just like Humanoid as well, right there, sitting on 5-0, 500 gold.
Do you have faith in a 5-0 Talia to be able to take over the game? Right?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
She's already taken over the game.
Touche. Okay, touche. Fair point, fair point, fair point. But what I was trying to maybe get at, look at the goal difference there on your screen, is that while there's the 5-0 Talia, Blue's Katarina currently 2, 2, and 1, still working towards his first real build, you know, still thrift shopping. I think I'm more afraid of the potential of, you know, medium-fed Katarina than a very fed Talia. As we jump to the top lane and Almo just gets dunked on. Absolutely obliterated as Hylissang stuck around, and there goes blue. Very easy Shumpar to safety.
That's cheeky. Yeah, I mean, so to your point, like, which one's going to carry harder, the Talia or the Katarina? So I think the problem with Katarina, which is why you don't see her a lot in pro play, is like, yes, in solo queue, she just picks everyone up, she one-shots them, she's great in small skirmishes, and if you don't have the tools to deal with her, there's just no counterplay. But the thing is, I reckon, you know, when you're in organized play, you do have the tools to deal with her. Even someone just like Alistair or like Ribbons W or anything like that, it's going to be hard.
Like Hilly.
Yeah,
there he comes. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Tagging after the headbutt. That's a shutdown onto Humanoid. Blue escapes with his life for now. Hansam is trying to chase him down. Here comes Bwipo as well. Stands on a ward. Is rooted into place by the deadly flourish. He's going to look for the stun. Finds him to Zeidnot. Still his flash and heal. Didn't use it. Zeidnot is deleted where he stands. Hansama gets one as another lands for Selfmade. The first of the game for himself. But TCL, 2,000 gold down. Robin is being hunted by Hylissang. Will channel the Hex Flash over the wall and continues to chase. Selfmade's gone hunting here, Foxtrot, and I don't know if they can find themselves Bambi. He's going to be able to escape for now.
Yeah, I don't think Bambi is going to go down in this one. Although, to be fair, it never was Bambi that went down. Let's be real. That's an asterisk right there. That's a Frankenstein's monster right there. You know, if we're being technical about it. But still, you know what the worst thing about that right there, though? Yes, it looked like a fairly even play, and, you know, Jin dying without using summoners, saving that for next All-Stars, that's fine. But Selfmade has ruined his 0-10 power spike.
Yeah, he has.
And that is a real problem because I'm not sure how effective Yone can be without
that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's definitely troubling, and I'm going to be looking forward. Not looking forward in a positive way, but as we look forward,
it's a worrying trend.
Yes,
some might say.
Some might say.
Some might say. Here comes Humanoid. Throws down the wall, and Zeidnot cannot escape. If you look at Hylissang roaming over, we'll be able to get that headbutt. We'll not be able to land the pulverize, but the threaded volley is blocked by the minions. Some autos onto Zeidnot, down to around 60 HP, and the flourish is sidestepped. Swellseed won't find its target either. Here comes Japan looking for Selfmade. Blue doesn't really have any CC to work with here as Selfmade's able to escape. And also the points you're bringing up, almost every single member of the LEC squad can interrupt that Death Lotus. As Zeitnot will use his summons this time around. He flashed earlier, get himself caught out and shut down there by Humanoid. But here comes Japan, will chuck the spears out, lands the shield, and after the TP, the shock blast, finds a counter from the TCL.
All right, Arnott's on the board, but here comes Selfmade right here. He's going to snap back to reality, and that's only about like half of his health going down. I would favor that into for Yone, but Armor's going in as well.
Oh, look at the damage coming up from Japan. Not going to be enough to find the kill, and Hillisang's in trouble. Changing back to that.
Oh, the fadeaway ignite. That's it. He's done.
So it'll be a 2-for-1 trade in the bottom lane. But of course, Humanoid did go down just a little bit earlier, so it actually makes a 3-for-1 in comparison.
Yeah, a slow burner right there from Hillisang, but it doesn't need to be fast. As long as they go down at the end of the day, that's all that matters. And Selfmade, mate, you know you go back to the... Yeah, it's like, I see this all the time.
Is this a first time Yone? Can we find out what's happening here? Seismic Shove won't find his target. Blue's going to be able to escape for now. As the Swellseed and the Blooming Blows continues to spam out from Robin. He is in some trouble as here comes Bwipo, and he'll just get the dunk down. Managing to use that blade. The hops, the skips, the jump. Bwipo, by the way, quietly building up killing spree here, 4, 1, and 3.
Yeah, Bwipo's having a great job right there. But you know what? All set up by Selfmade and his stellar Yone play that baited the enemy team in to commit, thinking they had a free kill there. And you look at Blue's player cam. He's distraught in such a high-stakes game to be going down right here. 4 kills when you had the first blood. Not in a happy spot, but I can tell you right here, we've got Mythics starting to come through completed and Hillisang. Be careful, Zeitnot,
This is awesome. Gonna get stunned up. Here comes Bwipo.
He's out.
If he can land the key burst, I think there'll be just about enough damage. There it is. The Valor for the shield. Broken wings into one another, and Humanoid will clean that one up. That's a kill steal if ever I've seen one. Hilly's going to try to escape with his life, but now all of a sudden, the LEC are caught out. Armor's going to go forward. That's a fantastic stun, but Japone will get the kill. Hillisang's going to be the next target. It's smacked in the face by Lillian. Here comes Selfmade. Manages to land the combo this time around with the help of Hansama. We'll be able to pick up yet another kill. 16-10 as Humanoid was dropped at the back half of the fight. I didn't see how he got taken down.
But he got shut down, most importantly, right there. That's a loss of gold in a Robin's pocket. And he's now 4-1-2 with his Mythic completed, the Night Harvester, which I think is kind of surprising for Lilia. Lilia was a Leandry's champion before season... whatever season this preseason
Season 11,
is. Thank you.
2021.
Jeez, there's too many seasons nowadays. I'm just an old man.
Are you surprised by anything else? So Eclipse on Armored's Jace. We've got the Gore Drinker for Bwipo's Riven, and then obviously Ludens on Humanoid. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think honestly, all in all, this does make a lot of sense. It's just like, yeah, for me, the only one that is a bit out of place is Lilia's Night Harvester. So Leandry's gives you mana as well. It gives the burn, which works really well, and oh my goodness. But Night Harvest is all about the burn.
Man, that is so much damage.
Just like that, exactly.
Well, now they're going to turn their attention to Hansa.
Yeah.
Man, he just gets dunked. I mean, TCL are not out of this. It's a 400 gold game. The European reps were up about 2K just a moment ago. And all of a sudden, the 3-kill difference, 15-minute gold difference is simply insignificant. And this Lilia, 5-1-3, is starting to take over the game. Selfmade has maybe just learned how to play the champion, and he picks himself up the solo, but the Death Blow just comes out. Yeah. He's looking for the double. Selfmade was just about able to get the 1v2. Is he yet redeemed?
I would say he is 1000%. I mean, this is it, man. This is he completes his mythic item, and there it is. So many champions now in pre-season 11 are like this. You know, it's a bit of a slow game, not necessarily reaching their power spikes, and then the mythic items come through, and bam! Suddenly they're unlocked. Suddenly they're mega strong.
To be fair,
2-level different. What? Look at him.
Fair,
he's going.
Selfmade's actually using the kit correctly, from what I can see now. I think having the shield bow is obviously going to help out. Running for his life, and Robin will be able to flash, pick himself up his 6th kill of the game for the time being. Gale Force they picked up by Zeitnot on the Jhin. So Mythic's pretty much across the board. Only Hilly the last one to pick that up. And now you start to get nervous. If you're a European fan looking at this Underdog TCL squad, at least that's how it was built. Maybe the European teams were the underdogs. The stun will come in here on Armored. He continues to run away. Teleport coming down from Bwipo. Support coming in from the TCL. as Japone is now coming for the flank. Therefore, it's a 1-for-1. They've lost Hilly at the exchange of armor. Bwipo's going to look to just blow up Zeitnot, and he does. With the help of the Tara, Japone will be able to get the counter kill, and now Hansama will shove the wave in. Blue's coming for the chase, and this could be the 38th kill in 17 minutes, Foxtrot.
I'm not sure, though. Humanoid's coming in as well. Hansama does go down. It's a trader kills at the end of the day.
We need 2 play-by-plays for this. This is unstoppable.
It's relentless, Trevor. This is the perfect way to warm me back up to not having done professional casting in a long time.
It's only been a month and a half, right? You know, not really super familiar with the build orders. It's definitely a non-traditional team composition.
But we're having a great time here at all.
Well, listen, I can tell you now, this is the latest first Dragon at All-Stars 2020 for a European representative. I know it's a bold stat to throw out there, Foxtrot.
But I mean, you can take the jungle out of the jungle, but you can't take the
Yeah, just bail out. Just bail out. It was worth a shot.
It's whatever that was I was trying to say, because he's taken the dragon as a mid laner. That's what
yes, definitely the case. Let's take a look through as Hylissang is now going to get dunked down. He goes for the headbutt pulverize. That's a multi-mid knock up there from Selfmade. 1-for-1 trade. Blue is blown up where he stands. The crowd control tools are enough to prevent that ultimate from picking up further kills. Now Robin's in trouble. Here comes Bwipo. He's got to throw out the ulti and find the kill. Bwipo is going to continue to just dominate this game. 7-4-4. Got himself that Tiamat picked up as well. And with that, Blade of the Exile is really just finding assassination after assassination.
So this is the build that you're seeing right here from Bwipo is an absolute punisher. And we're going to see this one again. Hylissang getting caught out. Oh my goodness, have these words ever been spoken before? I think not. But Selfmade flashing forward straight into the ulti to pick 2 people off there. That was absolutely... That's just mad. This guy, he reached the mythic item. He's decided he's just going to become an absolute god. Bwipo really here for the cleanup crew, but I want to talk a little bit about his build because it's the Gourd Drinker going into most likely the Ravenous Hydra.
Yep.
This build is quite common nowadays.
Armut's going to die, so just carry on.
Armut's donezo.
Yeah.
He's
welcome to Europe.
Yeah.
And welcome to the LEC. That's not fair. Welcome to the LEC. That's a better thing to say.
Yeah, just as healing builds are just really strong right now. If you can play champions that abuse them, Riven is one of them. And he's got that 2 item now, and you'll see it's just like, yeah, it's really quite
The thing that's interesting is this game is kind of like Seasword, right? Where LEC got off to a really strong start, picked up a kill advantage, but then all of a sudden TCL picked up their mythics, got themselves a couple kills back, closed the gold gap, and now all of a sudden, in the last 5 minutes, LEC has once again pulled a 2.5K gold lead. It's weird to say this, but like, if you were to set some expectations for the next few minutes, where would you see these guys going? As it looks like
baby.
it's going to be the Engage. 3 members of the European All-Star squad going to get dunked on, and they turn it around. Blue gets blown up. Before really he can do anything, he needs to have some CC, and I talked about this earlier, Foxtrot. No real front line, not the strongest initiation on the sides of the TCL to support Blue's Katarina. Unfortunately, the poke damage coming out from Jace, from Armut, will be enough to pick up a kill. Selfmade's going to continue to chase forward. The curtains are called. The double dash forward! Not going to be enough to take down Zeitnot, and Robert goes golden. A deadly flourish from downtown. Turkey send their regards before Bwipo sends them back. Bwipo will get taken out now by Japone. Not enough. The shield is enough from Valor. Will he be able to survive the ignite and the Pengu?
Yes.
That is just style points. The life steal, just like you talked about, Foxtrot.
It's the healing, but of course the real MVP of there is Pengu coming through right at the end to save his life. I reckon that was going to be one extra tick if Ignite would have taken him down, but Pengu took it with the dab, bam, takes the Ignite down instead. That was a really back and forth fight. I think the TCL did a lot better than I thought they were going to do in that situation, but as we saw, unfortunately, there's Gale Force Jin. Beautiful thing to see. You think he's easy to catch out? No, he is not. But look at Blue. He jumps in, but you just can't do that in competitive League of Legends. When there's team coordination, Katarina is so darn hard to play because everyone just knows what they're doing. Everyone's more synchronized in it, and it sucks.
It also felt a little bit like Blue went in too early.
Yeah, he also ended that one big time.
He jumped into the fight.
I was trying to make it a Katarina thing, not a Blue thing.
Yeah. Okay, touche. I see the point, and I raise you, so to speak.
Yeah, it was not the optimal Katarina play for that situation.
One is going to flash away now. This is going to be yet another 5v5. Selfmade's going to be able to dash back in, go back to the original point. from that Soul Unbound, and now all of a sudden Hylissang is down. 5 members of TCL chasing Blue this time around, waiting for the opportunity to dash in. Hansama is flashless, still has a cleanse, and that's a snipe onto Zeitnot. A lot of damage coming out there. Banshee's Veil was the second item on Humanoid. He's going to get caught out by that swirl seed. Will be able to find himself another kill.
Look at Blue.
Selfmade dashes onto Armor, won't be able to find it, and that's another onto Hansama. And there's that Seesaw back in action. Just as the LEC starts to drop down, the TCL step up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I couldn't ask for anything more out of the first game. Oh, he gets 2 for 1.
Double?
Oh. Yes, that's a 2 for right there. We'd love to see that. That was beautifully aimed right there. See, if that was me playing Riven, I would have not even killed 1. Whippo, on the other hand.
57 kills in 22 minutes. How are you meant to shoutcast this?
I mean, I think the clue is in the first part of the word. Just shout.
Just shout, okay.
There's not so much casting. It's just you just go along with it.
I do love the fact that Armut has been bullied so much. And I think it's also fair to say, over the last 20 minutes, you can see that these are mixed teams.
Yeah.
You know, I think the coordination leaves a little bit to be desired.
I don't know what you're... I'm getting everything I desire out of this game.
Sorry, look at Blue. He's in hysterical laughter. That turned to sadness right at the end of the clip, but it was laughter at the beginning, I swear.
You know, I do feel a little bit bad for Armut because we've said welcome to LEC like 2 or 3 times this game. We haven't said it once for Blue, who is SK's new mid laner, by the way.
Yes, I appreciate that. Wearing the colours, of course, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's probably why they're hiding.
Here comes Armut. Oh. The Ash Arrow sidestep.
Nice.
There's fancy feet there. Nicely done. Those Lucy boots, and Selfmade will be able to land the kill at the end of the day. Hylissang's going to look for some CC. Headbutt actually knocks Zeitnot to safety there. I think his flash, I thought he used Gale Force as well, just got the distance he needed to cover. So 5v4, the second dragon was just picked up. That was a fantastic flash. Managing to get the Weaver's Wall down as well. Zeitnot's going to be jumped on by Hansama. In the back end of the fight, Bwipo and Selfmade will double team Blue, turn their attention to Japan. Selfmade gets the knockup. The autos will secure the kill, and Robin escapes with his life. The last man standing into the Sherwood Forest.
Selfmade is just too good. Why did they spend all this off-season of drama about who they're going to replace in mid lane? They could just stuck him in.
There you go.
Let's get a new jungler. Like, what's this about?
He needs to work on his laning phase just a tad.
That's maybe true.
But the rest of the game has been fantastic.
Yeah.
Swell C's going to be flying from downtown. But look at this. This is going to be Baron here. 5-man stack, correction, 4-man stack from LEC. And it will be secured safely. There's no one from the TCL that can come in range to steal this one away. 24 minutes as the Red Bull Baron power play has started.
Yeah, there it is, our first Baron of the game. And I wasn't sure if we'd be seeing it at all because the teams are too busy killing each other, as we're going to see in this clip. It was a little bit unfortunate for Blue that he couldn't get the resets, couldn't get those spins going because Whippo just didn't die fast enough with all that healing. Even if you have anti-healing, when there are more options for anti-healing nowadays, it's just not a thing. And Blue now as well, picking up that Lich Bane. As I alluded to at the beginning of the game, Lich Bane now doesn't give you mana, so a lot more champions are picking this up. And this Night Harvest of Lich Bane's a really strong 2-item combo that a lot of AP champions, especially the more damage focused or the assassins, are picking this up, and it's crazy good once you get both.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the other builds. Black Cleaver was now the 3rd item for Bwipo and Riven. Makes a lot of sense in terms of the rest of the build. Infinity Edge picked up for Selfmade after the shield bow. You know, what do you make of the builds here? And then maybe let's touch on Robin, as he's going to be the target. He just gets blown up. You know, gone Hourglass second. You know, so what do you make of the itemization thus far?
Yeah, I think honestly, like, there's a lot of damage across the board, and that's what you want to see. Like, we've even got a death cap coming in here from Humanoid as well. You're seeing a lot more champions kind of lean into the damage side of things. And I think Zeitnot as well, once he can... Oh, there we go.
Man, that's so much damage. Broken Wings into the key burst, lands a multi-man stun, and that allows Humanoid to just come in and clean up. Now with Baron empowered minions, 40-second death time. This could be the final push, Foxtrot. That's 5 members of the LEC. They definitely got knocked around in the mid-game, but they landed more punches than they've taken. Blue's going to run back into the base. Bwipo is playing Guardian. Will be able to find himself the stun once again. Continues to dash forward. The volley comes in from Hansama. Robin's going to be the next target. Seismic shove, not going to be enough to knock him back into the European hands. And that's the knock-up for the ace. The TCL are now losing their Nexus turrets. League of Legends European Championship All-Stars are now going for the fountain dive. They jump onto Japon. He gets himself 2. Robin picks up the 3rd. Hansama Summers left for dead. And I'm not sure if that's style points or throwing, but they are having a ton of fun.
Man, I mean, I just love watching this game. Like, it's just... I think you step a little bit too far forward here with Humanoid. Like, he dies before anything even starts. Oh, Summer, come on, bro. You got to throw yourself in. You can't be afraid of getting your feet wet in the fountain. You just got to go for it. He had no
flash available, no Gale Force. He couldn't throw himself in there, right? Okay?
Mate, where there's a will, there's a way. That's what I say. You know?
27 minutes, 72 kills, 2 Dragons, a Baron, a Fountain Fiesta. That's what we call that. That was a Fountain Fiesta.
Yes, I like that.
If ever I've seen one. Now the comeback is on. TCL, they've got the time they need to build up their items. The 4 and 10 Katarina has activated that 10 death power spike, right?
0 stack Dark Seal as well.
Oh, okay.
By the way. Just like...
Not an ideal situation.
Yeah, that's usually something you kind of sell if you haven't got too many stacks on, just because, you know, you then just go to your builds and it's all beautiful. But, it's, you know, he's holding out hope. And to be fair, if we get some more Fountain Fiestas, maybe he can get some stacks
this
on that.
This stings so much. Look at total gold.
Oh, jeez.
Look at Blue and Zynox. Mid and bot laners for the TCL, unfortunately, second and third lowest total gold available. I mean, to be fair, right? They have been picked on. The game has been absolutely ridiculous. There hasn't been a huge amount of time. 28 minutes in, and Katarina's got 120 farm. Selfmade is going to find himself the solo kill, diving onto 2. After he got that Mythic, has just now deleted TCL and melted their HP bars. Humanoid's going to jump in from behind. Going to try to chuck down that seismic shove. And so far it's a 1-for-2 trade. There's another one going down. The third member of the TCL is dropped. Humanoid's going to continue to chase. Flash forward, Chilling Smite, double kill for Humanoid. 47 on the cards as they turn their attention to the Nexus.
Bro, who'd you Fountain Dive now? You've got to wait 30 seconds before there's someone alive to Fountain Dive. I reckon they're going to do it, though.
Wow.
They're going to wait for 30 seconds until someone comes up. All right, this is what I want to see.
Oh, man, this is tough.
We need Blue's player cam on, like...
keep looking at the player
like a pip, because he's coming up first. Oh, it's Armor,
they're
sorry.
flashing, yes!
Stopwatch!
The outplay. Oh, I wish Armor could have got some damage down. I wish. That would have been the coolest double kill.
That is rude.
LEC want to win through minions. They are looking for the Winion play, as now Humanoid is going to get caught out by the deadly flourish. All smiles. Honestly, I'm just in love with Blue's play, like his player cam. He just keeps giggling and laughing, despite being 6 and 11 on this Katarina.
I just love it. I can't believe he bought a stopwatch so he could deny the Fiesta, the Fountain Dive. Like, it's just next level strats, mate. This is why these professional players, obviously, you could see it coming. He read the play.
The question is, how many times will the LEC int to the Fountain? Could they theoretically die more to the Fountain than to the enemy champions? Because I think at least 8 deaths have so far been like accrued to the Fountain. We'll do the math after this. Maybe I'll do a quick stat segment on it later today.
I think, by the way, not to interrupt your beautiful quick stat in blue.
Yeah, I can tell how impassioned
germinating stats that they are. Zynox, Armor, sorry, did sell his Mythic to buy that somewhat. So he genuinely pawn shopped his
I did not even notice that.
Yo, mate, this cost me 3.5k. What can you do? Best I can do is a stopwatch. All right, I'll take it.
It's a depreciating asset. Every item, the majority of items in this game, there are very select few that are not depreciating assets. And for the children in the room, there's the headache, the headbutt pulverize rather. Headache. It will be a headache for the TCL All-Stars. Ash Arrow comes in. A golden blue will not get caught out, but he will get dunked down there by Humanoid as Bwipo will continue the fight. Robin is going low, gets taken out once again. A dash away. Almond's going to be able to knock Bwipo to safety, and the burn from Robin takes him out. So 2 more deaths on the side of the LEC. And now they're going to try to chase down 40-second death timer for Robin. 30 seconds for Blue, Zydot, and Japone. Now, will the LEC actually look for the finish, or do they die to the Fountain again? I'm going to bet a Fountain Dive is on the cards.
You think another Fountain Dive?
Yes.
I can't imagine why you would think such a thing. But maybe you're right, Trevor. Maybe you're right. I said predictions wouldn't be a thing in this game. I'm completely wrong.
Hunsama's going for the Nexus. This is unheard of tactics. Hunsama's looking for the win. The European representatives are looking for the first win of All-Star 20. 2020 in the Underdog Uprising. The Nexus is down to 20%. The minions are doing the work. Here comes a Death Lotus from Blue. And the Minions finish it for Europe and the LEC.
Selfmade's the only one not happy the game's over. He wanted to bully the TCL.
Yo, Selfmade, I apologize about the flame in the early game, right? I give you that.
Bro, he was molded by flame. Let's be real. He was born in it.
Once that Mythic was picked up, the shield bow, all of a sudden Selfmade learned how to play the game. The TCL may not have won over the LEC All-Star team, but they are still awarded that $10,000. The Greece and Turkey Earthquake Relief Fund, alongside another $10,000 for the LEC's Rainbow Teen Safe Space. I mean, it is actually exactly what I expected.
Yeah.
Even a little bit more.
Yeah.
Right? Like fun compositions, fun play styles, definitely like all in gameplay.
Yeah, I think, you know, TCL were putting the LEC in the dirt a little bit, but they didn't know that the LEC were the schoolyard bullies with 3 older brothers. You know, they're used to rolling around in the dirt and still getting up afterwards, and they did that with all those fountain dives.
The thing for us as well is like we didn't really know how ridiculous these games could be, right? So this was the taste test for us. This was how we try to figure it out. So now we have a better idea of what's going to be happening because we do have some more games. Now, before we go to commercial, I do need to tell you guys at home just a little bit of a story. As we were getting ready for the event here and we're working with Spotify to make playlists for you at home, we in the office and the broadcast team started talking about what's on our Spotify Wrapped for this year. Now, when I showed my cards to the producers, they lost it. Apparently, my music taste is weird, okay? So I want to show you at home and I want to show Foxtrot. Look, Baby Metal is my top artist. Show tunes is my favorite genre. Dude, I listen to the Hamilton soundtrack so much that it's my top category. But like my music is awesome here.
Yeah, show tunes top genre. I mean, do you dream a dream, Trevor?
I do.
Yeah, so do you want to share it with us?
No, not right now.
Well, I think singing is pretty close to shouting.
I can't.
Are you sure?
Maybe later. Maybe later. Okay.
I might have to follow you up on that one. But there, to be fair, yours might be weird, but I want to show you someone who's maybe not so weird. We've got Humanoids, Spotify Wrapped here for you guys to see instead. I think this one's a little bit more to the brain.
Marshmallow, League of Legends, yeah. I mean, okay, so a lot of world's tracks. I think mine is better. I think mine is better. So, okay, I'm going to ask you, Twitch chat, to settle the bet. Answer the question. Who has the better taste in music? Spam Quick Shot or Humanoid. Quick Shot or Humanoid. Spam it in chat. We'll check in after the break. As I hinted at earlier, you can listen to the pros' favorite songs in the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. To find your own personalized Wrapped experience, just search Wrapped with a W in the Spotify app or head to spotify.com/Wrapped. We'll see after the break an interview with Whippo. My music taste is better than Humanoid's.
Humanoid's is better than
It is not.
You're a dinosaur,
It is not.
mate.
Quick Shot in chat. Do not spam.
Humanoid in chat.
No. Mine's better.
Nah, I'm sorry. It's just, it's not up to me.
What again?
Welcome back, everybody, to All-Star 2020. Looks like the Underdogs were unable to rise up, and in a few moments, we're going to have an interview with Bwippo, but for now, it appears that he's disconnected. So instead of talking to Bwippo, I'm going to talk to my fellow commentators, moderators, analysts, etc., about whatever the heck that was that we just saw.
So
what was that?
Mr. Day, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Sure.
As you predicted a victory for TCL, that's how I heard it in the pre-show, that they were the momentous
I think we can,
challenge.
We might not have the tape ready, but with a photographic memory, I believe the exact words were they were going to absolutely body and destroy.
Foxtrot, is that you? Because that's how I heard it.
Yeah, I think I might be with you on that.
What happened? And give me your brief analysis.
Well, I think the draft was... I think we all know the Pantheon is top laner now, not a support player. I think we can all agree with that one.
It's great because it's like the coin of broadcast analysis. It's like, what do I say? The draft.
Oh, the classic
In
draft.
hindsight, it appears that pick wasn't good.
Yes, I mean, at first I thought that the Katarina was quite the pick, but in that draft, not at all.
If the build had been different, it would have made all the difference.
If maybe, you know, Blue had played it better, it also could have worked better. He got first blood and then killed.
Super quickly, I want to move us on for just a moment because I do have some bragging rights. Foxtrot,
what's that about?
My taste is better in music because I won 55% of the votes.
So
over
you won by 5%.
Okay, but
that's just your wife logging into 5 different accounts and typing quick shot.
That is exactly how that works.
So. No, I'm not happy with that. By the way, I'm actually not this short. This chair's really
you can raise it. There's a lever on the right.
Objects in your screen are shorter.
Can you raise me up?
Folks.
Okay, so we're fixing this. As you can tell, we're having as much fun as the players are, and now we'll get to see in a moment or two, the LEC will be taking on the CIS. Now, in that absolute bloodbath of a game, when your auto-filled mid laner decides to give away a few kills, you got to take matters into your own hands and say, I'm helping, presented by State Farm. So I guess this is where we're going to take a look at how he's helping.
There it is. Wasn't clear if we were going to hear your voice again, so this is our turn to cast this play. I really want to point out here how atrocious Selfmade did in the early game. Quick shot said it once, but this boy really just ran it down. As things went on, it certainly got better, but the main reason that he got another chance, our boy Selfmade there in the mid lane, was because Humanoid was an absolute monster on Talia jungle.
It's a great representation of my solo queue games, where I am dying multiple times to the enemy, and then I've got Kadril in the jungle, and I've got Medic on support, both repeatedly coming mid lane and trading for kills.
The things that we've learned is what it takes to be a premier caster in the LEC is both analysis, knowledge, etc., and the ability to unrelentingly feed in any circumstance in League of Legends.
I've been playing a lot of Valorant recently, and what they do is they trade, and that's what I feel that I've been. I just trade, you know what I mean? I'm trading my life for another.
It's too much Valorant. That's not how it works, my friend. It's not the same equivalent. Just a brief update for everybody at home. Unfortunately, due to some connection issues, we will not be able to have that interview with Bwippo. Hopefully, a little later today, we'll be able to speak to some of the players there. Now, before we carry on with the show, I do want to set some expectations. Like, I said this to Foxtrot immediately after. This first game for me was a little bit of like the litmus test, the taste test of what I'm going to expect for the weekend. I knew it was going to be fun. I knew it was going to be over the top. I didn't expect 3 fountain dive aces from the LEC.
Is this your first All-Stars?
Well, no, but I think there's some truth there in that, and like when you get to week 9 in any league, there's going to be some games that don't matter for the standings, and we always come in wondering, is this a serious game or is that going to be a Shaco support? You know what I mean? And like I think there's a similar degree of that element here at All-Stars where it could be really try-hard because you do have guys like Blue and Armut who will be playing in the LEC. You know, maybe they want to like represent a little bit, show off, but sadly didn't work out for them today.
I mean, when you get solo killed by Bwippo, you go, just play it for fun, guys.
All-Star fun tournament wasn't really try-harding.
Guys. There's a lot of energy here, okay? And I love it. I love it. I love what you're doing. It's beautiful. But here's the thing, right? That was our first preseason 11 itemization, all that nonsense. And I think, you know, we're not all really 100% on board. So come with me, boys and girls, and everyone else, because I've got something I want to show you, okay? Now, you know me. You might not know me, actually, but if you do know me, you know I'm all about quality, okay? So I've created this, a quality PowerPoint presentation to keep you up to date with what's happened in pre-season 11 with all the new items and all that stuff. So, with a wave of my magic hand, that's doing stuff. There we go. Welcome to season 11. Okay, my name is FLICKR, and I'm here to introduce you to the first thing on your radar, which is the new tank mythics. These things inject more variety into tank itemization while still allowing those brick walls to maintain relevant damage through the Balmy Cinder Sunfire passive. And despite all the nerfs that these have been receiving, these items are still pretty strong, so don't be surprised to see teams playing and building around these, but maybe not as well because tanks aren't fun, so we can skip to the next slide. Assassinos. Spell checker wasn't working on this one. Next up, we have the delectable buffet of assassins, oven baked to a crispy finish with the new mythics. Now, alongside your main course of deletos, you can enjoy an unhealthy side of extra invisibility, shielding, even a gap closer. It's a great time to be a chef, but as a patron, the overall nourishment experience might not be to your tastes. Slide numero 3 here. If you are a marksman player, don't be. Healing, that's also very strong right now. We saw Whipper abusing these healing builds in the last game. There's some great new items coming into the fold. And of course, the introduction of Omnivamp now, which is really poggers. Ravenous Hydra, by the way, that's pretty nice too. These builds might be lurking under the shadows a little bit, but champions that can abuse them are seeing some real gains. Few things are as frustrating as playing against this build right here, as Armor will tell you. The only exception being probably everything else you'll play against in pre-season. These are all the champions here that at some point or another during Season 11 have been crowned as broken and or disgusting. Disgusting is a word I didn't make up. And here's a flowchart that I have colorfully made for you in my hotel room at 2 a.m. in 5 minutes. Just kidding, of course, it took me way longer than that. It's a bit nuanced, but hopefully you get the gist of it. Basically, if you like dealing damage, you're sorted. But everything else, not. So we're stepping away from, and when we return, we've got the reps from the CIS aiming to take down the LEC All-Stars. Not gonna happen. Don't miss it.
Born free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows, born free to follow your heart. Live free and beauty surrounds you.
Axe. Smell ready.
Greatness accepts no lag, no delay, no excuses. It lives in the tiny space between milliseconds and nanoseconds, between memes and legends, between tears and tears. And when margins that small make an impact this big, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the Cisco network will do.
check it.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk ahead of our match between the LEC and the LCL. And if it's anything like last game, it might be, well, incredibly one-sided. But I'm going to hope not, because the LCL has certainly cleaned our clocks more than once in past events before. But if, like Foxdrop said, maybe you know us, maybe you don't. I'm Dracos, this is Vedius. We're here to cast what could loosely be described as League of Legends.
Oh, it's League of Legends, all right. It is the highest quality League of Legends. It is the one that we as fans will relate to the most.
I'm really sad, if you guys are wondering, because at the end of the Bwipo interview, Vedius gave me a very heartfelt request, or what should have been the Bwipo interview. He was like, convince Bwipo to play Nocturne mid. So and it didn't happen. So maybe we get it, maybe we don't.
Can you hear me, Bwipo?
Nocturne mid. We'll have to find out. But that's enough about the LEC. We saw them earlier. To learn more about the players repping the LCL, here's another Mercedes icons of the league.
Over the wall, he needs to get another javelin toss. Ananasic is buying so much time! The pounce and the takedown manages to pick up the kill. Finally, drop.
Знаете, далеко не все в нашей жизни происходит закономерно. Иногда великие события являются чередой случайностей, которые красиво выстроились в правильном порядке. Кирилл Скворцов был подающим надежды молодым лесником, игравшим в Лиге претендентов. Однажды он поиграл в команде Elements Pro Gaming на Кубке России, но когда команда прошла в континентальную лигу, места в ней для него не оказалось. Он не унывал и продолжал набираться опыта, пока коллективу срочно не потребовалась замена. Именно этот удачный трамплин и оказался возможностью, которую Ананасик реализовал на все 100%. Ситуацию с ЕПГ в дебютном сезоне у него исправить не получилось, но уже после финала в Dragon Army он оказался в том самом звездном составе. Сперва в синей футболке Vegas Squadron, а затем уже в цветах Unicorns of Love, Ананасик с первой космической скоростью устремился к званию лучшего лесника региона, сметая на своем пути все преграды.
So I think that Ananasik is somebody who just improved so much. Not just like as a player, but also as a person. I think he can really become one of the best. And I think he already is so good in jungle. So yeah, I think that if we do that even better, then I think he will be one of the best junglers in the world.
Если даже англоязычные комментаторы после его дебюта на международной арене и дальнейшего успеха на чемпионате мира смогли выучить его необычный никнейм, то и вам стоит запомнить, что ваши линии никогда не находятся в полной безопасности, когда в игре есть Ананасик!
I love the flair at the end of that. Lions are never safe if Ananasik is in the game. It's twice as insulting because his name is Pineapple. You're dying to the pineapple. How menacing is that? But of course, the LCL's All-Star charity choice this year is Advita Fund's effort to find bone marrow donors for cancer patients. So super cool, obviously, that this entire event is going to be going for a charity. Russia and the surrounding nations have a severe lack of bone marrow donor registries, so this fund helps connect cancer patients with donor matches, which could significantly improve cancer patients' survival rates. Big cool. Deal. Cancer, obviously, yeah. Miserable experience.
It's nice that we can play games and we can also do a very cool thing in the world, especially with what it has been a very difficult year.
Yeah, it was not the most positive year, but yeah, giving this to charity, giving these opportunities is always going to be a super cool thing. And frankly, I'm ready for more chaotic League of Legends on the more lighthearted side of the coin. Yeah. You know, I think it's going to be...
I mean, it's just another day in the office for the Unicorns of Love squad. Like, we're very familiar with these players.
It's actually so true. Imagine getting 5 players from the same team voted in. Of course, some changes coming into next year, but now as we enter picks and bans, we'll see what's on the cards today, what these teams want to pull out.
This is Humanoid's chance for revenge. Wait, did the Unicorns actually get a chance to play Mad Lions? Because they were already knocked out by the TCL before they even got to play them, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, they were on the opposite side of the bracket. So, like, a lot of these teams never even got the opportunity to play against the LCL, but I heard in scrims, the UOL squad at Worlds was actually quite the scary team. So I'm excited to see them play. We're going to see some cool stuff, I imagine.
They were scary on stage as well. And mostly I just want to see weird picks.
Ban? Really? Is this a Bwipo ban or is this a Riven ban? You know what I mean?
It's hard to know. I think that if the bans could be Gore Drinker and Ravenous Hydra, they would be. But at this point, you have to settle for Riven. Maybe banning items is a feature we can add in the Season 12.
All right, so last game, LEC banned out LOL, right? It looks like that they're going to stick with their LOL bans with the Leona already taken off the board. Udyr was, of course, the follow-up. Riven being taken off the board. I liked how Foxdrop didn't make any predictions, and I'm inclined to do the same thing. You know, just kind of talk about what's on the screen as it appears. And the Evelynn, a kind of expected ban in the current meta, you know, as we know. The Night Harvester, very prominent item on the Evelynn. Gives her a lot of spike down. And with the changes to Lich Bane as well, she is very lethal at 2 items.
Yeah, insane. And really good point. Anivia banned away as well, which could be an indicator of the Anivia changes that have come through recently, that they are strong. Initial item changes were pretty bad for her because she lost a lot of her favorite items, the previous Seraph's Embrace as well as the Rod of Ages, but maybe they are just spelling another word. We'll keep track. For now, we've got La.
La. What have we got? R, E, and F. Ref? Do they hate the ref? Maybe. We don't know.
It's possible. We don't know.
Could also be that they just like banning Bwipo out.
Could also be something completely different in a language that we don't speak.
Also true. Hecarim going to be taken off the board. Seems like LEC going to shake up the bans, and that has to be targeted towards Ananasik. I will be honest, I'm not super familiar with Hecarim builds on the current patch. Guys, there are so many champions, and I've done a lot of effort into learning the names for all the chat. I do not know all of the builds yet, okay? How many champions do we have? 146?
Dude, I don't know. That's too many.
I don't know all of them yet. I know a decent number of them. Cho'Gath, we're going to learn some things today.
Yeah.
That's for sure. So I think you have a lot of options with Cho, actually.
Yeah, but you lost Spooky Ghost, so my favorite build is now gone. Of course, you can get Everfrost, but at that point, you're already so close. Like, who's going to let a Cho'Gath get that close?
Maybe. You could.
Yeah, maybe it's just tank. I did play with the tank Cho'Gath earlier today, and he went with the chem tank.
Yeah, the chem tank. Yeah. That was the other one I was thinking of. Ooh, Shen.
Shen's hype.
The scary thing is this is either a Bwipo or a Hylissang champion. They're already flexing.
Yeah, and again, we don't know exactly what the strategy is going to be here from the LEC squad. If you missed the previous game, Selfmade and Humanoid swapped. Selfmade played Yone mid, and Humanoid played Talia jungle. Humanoid being the primary carry there in the early game.
Okay, we're looking at a Thresher right now. Looks like Hylissang wants to play something that he has fun on.
Perhaps. We just released it. Yes.
Oh, yes.
If you missed it, Selfmade played Zed jungle on stream earlier today.
Did he?
Yes.
I did miss it.
Yes.
Did he build cool things?
No, he built, I mean, it's lethality. He built
but like, surely Prowler's Claw with Zed is good. Ult with the Zed into Prowler's Claw into combo.
No, I'm pretty sure Eclipse is better than that.
I mean, but think about it. Do you know what I'm saying? Think about it.
I'm willing to think about it.
It's like double Zed ult.
The thing is, I can never say to you with confidence that's dumb as hell because, like, I don't know either. Like,
you had a line prepared.
I did.
For this.
I literally, Box played this champion so much in plans, and every time he played it, it did literally 0, and I started not flaming him, but flaming the pick on Twitter. I am very upset about this.
But new items, maybe it's good now.
Maybe with new items, it's good.
I just have no idea what he builds, but we'll learn.
And a Rel, my God. Okay, this is the
I prepped for Rel. I know what this champion does.
That's right. Oh, that was a day learning what Rel did.
So, LCL are going for the full tank build.
Yeah, I respect it.
We don't know where anything is going. All of these champions can jungle.
To be fair, Rel's auto attacks, if you haven't learned what this champion does yet, totally reasonable, because I haven't really seen her win a game yet. Does steal armor and magic.
Isn't there flat value?
I think it's 10%.
Oh, I thought it was just 10.
Not per auto, but it's like 10%, and then you can't steal from the same target.
Yeah, you can't. You can steal from multiple targets. So you could steal 10 from the Scion, then 10 from the Wukong, then 10 from the Cho.
I can't say that with 100% confidence.
I can.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, you definitely can, because that's kind of her thing.
All right, so we got a Senna ban, we got a Talia ban, a little bit of respect paid towards Humanoid.
But let's talk more about Zed. So here's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
You kill someone. See, the thing is, the invisibility, not that helpful, right? Because think about it. Once you get that kill, you don't then need to self-delay.
Already gets you out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it has to be either Eclipse or Prowler's Claw.
But you do love ability haste on Zed, and the mythic passive for Duskblade does give you ability haste.
That is
because you kind of aren't a champion without ult.
But if you're just killing immediately,
sure.
You know what I mean? If you just do so much damage that even your autos just
Imagine
kill.
this, Sion charging a Q at you. You think you're out of options. He doesn't know. You Prowler's Claw through him.
Yeah.
If that is not the most anime finish, Prowler's Claw into Deathmark ult proc. Wait,
I like it.
I like this. I'm feeling it. Now, to be fair, speaking of Prowler's Claw, I did try Prowler's Claw Sion. The boss told me not to. It went horribly. You're still very kiteable. You get an extra 2 autos in. Not wonderful.
Misfortune?
Hansama's been very tame today.
Yeah, I kind of expected it.
This is a little 2019 Hansama vibe to me, rather than
I will also
Hansama
accept the
vibe.
Kog'Maw. I do like Kog'Maw.
No.
Have you played Kog'Maw on this pack?
I haven't played Kog'Maw.
Kog'Maw's a lot of fun. I played in an ARAM once. It was very funny. Very, very
Jhin,
funny.
I do like,
though.
that's
so meta, though.
Yeah,
Isn't that the whole thing?
But this is like, you gotta get while the getting's good, because this champion is gonna be nerfed into the ground before we get to see him on LEC
Do you think
stage.
he'll be nerfed, or do you think everything about his itemization will just
No, it's the Riot strategy. It will be nerfed to compensate for the items, then the items will be nerfed and he'll never get buffed again.
Right.
Yeah, that's the order of operations. You gotta remember, there are rules to be followed.
Wow, LCL is going for the full tank strat.
But this is good, because the AD carry that LEC
Who will
picked
Zed
is...
kill? They've literally built a comp that said, try it, Zed, I dare you.
Kraken Slayer Zed.
I don't know if it's good, but we'll see.
It's not good.
Okay, what other tank could they get? No, don't ruin my immersion. I'm thinking of the next, you know, like...
This is a banger, though.
I'm thinking of the next boy band, you know, for the LEC. Yeah.
We've got True Damage, we've got KDA, and now we've got whatever this is.
Cyberpunk.
How buggy will it be? Anyway. Final picks coming in here. Rest in peace. Twisted Fate could come out. None of these champions kill tanks. Of course, it doesn't matter if you snowball early.
Echo. Okay, that jungle is Echo.
Okay, reminder.
So they needed AP damage.
Yeah, Jungle Echo got buffed. Specifically, his passive now does, I think, 300% damage to monsters.
Let's have a look. So we have to now figure out who is playing where, because obviously, like, a lot of different people are playing different roles. Obviously, the LCL of No Man's looks like he's going mid, so we've got that confirmed. Hylissang looks like he is going to be playing Durrell support. Humanoid jungle again. They're putting a lot of trust in this self-made mid. Bwipo
They're gonna swap. They're gonna swap. Rel is absolutely unplayable in solo lane. If they take, there's very few things that I would call
jungle strat going on here. What if it's Bwipo Hilly top lane, Hansama 1v2?
It's possible. Many things are possible here at All-Star 2020 in the Underdog Uprising. Rel going to a solo lane still is not one of them. Please don't pick her solo lane.
It's really
Half of her kit does not exist if you were by yourself.
It really doesn't.
It's like even worse than Taric by himself. Like,
see, because we thought that
Kalista
Kalista couldn't be played in a solo lane, and then we were wrong. Maybe we're wrong about Rel.
But the Shy's not here, folks. So you're going to have to wait to see if Rel...
Bwipo.
He's like...
He's been beaten by the Shy, and that's comparable. No, but I think that, like, I like that they're swapping more now, actually, that it's a little bit more crazy. I was really personally hoping that we would get to see the Bwipo Hylissang lane. We haven't gotten to see it since Reckless, I believe.
Wait, but aren't you and Ender, like, bot lane connoisseurs?
We are bot lane connoisseurs,
So
yes.
surely Set Cho'Gath is something you've played before?
No.
What?
No, we played.
That be
it's actually crazy. Believe it or not, this is not on the list of all of the things we've played.
That makes absolutely no sense. I'm a little disappointed.
It was on the list after Zoe Yasuo, but we had so much fun with Zoe Yasuo, we never played it again.
Oh, and there was also Volibear Nunu. Let's not forget that phase.
All right, well, welcome to the Rift. We'll take a look at the level 1 here, as well as some of the early strategies coming out. But as noted by Vedius, good note, we've got the young Set Cho'Gath bottom lane, which...
Again, like, you're going to give me more context here? I was kind of relying on the
Okay, so the thing about Set is that doesn't need anything to be OP. Right? He's just a really nutso champion. Yeah, his kit is
let's think about the synergy. Let's think about the synergy. So Cho knocks up,
then Set drags in, silence prevents you from flashing, which means that you can drag in.
Actually, what would be really truly nuts though? Okay. What would be insane would be all of these guys on this team play setup for Sion. Sion builds full AD, and you use your 8 seconds of hard CC to keep them locked on one side of the map in one spot so that the full AD Sion can max rank charge.
Yeah, here's what I'm thinking. Okay. Set ults the Rel into team. Cho'Gath, knock up. Wukong, knock up. Then the Sion comes in, another knock up, and then Victor ultimate to finish them all off. Also, we have to see if he goes to the Imperial Mandate build. I don't know if you can still do it. I don't think that they made any changes to Imperial Mandate.
So they did. They shifted the damage in Imperial Mandate around so that more of the damage is on the secondary proc. So it's still good in teamfight circumstances.
Okay,
it's just
so
significantly
maybe
worse.
The Victor probably won't do it now. I see. Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, it's possible because I mean, both these team comps, not both these team comps, LCL's team comp really does look like it wants to teamfight. I'm trying not to call them the Unicorns of Love. 6 either current or former Unicorns of Love players on the stage right now, between Hylissang and the 5 boys representing the LCL. But Hylissang doing really well on the individual 1v1. Shen, a notoriously oppressive lane bully early on.
I think he's very good on the current patch as well.
Yeah.
But I am actually super curious as to what the Victor builds. Does he still go for the Ludens? Perhaps you... Because one of the great things about the Ludens now is the movement speed that you get when you actually proc it. And, like, it's so valuable to so many mid lanes. It's actually made, like, Orianna really, really strong right now. Oh, we actually have a bit of a trade here in the bot lane.
Does manage to make that work, but still only level 1 on Set.
Oh,
Starts Haymaker. It's good damage, but he's actually going to have to commit more than that to find the kill.
Flash. Okay.
Yeah, because once you burn Flash, you're a sitting duck in this lane, and they need to catch this wave.
Here comes the Wukong. Wukong flank. Hansama doesn't know.
Should be good. Chat, he doesn't know.
Oh, the flash from
Hansama! The white flag, the Haymaker. You love to see it. Humanoid here just in time, though. Echo very mobile, and the setup here is actually pretty crazy, but of course, Wukong with the clone up does make it more difficult. No Man's getting a little frisky there. Phase Rush going to take him out to safety. Did have to burn his summoner, though. And I love it.
Okay, so what we saw in the bot lane was Hansama saying, okay, I picked, we're going to get, yes.
I love the scenic replays.
These
I missed you, observers.
Welcome back, observers. Of course, the flash in, gets the auto, doesn't kill, and then the tower basically
the death animation is so perfect. I would be embarrassed, too.
Flash from Hilly, gets the tower aggro.
I love it.
The grass.
No, it's a fast. He's a fast Sion. He didn't get it.
Oh, the stone from Rel.
That's going to be big. That's what I was talking about. But Humanoid does not have enough damage right now. Buff's ticking away. Red buff definitely going to beat blue. Needs a little bit more time. Auto in. Anana sick. Death to the pineapple, baby.
And No Man's. He just dies in the top lane as well. So while he had action in the mid, there was more action in the top. That is going to be the first kill for Selfmade. This time it's like a bit of a role reversal. Selfmade runs it down game 1. Now he's getting fed. Humanoid has become the
it's a relay race of instinct.
It's like a relay race. You're quite right. So now it's like my games with Cadril, where he then decides to, not stop playing League of Legends. Anyway, let's have a look back at this immaculate. Oh yeah, this is exactly my kind of League of Legends. Miss your abilities.
W flash auto.
W in flash auto. That
E flash.
That is skill.
That's technical.
That's what I call skill. That's
Zed passive. Contempt for the weak.
And it's so satisfying too, because it makes like a different animation when you land that auto.
Yeah,
it's like
true.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's beefy. That is
a beefy auto. That's a meaty auto. That's a feel-good moment.
How do you feel now, Victor? Yeah, you considered yourself a counter to Zed. Not today. Not today.
I mean, he's only got a tier right now. That's going to be a struggle scaling
Yeah, he's real sad. That's for sure, Dracos.
And the good news is, there's kind of a mixed bag here in terms of news with the Victor changes. The good news is he doesn't immediately have to go for a Victor upgrade.
Gadget's left. He's
Gadget's done.
He's like, I just
to be fair, this lane does not look fun.
How am I supposed to play this? I
mean, you have to wait.
I was told AD carries were weak.
But the thing is that sucks for him is that he doesn't have Hex Flash or Phase Rush.
They're diving, though.
Which is normally what you want.
Look at this. The prio in mid, the rotate down to bot. They're looking for the collapse.
Let's see, they have to be careful about it, but that's the setup. That's all too easy. Selfmade taking down Boss. Gadget simply next on the list, but the Haymaker, good damage. The follow-up, Humanoid now in trouble.
Oh, he's backing off. Die. The heal comes through, now the stun.
But both the knockback, Santa's buys a little bit of time. They have to respect the Sion passive here. They need to give him a little bit more space to work, but Gadget's fully committing. He wants that one kill back. Santa's now stepping forward.
So I'm getting very excited every time I notice a rel ability because it's like, I know that one.
I read that. I know what that does.
It's like the Captain America meme, like, I understand that reference. That's me right now. And I was like, oh, I saw the heal too from her Q. Guys, when you're bound to a champion, you use your Q, the percentage of the damage gets healed to the target you're bound to. But none of that matters because Wukong's in the lane.
Oh, Gadget going in. Good damage coming out, but Humanoid, obviously massive stun there. Going to be able to finish the job with Hillsang now coming in. Ooh, global pressure. You love to see it. Mr. Pineapple revealed as well. Going to try to smite, I think, just to kill the creep there because it's not going to heal him. And he will drop in the end. 6-3 now in favor of the LEC, 1.6K.
You can take Fnatic players out of Fnatic, but you can't take Fnatic strategies out of Hillsang and Bwipo. Ulting to bot lane with the Shen whenever it's available. Hilly, he's gotta be bot lane, bro. He has to be there.
Ring the Hilly.
Ring the... Ulti from Zed in the mid.
Going forward, Deathmark's now procced. Excellent follow-up, though, but can't really follow through. Bwipo only level 4. He's just going to get chunked out here. Oh!
Too slow!
Flash! The auto! The shield! No man's! Oh. He is
Get a camera on Dracos right now. Get a camera on Dracos right now.
So good at basic math. Anyone else would have died there.
You didn't see this, but because we are not standing as we typically do, rather than getting animated in person, we are just getting closer to the screen.
Curtain call! Yeah, there's no movement for that one.
Shot. Oh, but Selfmade, he wastes W, gives a free kill over to Mr. Pineapple, Anana Sick in the jungle. He's getting pretty fed on the Wukong with 2 kills.
LEC giveth and LEC taketh away.
They have a kill advantage, but the gold is still very even. I'm having a lot of fun camping Rel, I will be honest. Guys, she is so slow when she's not riding her horse. Like, it is actually unbelievable. She's... Oh, fight in the mid.
It's going to be one knockup. Where's the second one going to go? Has he already burned the second charge? That's the second. Bwipo. Only level 4 still. Red buff ticking. He has no damage. Really, again, not a champion by himself. Double kill. That is 4 kills.
Look at Romance. He's so confused. He doesn't know what's happening right now.
Oh, and neither does Santos run for the hills.
Oh, he knows what's happening. This is Shen top lane. Phage now, very different. It gives healing Dracos.
It's true.
It doesn't give you that movement speed. But Hansam in the 1v2, running away from the tanks. He's kind of laughing at them, if we're being honest.
Cleansing.
Oh, don't get in range.
Spells. Oh, the suplex back. But the immediate flash out. Fourth shot,
flash.
Waiting. Taking his time. Haymaker does connect. Only 243 damage there. But not bad, given that that champion only has a single longsword. Okay, Betty, so important things. Tiamat for the Wukong, very big. Jungle clear is going to be that much faster. Other than that, one thing that sucks about playing Echo Jungle now is that because you can't get Runic Echoes, which like made your clear ludicrously fast, your first item, while it'll feel way better for dueling, will feel, in my opinion, or at least from my experience, much worse when it comes to actual clear speed.
Dracos, pop quiz.
The setup, here it comes. Hansama, the sidestep, but
dead.
The shutdown is there.
TP's coming through now next.
Looking for the somebody, can't get clear close enough. The rest of the team is everywhere. Hillsang now going in. They blocked a few with the Spirit's Refuge. He's now on the retreat, but there's too many beefy boys body blocking him from making their way out. Humanoid flash through. Showing some decent mechanics here. Gadget buying a bit more time. Pulls him in!
The outplay coming in from LCL, where they literally just stood together and just punched the LEC in the face repeatedly.
That face breaker, the set E, was insane because he caught him on the second half of phase dive. He does that a 1/10 of a second earlier, doesn't work. 1/10 of a second later, he's dead. Flawless timing.
I mean, this is why Gadget made it to World's group stages and, you know, Humanoid didn't. Beautiful execution from the LCL. They're going to secure themselves the first Drake of the game. 2K gold advantage. Selfmade looking for a kill. Oh, he messed that up royally, but maybe the Ignite can save him. He's going to get stuck. He's going to give another kill over to Ananasek. Selfmade back to the jungle.
No man's and embarrassing people in international competitions. Just flash back to that Cassidon game where he like perfectly calculated his damage.
I remember it. 7-1-2.
All right, and remember,
we had
if you haven't seen a Victor, you need stacks now to get your ability upgrades, and you get them from takedowns, which is kills or hitting someone near a kill.
All right, pop quiz! Name the item that Jin has built first.
Oh, it's Noon Quiver.
It's Noon Quiver. Name the item that Ananasik has bought.
Divine Sunderer.
Oh, he's got 2 for 2. Final question for all the marbles. Name the item that Echo has at the beginning of his inventory.
Hextech Alternator.
3
3 for 3. Now we got to find the bot lane. This is what I do. You have opinions, I just know item names. But Boss, he just takes lives. Bwippo now going to be in trouble there, but there's the Zed going in. Boss is definitely going down. Doesn't even need the death mark to proc. Bwippo now flashes, trying to make his way out. Haymaker over the wall.
Played.
That's strong right there.
Oh, Gadget, that's 2.
Double. He's got the stride breaker
Make it
as well.
Gadget.
The longer this fight goes, the better it is for Gadget. A lot of pseudo sustain.
Oh, the sit-ups! He's doing sit-ups on
it! You can't do that. That's just too disrespectful.
I respect it so much. Yes, Gadget!
This is
That's
TFT.
what we want to
If you play
see.
TFT, this is TFT set right now. He's just sitting it out. He's doing his sit-ups. He's coming back in. 1, 2.
I love to see it.
Stride breaker as well.
Okay, this is it. This is your 3rd kill, Gadget. Good.
Conqueror
Oh!
was
Is that another disrespect move?
Anticipating the taunt.
It was a
doesn't
disrespect
matter.
move. I think you're right. I think he was anticipating the taunt, and he's just going to get the beat down. LEC are getting smashed right now by the LCL. The full tank comp coming into its like full-on spike right now.
What? How does this... He's 6-1-3?
Okay, let's watch back in the replay. So, the dive
breaker.
in. Here's the stun coming through from... Oh, but that was such a good interrupt from Gadget to deny the knockup from Bwippo. Then he gets the kill onto Hansama with the double tanks. Yes, Selfmade joins the fray to assist, but Gadget's been untouched. He uses his... Oh, hang on. Hansama, you are in no man's land right now.
Oh!
And by no man's land, I mean Boss is going to take the kill. Oh, I almost had such a clever pun there.
All right, here we go. Horse is charging, galloping in, wants to finish the kill here from Bwippo. Now charging forward is now a girl and not an armored horse. Wants to get it done, but man, Set is so absurdly tanky. The health regen is just enough. What? No, this isn't even Gore Drinker. This is just Set passive regen, Conqueror, and a Triumph proc.
Oh, here comes a Nanase.
He can't finish the job. He got stunned on the way out. This is absurd. You can't. Nobody scraps like the LCL.
Guys, you're getting a preview of the new Beefy Boys hit single, Beat Down. It's a hit, you know? The LEC, they're getting floored with how good this is.
I think we got distracted at some point. I can't say when. Literally could have been any moment. And Hylissang went from winning top very handedly to not having an epic item, and Set is now 7-1-5.
Yeah, I mean, well, so first Ananasik was kind of that bridge, you know? He was just single-handedly killing everyone on the LEC.
Yeah,
and then they thought that, you know, we've got to try and attack bot lane, and that was their mistake. Did they not watch the PowerPoint presentation? Like, look at this. Gadget is an 80 carry player, but he wants to do damage, so he did not pick an 80 carry champion, Dracos.
This is out of control.
This is the future. Here we go, Selfmade versus, it's not a 1v1 though, Selfmade.
Oh,
it's not a 1v1.
It's definitely not. Easy kill pickup, and the LEC looking a little lost. That's a 10K gold lead.
That is a 10K gold lead.
Hansama is living in hell.
The stun, get the stun, there it is.
Humanoid buys a bit more space. Rel now moving in, but she just really does not do damage. She needs someone else to get the job done there in terms of damage output.
Trying to run.
They're just too beefy, Vedius. They can't.
Here comes the Shen ult.
A little bit of follow-up there. Good taunt now coming in to interrupt the knock-up there. Humanoid now on the way forward, slowly but surely chipping this one down. Sion now under the health threshold. Gonna get extra bonus damage there from the Echo passive. Will finish him off, and both these champions should be able to walk away. No crazy movement speed items for Santa, so won't be able to chase there.
Yeah, wow, that fight, I was able to write my autobiography in it because of how long it took the LEC to kill 3 of the tanks on the side of the LCL. Just like, look at it. Look at the exquisite play here from Gadget, though, diving in. Of course, they do get stunned up here. I like the use of the Rel stun and the knockup, but the champion just doesn't provide damage. She is a frontline, and they are just ignoring her right now as Boss and Santos just run down the damage dealers. Of course, when the Shen ult comes through, this is really where things start to turn in the favor of the LEC, but they're losing a tower in the bot lane as well. And now, look, he's in a 1 versus 2, and Nanasik doesn't care.
One knockup at the refresh. Damage! Ooh, Selfmade running for the hills. Manages to make it over the wall to flash forward, and honestly takes him down. And again, Bwippo left all on his lonesome.
Divine Sunderer, man. It looks good. It looks clean. Hylissang taking a lot of damage. Are we going to see a Hilly Classic?
Ooh,
I think we might.
Was it. Not nearly enough to keep him alive. There's Humanoid is now on the chase. Does get locked up by the gravity field, though. Boss also on the way in, and No Man's does so much damage. Fourth shot is here for Hansama, but I don't know where Hansama bought that gun, but it's looking a little Nerf brand more than, you know, an actual practical weapon for combat.
Oh, here comes the collapse from Gadget. He's behind them, but at least he want to start the fight.
There's just too much CC. No one can follow up for Bwippo. Everyone is there, but No Man's just one-shots him and ignores the Rel.
They just ignore the Rel. That's all they got to do. Hansama doesn't have a support right now. You're trying to get back on your steed, but you're immediately dismounted. Mounted. This is a great proto belt on the Cho'Gath, by the way. That was the item of choice.
Imagine you're like at home, you've lost a few Rel games, and you're like, dude, I know Rel is OP. Don't worry, we'll watch how the pros play. Like, I know it's OP. Like, we might not be able to do it in gold, but like in this elo, she'll be broken, and then you watch this fight.
Okay, let's watch Rel here. So dives in, gets the initial knock-up. I think this is fine. But, okay, I'm not going to blame the Rel. I'm going to blame the people behind Rel, because she did everything right. She did the setup, she did the knock-up, she used a little magnet field thing to draw everyone in, but then there was just no damage.
We'll hold that thought. Wukong in there, that's going to be 1. Lao racing for 2. Second proc going to come out here in a second. Whoopo's dead. This is murderous.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think this works out for Selfmade the way that he wants this to work out. Stridebreaker going to get dodged here. Gadget's literally just going to punch him.
Literally just like punched you.
If this is possible in the world of Runeterra, why does anyone buy equipment? This is just a dude with fists. He's just punching people. I mean, to be fair, Victor also looking very strong. Future lasers, good investment, clearly.
Gadget's just like,
Yep, that's cool. Oh, you want to stun me? I'm going to push W as this comes in. No, sidestep.
Oh, Shenalt? Yeah, no, whatever. Cool, that's fine. I'm just going to stand him menacingly. Totally don't care. There's a Stridebreaker dashing in.
No, he's dead now. He's definitely dead.
I don't think he is very close. I misquoted.
He doesn't have W.
I thought that he would W and just be like, ha ha.
W is gone. W is gone.
No, LEC, the thing is, do they outscale? I can't answer that. Honestly, I can't.
No, the answer is no. Jin is building lethality, and everyone on the enemy team is a tank. Except for Set, who is both a tank and a
I am inclined to agree with you, Daniel. I am inclined to
agree. We also have a Proto Belt Cho, which seems not very useful.
Yes.
More useful than this Rel, though, because as we've learned, this champion falls a little flat against Giga-fed tanks.
It's not even, I just think that what we're seeing is that this champion can be ignored enough. You know what I mean?
But that's the thing, like, when has anyone ever said, yes, I can ignore that Nautilus or that Leona?
That's exactly it,
like, never. They one-shot you. Why? Nobody knows, but they do, and we all know it. But Rel, on the other hand, is like, she's an honest tank support, you know? There's nothing BS about her, but in a world of BS tank supports, that's just not enough.
No. But hey, we'll see how she evolves. Of course, early days, she's only just been released. Humanoid now. I don't think he's been released, though. He will not be escaping.
He has been caged. They are putting Humanoid in the cage. Humanoid has been caged.
Box you go.
Full channel knockup. That's the chain CCU that we were talking about. Hylissang has not gotten to click a button in the last 30 seconds. We'll get a few autos off there, but we'll still drop. And the thing is...
So I just started playing Ghost of Tsushima.
Okay.
And they're very much about the honor of the samurai.
Sure,
right?
sure.
And they will look you in the eye when they fight you.
Yes.
Okay? That is the LCL's approach here. And they are not like the shinobi that use cowardly tactics. They just run at you. Look! They run straight through the front gates. This is what they would call honor.
That was honorable.
Yeah, and this is a fantastic representation. I am just
flash forward, pull back, Stridebreaker, waiting as long as possible on that W, then immediately trying to find the suplex back out. But we're kind of in the throw zone right now.
No.
Not like significantly, it doesn't really matter, but you know, a couple thousand gold shutdowns.
No. This is what we call primetime TV. This is, you know, a peak. This is like 11 p.m., you know? Like, you know, it's not too late, but it's late enough. You know what I mean? You're like, yeah, sure, I'll watch for another 30 minutes before I go to bed. This is where that real primetime entertainment is. And this is exactly what we're talking about, you know? Like, again, very honorable. You know, they take the duel wherever, right?
Sure.
So they're happy to just go to the enemy's base and just say, I will fight you, right? Nanasik gives away his life, tanking the tower to allow Santos to get that additional kill onto Rel. And like, this is just a beautiful display of high-quality League of Legends from the LCL.
Absolutely incredibly high quality. Shame that the Sun didn't land there.
1 versus 2. Let's see what he can do.
He just wants the 1v1 though. He just wants the honorable
Does he have his ult? He doesn't. But he doesn't need it.
Double punch. Good amount of healing just coming in naturally here. There's
3v1. Okay, now it's about even.
That's the sidestep, the pullback. This man's footwork
4v1?
is flawless.
Bring it on!
Wait, here comes the bullets.
Okay, maybe 4v1 was a little unfair, but that's fine. The cavalry has arrived, but it's not Rel.
No man's cancels the
Or
Q
is
auto.
it?
Rest of the team now on the way in. Santa's trying to get some work done. He's going to turn Zombie Sign. If they get a stun down, this is going to be big. Now he's punching his way through. Look at that damage. Look at that dash, though, more importantly. The wall, Sion's natural enemy.
Yeah, No Man's has quite a lot of damage.
Permanently out of mana, but with always just enough to kill you.
Yeah, yes, correct. Level 14 on the Victor. No Man's making everywhere he goes No Man's land. I got it in. Good job, Betty. High five.
Damn, no, I'll high five you. That's terrible, but this is the place for it.
So Stride Breaker, let's try and educate the viewers, Dracos. Let's educate the viewers. Let's look at some builds that we can take at home for our own solo queue games, okay?
So when you're looking to play set bottom.
Yes, Stride Breaker, Blade of the Ruin King. Of course, no longer has an active. True. Now just a passive. Still does 10%. I believe it's current health.
Is it current health? Because it was...
Is it max health or is it...
let's focus on what we know. After 3 autos, you get a little bit of extra effects. No Man's continues to have 0 mana, which in Season 11 still means you can't cast spells. Crazy, but they kept that feature in. No Man's will be sent back to the fountain. But as mentioning, Starbreaker, cool item, has kind of the Phage passive / old Black Cleaver passive baked in. His humanoid is now getting suplexed back, but not quite enough damage to finish the job. As meanwhile, we see a Wukong absolutely going bananas, or should I say pineapple, in the back line. That was terrible. I apologize personally. Trevor has booed me from off stage. Whippo will go down. And
that's a quadra.
I take it back. Wukong might have been terrible at Worlds, but here at All-Stars, Wukong appears to be nutso.
The true spin-to-win champion.
True.
Oh, and oh man, new Black Cleaver on him actually must be so good.
Yeah, you like instantly proc it and then it just obliterates
you. It really does obliterate.
Yeah, so if you're coming in and you're like, wow, Season 11, what's it all about? It's entirely new items. If these pictures look weird to you, I can't explain them all. Some of those items you know, some of them you don't. You're just going to have to
play the
read.
game, okay? You're going to have to play the game. A lot more items do things now, especially AD carry items. They've given one of the AD carry items a dash because like AD carries are like, we don't have enough mobility. And they still complain, man. Like they just can't be happy.
Never.
Never happy. And now you're getting to see some of the itemization change to bruises. Perhaps the LCL squad have decided bruises are the way for the future. And, you know, I was thinking to myself, we might not even see AD carries at the beginning of next year. You know, we might see, like, a return of the Mage's bot lane. Maybe we see bruises, you know?
But I think the thing is, like, what would naturally keep that in check is the fact that Vayne is a champion and Kraken Slayer is an item, just that in this draft, they decided, 3 tanks, not enough to pick Vayne, and then when they're like, there's no way they'll pick a 4th tank, and they say as they lock in Jhin and the 4th tank appears. Yeah.
You know, that's a great point. Jhin really sucks into tanks, doesn't he?
There's no items in this season that change that, folks. It's
the collector kind of helps, but you have to get him to 5% HP, which, as we can see, is not going that well.
Very difficult. But they will be able to kill No Man's. That is a start. Self-made, yes, still getting burned down though. And even as Victor dies, he does still put that ult out. Suplex down. Blitbo continues to not have a damage output, and Hylissang is gonna get Dunkarood. Ace, that could be the game.
Unicorns of Love.
I don't think it will be.
I don't think so.
Because again, we talked about it on the desk with Trevor. The precedent has been set. BM is the precedent.
Oh yeah. If you're not spamming emotes, you're not doing it correctly.
You gotta die of a fountain.
Wait, no, they're farming minions. Flash in, gets the E, gadget chase with the Stride Breaker 2, drops the control ward, does the crunches.
Does the crunches.
Important.
That's right.
Fitness is important in today's day and age.
It's true.
How many crunches can you do in a single setting?
I have no idea.
Oh. That's a nice knockup. Oh, there's the dive coming through. Guys, you have to die or the minions are going to end the game. But it looks like the Santos wants to try and end it. Gadget trying to escape. Oh, the Zed does interrupt the knockup.
Is it going to be enough? Can Santos get the 1v1 onto the Zed? No, it looks like Whippo's here to take away the honorable 1v1.
Ooh. But Selfmade did something. I mean, he does have 8 kills to be fair, so he's been doing a lot of things. Fine.
He's limited. He's limited by the 16-3 Wukong and the 12-4.
That is true.
I mean, it's no one's fault in particular. You know, we're not. It was a team effort. To feed this much.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that you know, when you have a comp that has a professional jungler and a professional mid laner, swapping them against a team that literally qualified for the group stages of World perhaps was not the smartest strategy.
But would you have said that to G2?
Yes. I've seen Jankos play jungle. I do not
No,
want
but I'm just saying they kind of did the same thing. So I would just say that there's a track record to believe that random role swaps for seemingly no reason would be successful for Europe.
Yeah, oh, I get it now. I see. Yeah, no, that does make sense.
All right, Gadget, massive punch there, does some good damage. Will now be pulling back.
Massive enough, perhaps.
No man's not trying to run for the hills. He'll get a big shield here if he can get another Q off, but does not have enough time. Anonasik, though, going to look for the quick 1-2Z as Blippo. Not quite enough space there to hit that blast cone, and now Selfmade has to run for the hills. A second knockup comes in.
Who's winning?
The LCL.
Oh, LCL, yes, now it makes sense. Here comes the Penta. This is it, Anonasik. You were denied that Pentakill. Dracos, you don't get to cast many Pentakills, so this is your moment.
Boss, they're fishing. Humanoid running for his life. Anonasik has been training for this. Every single moment of his life has led up to this moment. Will they have the fountain? Can it be secured? They need to do it before anyone responds. Will they see it? 4 isn't a big enough number. He needs 5. He needs it. Pentakill. That's what you like to see, folks. Woo! And that, folks, is an underdog upset presented by Spotify. A Pentakill on top.
Beautiful stuff from the LCL. Quadra-kill into Pentakill. Anonasik and Gadget really were the highlights of that game for me.
Okay, well, the LCL just successfully pulled through, and our underdog upset presented by Spotify, of course, $10,000 going to Advita's fund effort to find bone marrow donors for cancer patients. Not only was it an incredible game to watch, it's for an incredible cause as well. So cool to see Wukong out of control.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've gotten a brief glimpse into what will be next year, Dracos.
I was really hoping no hands champions would be good, because then maybe I could...
I mean, I saw a lot of no hands champions.
Set, baby.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Selfmade. Whoops, my bad.
Well, when it came to who stepped up and representing their region, Avo player of the game goes to none other than Anonasik. The Pineapple himself. Incredible performance from him.
I mean, he deserved it. He had a fantastic game.
Yeah, Divine Thunder Wukong, definitely something that I hadn't seen yet, but definitely something I'm looking to try, and you should try as well at home. When we return, quick shot, we'll hear from No Man's ahead of the Red Bull 1v1 tournament. Don't go anywhere.
gone. I won't waste another one. All that I miss, it won't set me back again. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape.
And welcome back to All-Star 2020, the first Underdog upset. We've come off of that incredible game where the LCL were successfully able to upset the LEC. Now, this was presented by Spotify, and I want to take a look at that winning moment. Venice, you talked about the quadra-kill into the pentakill to then close out the game.
Dramatic music.
The tonky tonks.
Yeah.
I mean, it was beautiful, wasn't it?
Yeah, everything kind of came together. We're going to get that replay up in just a second, but it was just... I think what I see is the future. Quick shot. I'm looking into the lights and I can just see it, you know?
Okay.
Like,
what do you see?
I see a world without 80 carries. One where we just have beefy boys in the bot lane.
And Foxtrot predicted it. If you're an 80 carries, just don't, right?
It's just don't, you know? Like, but it's just like, it's... Okay, admittedly, we could talk a little bit about the draft from the LEC. We could, but...
Why do you always go to draft? Foxtrot,
I'm a professional analyst.
What do you think of the Jhin pick? Because I thought it sucked.
This was the draft-related question. Quick shot. But yes, Foxtrot, tell us about the draft-related question.
No, we'll leave the draft behind and instead we'll talk about the picks. So I think that Jhin, was... I mean, when there's a lot of tanks, it's a little bit tricky. That is Analytic's first attempt at his pentakill. Not many times do you get 2 attempts at a penta in one game. Fortunately, the second time around, he was able to land it, and I loved the dramatic, suspenseful music.
Now,
it's my forte.
This time around, Venius's prediction of the LCL and the TCL, being superior to LEC chemistry, so 50% accuracy. But one could say, with 5 tanks in the draft, Foxtrot, that this was expected. This is what I thought was going to happen in game 1.
Yeah.
There were 4 tanks plus Victor. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Victor's not a tank.
Yeah, okay, touche.
He does have a shield, though.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just
true.
saying.
That is true.
But no, I mean, yeah, I think the LCL is... their representatives of an All-Stars are all Unicorn of Love players. Every single one of them, right? This is a 5-man stack, which is like we're not picking and choosing from different teams. It's all the same team. So they got the synergy going down. They
technically speaking, there were at one time like 6 UOL representatives. If you take into account Helisang's history with the Org.
Again, I just think that what we learned some valuable lessons.
It absolutely was.
The first valuable lesson, Rel. Still question marks.
Okay.
We still don't know how good she is.
So slow.
What we learned, number 2, Set. He likes punching in the face.
What I loved was that we managed to get that Rel sorted. Now, I do believe the interview is ready. So I'm going to head over and see if we can have a brief chat with Nomans. Obviously picking up that win in the Underdog upset. Nomans, congratulations on the win. What a game.
Yeah, thank you.
What did you think about how the European representatives handled themselves? It felt to me like their champion picks into yours were not good enough. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think we totally outdraft them.
I mean, I completely agree. It seemed to be an easy win. Is 5 tanks the future? Is this what we can expect in 2021?
I think you need like hyper carry, right? Still ADC or like strong control mage, and then maybe it's good.
No, man, tell me a little bit about All-Star, how the game has been, how the team was approaching the event. We're having a lot of fun on broadcast. How's it been for you and the rest of the players?
I mean, honestly, 4 out of 5 players didn't play League for last month, but yeah, game was still fun.
How can you say that? How can you didn't play for the last month and you just pop off and smash 3 members of Fnatic? I mean, you made it look easy.
I think it's just draft difference. Yeah, really big draft difference. probably unplayable for LEC squad.
Absolutely. Now, what is it like for the fans? Obviously, so many members of UOL sitting here. We were joking, saying that even Hilly is a former UOL member. You know, what's the support been like back in the CIS for you and the rest of the team?
I mean, it's great. Thank you for support, of course. And it felt a bit sad because it was last game with Gadget. But at least we win, and it was like good experience. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations on the win. For the last game with Gadget, you and he absolutely puffed off. Well done to the LCL. We're going to head back over to my analysts and talk a little bit more about one of the dramatic plays that actually is going to feature Gadget. So perfectly set up segue there. We are going to be talking a little bit about the Cisco Every Second Counts replay. It was a last second save from the LCL team. They stepped up to save Gadget. So pull this replay up on your screen. And Foxtrot, talk me through exactly how Gadget gets away with his life.
Oh, man. I mean, for starters, how does he get away with his life? Look at this. He's on 0 health. He's being ignited. It looks like he's going to go down, but he's got so many shields, all that healing from his passive as well. Every second counts. His team coming in at the pristine moment to save his hide. He walks away with his life. That is honestly, if I'm set, I'm definitely buying my team some dinner after that. Maybe just a Mackie, so nothing.
You're sitting there nodding your head away.
Yeah, I mean, like he summed it up perfectly. I think that what we saw there was Seth just punching people in the face, regenerating health, eating his protein bars, and getting his crunches in. That was like a good workout. That was a good workout.
What did Draco say during the play? That was the TFT set, sitting doing his setups before he jumps in. Anyways, after the break, the Red Bull 1v1 tournament gets underway. We'll see you there. These games on.
今天我来带大家参观新的一年的塔隆坝。这是我们香港最强的AD运法，然后这个是我们香港最烂辅助凯瑞，然后这是我们台湾科科老板土龙，嗨，大家好。然后这个是我们台湾第一中单黑肥肥 Apple， 然后这是我们的打野 River。 接下来我要开始练习啦，大家拜拜。
Absolutely love hearing from Hanabi there. And our Oppo at home special. PSG talent surprised the entire world at Worlds. I didn't quite plan that one. So it's quite fun to see the roster reveal here at All-Star.
Yeah. I think it's going to be interesting to see what they do in the future as well. Because were they flash in the pan?
That's the question.
Or...
That is the question, right? They absolutely popped off. Now, welcome to the Red Bull 1v1 tournament. Unlike in years before, this year's All-Stars tournament has solo queue competitors entering the fray as well. They competed through the Red Bull 1v1 tournaments. Pro players, League of Legends, influencers, and normal players all participated, leading up to our final top 16. Now, for more on the tournament format, let's send it over to Ender.
Red Bull Solo Queue pits the best duel players from around the world and makes them forget about everything other than victory. It all started way back in April, and we are now so close to finding out who the true 1v1 champion will be. Players have worked all year, every minute, every single second, dreaming of what it's like to play on the big stage. With thousands of 1v1 duels resulting in 44 victorious Red Bull Solo Queue champions. Only 3 will join the 13 pros, veterans, and personalities of the sport to fight it out. Who can hold their own against a pro? Who will be the next 1v1 champion?
Hey, my name is Ravino, and I'm ready to prove myself with All-Stars. I would say my play style is I'm just trying to punish enemy for every single mistake that he made. So, as I said, I will leave no room for mistakes. The competition so far has been great, and I'm really looking forward to represent EU Desme region and also representing myself as a player.
Now for a special treat. He's a solo lane specialist, a 1v1 god in his own right, and he goes by G2 Wonder. What are some key elements to remember in a 1v1?
I think the most key things about a 1v1 is mainly managing your wave. A lot of times in 1v1s, you of course want to keep harassing the opponent when he goes for CS, or just keep dominating the lane. Yeah, getting good bases and getting item advantage that way is a very crucial thing to win.
And who are you excited to see play in the solo queue event?
I have quite a few friends participating in this tournament. Some of them are not known for their 1v1 capabilities, but usually I will just cheer for the guy who gets the most creative.
A big thank you to G2's Wonder, and good luck on your raids later.
Thanks for having me. See you soon.
And a big thank you to you, Ender, because earlier this week, our top 16 kicked off the European side of the tournament, and this is where our bracket starts. You can see Bwipo all the way up the top of the bracket there, Selfmade versus Exile. Ravino as well. He'll be going up against Civ HD. There are a good mix here of pros, content creators, and our solo queue players too.
I'm loving this Vizicachi Hylissang matchup, by the way, near the bottom there. Oh my goodness, that's gonna be so fun. Both those Euro gods. We've seen UOL kind of dominate so far in All-Stars. Maybe the UOL buff can continue.
The UOL buff. I mean, I wonder who's going to pop off there. Hans Sommer versus No Way. The German sniper will be able to take to the Rift. I want to see what the champion picks are going to be. I always find it quite interesting in 1v1s because you get your tryhards, you get your cheeses, you get the different style of players. You can already see on your screens the players just about ready to get this one going. And of course, remember that Bwipo won the 1v1 tournament last year.
Yeah, and I mean he's a solo lane, he's so strong playing it in the top lane. He blind picked Riven.
Yes.
just like 2 games
I don't think you'll be picking Riven today. Now, let's take a look at the highlights from the first round of the Red Bull 1v1 tournament. We're going to be bringing them to you Academy Rush style. Lots of action, back-to-back-to-back games. They've already taken place, at least for this first 2 rounds. And we'll be making our way, of course, towards the semi-finals in a moment. So Bwipo is playing on the Shen, and of course, Korobizar, correction, on the Fiddle. Oh, this is getting dunked. Now, important to remember, Fiddle, it is the first to 2 kills. It is the first to 2 kills. So even though he's got that first blood, I mean, he's dumpstering this Fiddle.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shen's pretty strong in the 1v1s. I'm not quite sure how a champion like Fiddle can stack up. That was going to be the, that's the 2 kills right there for the 1v1 victory. Korobizar not quite able to pull it out. But to be fair, mate, you got cheese level 3. What can you do?
I imagine he was screaming in French very loudly underneath that mask. We're going to jump into the next one here. Civ HD going up against Ravino. Whoa. Ravino, our solo queue hero from the Red Bull 1v1, easily picks up the first kill. Does he get the next one?
I think it looks like that. See, this is the thing, though. Does it count as a solo kill if you don't get both the clone and the actual champion?
Not sure. Civ HD just got dumpstered, dude.
Yeah.
By a solo queue player. I mean, I'm not surprised by that, to be fair.
He needed to pick his AP Zinzao. That's what he needed to do. Then he'd have it in the bag. Is this a Rel versus Rel, by the way?
Why would you pick Rel?
It is.
What is this nonsense?
Is this playing in slow motion?
Yes, it is. That is literally what's happening. One of your skills is not even useful. This... Oh, my word. Okay, so Samux is trying to chase... I don't know how you're meant to cast. Imagine playing this. Imagine how slow this actual 1v1 was.
It's like getting sumo wrestlers to play hurdles or something.
Yes.
Like, it's just not happening, really. But it's tight. It's neck and neck right here.
Now, of course, all of these full 1v1 matches are going to be up on the YouTube. Dracos and Vedius had the pleasure of casting them. I believe Vedius had the Rel 1v1, and it is a masterclass of shoutcasting craft, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, isn't everything Vedius touches?
Absolutely go check that one out. All right, we jump into this one. Pantheon versus Lucian. It's Selfmade versus Exili. What do you make of the matchup?
Yeah, so this is the one where if you either all in on the Pantheon or you poke with the Lucian. That's how ranged melee goes. It looks like Selfmade so far, though, getting the first advantage there.
Word.
And he's going to just dive him out now. Oh,
that was Stipols under the tower.
Who knew that Selfmade was such a good laner, by the way?
Yeah,
like, 1v1.
Hey, I saw his Yone, okay? I saw his Yone. I saw him give me a little bit of trouble for making fun of his one int. He was baiting, or his tactical inting.
Yeah, exactly.
Tactical inting. All right, let's turn our attention now to Elwind taking on Overpower. Now, of course, Elwind, former pro from the TCL. Might recognize him from Royal Youth. He's playing the Time Kench, one of the more beastly champions in this format.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm not quite sure how you bring that guy down. He's so tanky, and you have to really commit, because that grey health bar's not going to do you any favors either. Overpower, of course, is an ex-pro as well. We saw him in in ULCS.
Very long time ago. Thank you for the reminder on that.
Not being able to pull that one out.
And he gets dunsted, unfortunately. All right, now we got Lee Sin versus Lee Sin. Blind Monk versus Blind Monk. And he's losing to a supports Lee Sin. A coach is Lee Sin, by the way.
Gosh. Yeah, I mean, that's his signature champion. All right, that's a gentleman's agreement 1v1 Lee Sin. Mythy, are you honestly... Is this actually happening?
Yeah, it's going to happen. Dude, absolutely the case.
It's Mythic versus no Mythic right there. You saw Mythy had the item advantage. Oof,
not even a challenge. Mythy just styling. Now, of course, we've got Helisang Shen versus Vizichachi's Cho'Gath.
Oh, is he going to get the tower shot?
Oh, Vizichachi bit off more than he could chew.
He did.
He did.
I like that. It's not often you can get a chewing-related pun involved in your casting.
Okay, now what's the next one here? Turning it around, and once again, the Shadow Dash Taunt won't find it. Also, if the game time runs too long, you will see the Ring of Fire closing in closer and closer. The bushes still stay active, so for Hans Sommer's Rengar, we'll be able to jump and bounce around. The German sniper, No Way, picking up first blood there into Hans Sommer's Rengar.
Yeah, No Way is way too good at these champions, seriously. If it's kind of like a control mage with skill shots, then No Way is just, he's just got it. And Valkor's definitely in his wheelhouse. I think also part of the rules, if you get this tower, yeah,
that's it.
You win as well. That's actually the first tower dub that we've seen so far in those 1v1s.
Thank goodness. Lots and lots and lots of kills. The full games, they are, of course, going to be up on YouTube. For the bracket update, Ravana will be facing Bwipo. Ravana actually mentioned specifically he wanted to face off against Bwipo in the bracket. The matchup to remember. Round 1 is concluded. Brings us to the top 8. Samux versus Selfmade, Elwind versus Mithy, and then Hylissang versus No Way. So Ravana is the guy I'm watching. I actually want him to win. I would love for a solo queue player to come through the masses of the tournaments to take down the defending champion, the defending 1v1 champion.
That would be a great story, like the solo queue hero, as you say, versus the solo lane god. And I think that's going to be the one to watch right there. Even the winner of that might be favorites going into the whole thing. Who knows? Because there's a lot of good players still left. And Mithy, even with his geriatric hands, able to pull out the Lee Sin outplays on amazing. I think that's.
I mean, to be fair, that's geriatric versus geriatric, right? okay, so that was definitely a retirement home Lee Sin 1v1. I'm getting like rolled eyes there from Dracos off camera. Like that brings us to the top 8. I think we're about to jump into the highlights in just a moment and take a look whether or not Ravana can actually take down Bwipo. Bwipo, of course, he played the Shen in game number 1. Pretty much just styling. I wonder if he's going to do that one again. I would really like to not see Rel versus Rel again. That would be my preference. So let's pull the games up onto your screen, and we'll be starting this one off as mentioned. Ravana taking on Bwipo. Shen versus Vayne. So this is a very long game. It's gone all the way down to the timer. And look at the Ring of Fire bringing its way in.
Yeah, that's the thing right there. That's the range versus melee as well. Yeah, trying to kite out until the Ring of Fire can really bring your dubs and condemn into it, but wasn't able to do it right there.
Yasuo versus Yasuo. Selfmade versus Samux. Knock up level 3 versus level 3, by the way, so no access to that last breath, and there's just lots of dashing around the minions.
I can't keep up. What is going on?
Yeah,
okay, Yasuo is dead. Yeah.
Which one, bro? Which one?
Both their names start with S. It's just too much, man. It's just way too much.
Level 5, Samur's going to get junked down. Okay, so kill a piece. So we'll come down to the next one. This is something that Wonder was talking about, managing the wave, getting those back time. Is if you look at the itemization differences as well, double agility cloaks, sitting with Selfmade as well as the Vamp Scepter. I think itemization advantage, right?
Yeah, that's why it's so good on Yone. You know, he fails early and then brings it back on the ego Yasuo Yone.
He just outstatted.
Exactly.
All right, geriatric Mithy, as Foxdrop called him, right? I did not. Foxdrop did it.
That's okay.
I would still favor Tom Kinch in the 1v1. This went to level 9, by the way, level 9 versus level 9. Bomby Cinder there for Elwind.
Yeah, that's
and
cheeky.
The fadeaway ignites.
Yeah, I thought, Mithy, honestly, he looked pretty good in the first round, but not able to pull it out. Elwind is our first content creator to be in this in the top 4 now. Yeah,
into the semi-finals. Hylissang on the Shen, taking some notes from Bwipo, learning from his success. Going up against No Way's Anivia. What do you make of this matchup? Also, level 9 versus level 9. He's going to get dropped down here.
Yo, there's no chance. There's just no... I didn't even say no way. I could have said there was no way, but I didn't. I chose not to. Anivia's just way too good. Yeah. She's so strong right now. And this is the second one, though. I think it maybe matches No Way's champion for a little bit to play for.
Underneath the tower, there we go.
Wait, is she even egged or is she dancing?
I didn't actually see on that one either, but the tower kill will eliminate Hylissang, so No Way picks up the win there. Right, we're back on camera, actually. Sorry about that. So that will bring us to the top 4. Bwipo versus Selfmade and Elwind versus No Way. That's not how I thought the bracket would play out.
Yeah, I'm really, really keen to see Selfmade now actually as well, because I think he's really surprised me with how good he is in these 1v1s. And plus, Elwind and No Way, these are two of the personalities coming through in the bracket.
Will Selfmade be able to int early and come back against Bwipo? Bwipo's the guy I want to ask about.
That's a good question. Ooh, I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I'm not too sure either. Now, Elwind going up against the German Sniper. If you want to catch all of the action as it happened from the previous 2 rounds, you can watch the full-length VODs on YouTube at LOL Esports VODs. Throughout the games, our competitors had the ability to talk smack across the rift. Let's take a look at what the players had to say to each other in our Bose Sounds of the Game.
Dude, I'm sure your skin actually does more damage. It feels like I'm telling you. It feels like I'm getting electrocuted like all the time, Your
skin is broken. What? I'm lagging? No, I can see.
I'm okay. No, I'm okay. No worries. Yeah, that worked. Alright. Alright. I've only lost 4 times in a row. It's okay. No worries.
Might have to kill you soon.
Or just try.
I will. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, alright. Like warm up. Let's play the real game now.
The Oppo Find series pushes the boundaries of technology to constantly create new possibilities. Crafted from highly durable ceramic, every curve is deliberately designed to feel like an extension of you. We've incorporated a 120Hz ultra-vision screen. True billion color display refreshes seamlessly. Oppo Find X2 series.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Check it. Check it. Check it.
Red Bull 1v1 tournament. The semifinals are BO3 format. The first game is going to be Bwipo versus Selfmade. Side selection was determined by a coin flip. Bwipo won. You'll be starting on blue side. Now, important to note here, in case you missed it in the chaos that was Foxtrot, I think in Quickshot doing their best to keep up with the very rapid pace highlight clips. It is first tower destroyed or first to 2 kills. The exception to that is if the timer goes long enough to go to sudden death. That's when you Battle Royale players will be used to seeing the Ring of Fire slowly collapse in on. Then it's just the next kill, regardless of who got the first kill or the previous kills. But you can see the now updated graphic. Bwipo versus Selfmade will be your first best of 3 with Elwin versus No Way following that. And thoughts, gentlemen? Thoughts on the meta, the format, the champions? What do you want to see? What do you hate other than Rel? Because obviously no one wants to see Rel.
Well, the Fnatic Civil War will probably be a mirror matchup based on how Selfmade has played all of his 1v1 so far. He has requested the mirror matchup, and I imagine that he will look to get that once again.
Selfmade's impressed me, though. I'll be honest. For a jungler,
I mean, did you watch his games today? I mean...
Okay. Selfmade in the 1v1s has impressed me.
On champions without a death mark-like effect, he seems to be doing fantastically.
Very true. Yeah,
obviously, just poking some fun at Selfmade. Obviously, a very talented player.
True.
No jungler should be that good at laning, by the way. Regardless of what we're saying, he's actually
I thought there was a pact you had to sign when you became a jungler that you just weren't allowed to have good mechanics.
Yeah, because I mean, like, we look at Yankos and we can see it clear as day. Do you know what I mean? But like Selfmade,
all right, gentlemen, it sounds like we are going to head into game 1. We'll see what the picks are, what exactly is going to go down here on the Howling Abyss. So from the State Farm analyst desk to the Abyss itself, it is going to be Zed versus Set. I feel like we've seen this one before.
I feel like I know who's going to win.
Oh, boy.
Look at the Bwipo laugh on his face. He knows what's going to happen. So, for those unaware, assassins generally struggle against bruisers. The main reason for that is that bruisers generally have a little bit higher health, as you can see. Like Bwipo's also building health, so very rarely do they ever get within range for you to just execute them. Normally, you need a couple items. Like if they were even at 2 items, then I could see a Zed getting a 1v1 kill against a Set, but that's not how 1v1s on the Howling Abyss work.
Jeez. This just isn't fair, really. I mean, this is as you would say, Vedius, it all started in the draft.
It did all start in the draft. You're quite right.
And it's a struggle. It's a big struggle bus, and Selfmade is the one and only passenger right now. It's not going to look too good for him. When you get chunked out this early, by the way, it's so bad because he now has to spend the entirety until he recalls. He has to respect Bwipo like he's doing here, and Bwipo has the push as well coming into him. Or he did, at least. It's like...
It's a bit weird on Howling Abyss because one wave, the cannon minions are split, I think. So they're desynced, which means that I wasn't paying attention to who spawned. Oh, that was a good flash,
Yeah, that's smart.
Yeah, that was actually really well played from Selfmade. See, that's the thing. When you're put in a disadvantage, you got to get clever. You get it sneaky.
Oof.
And it turns out that... do you know how you beat brains? With brawn.
Again, why use knives? Fists seem really effective. Here's my question, right? Now that Riot Games is confirmed making an MMO, are we allowed to use the phrase class countered by this team? Because I agree. I just don't think that there's any way that, like, Set especially, it's like, oh, that Deathmark's coming in? Guess I'll push W.
Oh, that's painful. I look at Selfmade. He's walked back on, like, 20% health.
Is he dead?
No, it's just...
Oh, his W.
I mean, on the inside, absolutely. Yeah, I don't know
I have lost
this
in
one.
The draft. Now
he's kind of got himself in a bit of a pickle here.
There is no way. It just can't happen.
Selfmade's like, I'm ready for the second game.
If he can finish Eclipse, I think things do get a little bit better because he can like poke, get that bit of movement speed, and go. But the problem is...
So you're the comedian now, eh?
Yeah, okay, all right. It's a bit of a stretch. I'll give you that.
That's
perhaps if Bwipo's hands suddenly break or his keyboard is removed.
It's like if he ever uses too many spells, Bwipo pushes W and always trades up. And the thing about Zed as a champion is he has one spell that basically says, I'm going to push R in this case, and I have to use all of my spells to get value out of this R. I have to literally push every other button. So it just feels...
Right, there's half his HP gone. Bwipo now chasing him down. Oh, he doesn't have the ult, so actually he's fine.
This could go. The creeps are there.
But the W's coming back up.
Haymaker, but he's ran out of grit.
Okay. Okay, I respect the execution. He's went for the pot there, Selfmade. At least I think he had the red pot.
He just needs to be healthy enough that he can actually hit these minions under tower and get some value out of that lifesteal. Because if he stays this low...
But if he stays that close as well, Bwipo's hunting him. He's already used his W.
Yeah.
That's that.
Yeah.
Or
tower?
Is it? Or is it?
W? Selfmade.
That's fair, by the way.
This is Attack on Titan. Like, one person has to burn everything. He needs some crazy flying contraptions to zoom around the city. The other guy's just big. Yeah. Just big and strong.
Yeah. Seth's ult cooldown is like, his ult's going to come up before Selfmade
Snowball
does.
misses.
Yeah. Oh, boy. I feel like...
that was... Oh, I like that.
Oh, no.
I actually like that a lot. Selfmade was really close there.
Yeah. You know what? We were kind of doom and glooming that, like it was just like that was 100% Bwipo was going to smash. I mean, but that was really close.
But I felt like it was always an upward battle, you know.
Okay, but to be fair, Bwipo took as much damage from the tower as he did from Selfmade.
Probably more.
Yeah. He was a greedy boy. Yeah. Like maybe in game 2 it shifts a little bit. Maybe you see a set ban, or maybe they handshake on the mirror match 1v1. I am also surprised that they didn't just handshake.
I would love it if they had a Renekton mirror matchup, because the layers. And if you know, you know. Do you know what I mean? But trust me, it's funny if they do a Renekton mirror matchup.
Right. Well, we're gonna find out. Game 2. Let's take a look. Let's see exactly what the picks and bans have brought us this time. Just the picks in this case. That's us.
That was such a handsome
We're a gift to ourselves.
Rengar versus Kalista. So we go back to the draft, and I think that...
What? He's hacking. You see that? It was well out of the bush when he leaped there.
Wait, yeah, what the...
that was rubbish.
Guys,
Kalista.
Rengar has always been perfectly coded and has never had any technical issues whatsoever.
Okay, so this is another one, though. It's kind of like ranged into melee, but because of the bushes, it's not really as melee as it, as it could be.
Fun fact about Kalista passive, if she loses sight of you while her auto's in flight, it hits the ground and does nothing.
Is that still a thing?
Is it? I think unless they removed it. No, it's not. It was an intended feature to balance out her ludicrously OP passive. But as you can see, it's looking quite balanced.
The flash. Okay,
but I don't know. Bwipo with his cooldowns.
Yeah, he has
juke.
Brush.
Barrier.
Oh no!
What?
He lost the Hail of Blades proc. So he didn't have that insane attack speed. That's what gave him all his initial damage.
It's like when Selfmade plays League of Legends, 2 + 2 = 4, but when Bwipo plays League of Legends, 2 + 2 = 5, and there's just like no getting around it. It just doesn't make sense.
The early Thornmail.
Yeah, that's
just rude,
though.
too.
Like, honestly, who does that?
It's almost like Bwipo's played this matchup before.
That's true. These are both like the top picks that, as a top laner, you're probably excited to play, but as anyone else on the team, you're like, please do not pick that champion.
That's a little bit BM, though, honestly. You're talking about the way of the samurai and honor and all that stuff. Where's the honor in Bramble? That's some Shinobi shenanigans if ever I've seen it.
If you hit me, you die.
Oh, man. Yeah, he's got some more items now as well. So, whoever gets the first kill, I feel like you have a really strong advantage, obviously.
But I think it was Dracos that was saying there's like a really good bounce back XP. I do not know how XP works on this map, so I've just kind of automatically taken Dracos' word for it.
Yeah, so if it's like last year, and I don't know the minutia of changes that have been made outside of the 100 minion kills, it's designed so that you can catch up. Yeah. The map is very deliberately designed so that you can catch up. Like, it definitely rewards you for getting an advantage. Like, when you get a kill, you get a reduced empowered recall, so that you can always get a good back. But, like, shutdowns are massive. Like, having one kill gives him a 450 gold shutdown. So if Selfmade does get a kill here, he can't come back.
He's just going to kill
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Knife Cat does knife things.
It's just not fair, man. Those bushes must be a lot thicker than they look. Because, I mean, he's sauntering quite far out of those before he jumps on the Selfmade.
what is it? The long jump, you know? He's just like he's taking that running lead. You know what I mean?
3 steps. It's like more. If it was basketball, we'd call it traveling. But at this point, we're like, all right, it's all-star. We'll let him get away with it. But Bo does advance to the finals, which will be played live on Sunday. But up next, we have Elwind versus No Way. No Way will be starting on the blue side. This one's really exciting because we have an absolute clash of style here. Because Elwind has been the Tahm Kench abuser as a player with limited mechanics. I love to see it, frankly, in a one-on-one. Whereas No Way, the German sniper, as we get into game 1 here, has been playing skill shot mages. This is kind of what we know him to play, and it has been working out very well for him. He's been successful in taking down a lot of different opponents, and
there it is.
As expected, Anivia versus Tahm Kench.
And what better time than this to do a pirate cast? Ahoy, mateys! Welcome! No, I'm just kidding.
I like how you unintentionally became Welsh for half a second on the way out. Like you just blurred.
Welcome, mateys! To my ship, I've got a crew full of people that sail the 7 seas, plundering all kinds of gold.
Okay, you can stay a pirate. I like this. We can't, but he can do it.
That is the most terrifying pirate. You know, if I were to run into a lot,
I sound like someone that's, you know, that someone that sells fish fingers in the UK. That's what I'm reminded of.
What, is that a thing? Someone that sells fish fingers? Like door to door? No. Like a 60s vacuum cleaner salesman?
I realize
like, sir, please, sir, can I get some fish sticks? Like there's like the milkman and then there's the fish finger salesman in the UK? Is there a cultural barrier that I missed here?
That's the game I can't breathe.
This is why us English folk have problems with the Welsh. I'm not.
That's not what I meant.
Okay. Well, for now, nothing has happened, so you didn't miss anything, except for whatever the heck is happening in England. No Way continues to farm up. It's pretty back and forth. Tahm Kench early back for boots. Wouldn't be surprised to see Swifties or just Merc treads here. The wall here for Anivia is a really big deal. It mitigates a lot of Tahm Kench's ability to just walk at people.
But Snowball counters that.
Sure, but
and also, if Tahm Kench eats Anivia, it can chuck her over her own wall.
Wow.
Possibly.
All right.
That's a cheeky little cheater recall, though, because he's got a null magic mantle now. Maybe that gives him the edge. I'm not sure.
I mean, I feel like Anivia doesn't really do anything until she hits 6 anyway.
This could be a game where we wait for Mr. No Way here to grab a lost chapter, push out, and get another tower victory.
Oh, look, he's doing the thing. Did you guys read the Dopa translations about him talking about like the science of mid lane and like his thing and all the clever stuff that he does?
I did like one Dopa VOD because it's like a thing forever, right? Like people like worship Dopa, and understandably so. Yeah, but he's just too smart for me.
But he talks about these like things about where you learn patterns with specific champions, and that's how you can like master them. And once you understand the pattern with that champion, you can understand what other champions want to do, and you can like punish it. One of the specific things he does with Twisted Fate is like he tries to back half a wave through level 5, so that when he gets back to lane, he pushes out the wave, gets level 6, roams. And the reason why I bring that all up now is because what No Way did was he had no mana. He invested all of his mana into getting level 5, and then he recalls halfway through level 5, comes back, he's now got full mana, lost chapter, and he just clicks over to level 6.
Yeah.
And like, it's just a really good example of someone that has a very good understanding of their champion and how to take advantage of like when they spike and how to utilize that power, and now he's already utilizing that power with the ultimate.
And I wonder... Right now, it actually looks like he is just going to be able to... Like, attrition is the name of the game here. No Way is holding on, and that's going to be first blood.
Really well executed there from No Way. Just like, honestly, so, like he earns a lot of credit for playing these control mages, right? You talked about it, FLICKR, and Anivia is one of his favorite champions.
She's strong right now as well. She got buffed recently.
But like the way in which he set that whole thing up, like the way he managed his wave, the way he went back on the item, like there's actually just like it's really good. It's really good lane management, and like there's a lot of really cool stuff that we're seeing here.
And I think the thing is that what we've seen from this Tahm Kench so far is that generally it's just you cannot kill him by the time he walks into melee range, and then he still has more effective health than you do. Whereas in this matchup, Anivia can win out in the war of attrition.
Sure. I mean, also, like, Tahm Kench, it's very difficult for him to trade if he doesn't land that snowball as well. Like, her whole kit is designed to stop champions from closing the gap, right?
And the thing is we now have a Leandries.
Yeah, and now the game's over.
That's mythic. Elwin's recalling, though, does he? Yeah, he's got his mythic as well. But, I mean, you're right. How does Tahm Kench ever get on top of
He has to land the snowball. He has
but the thing is,
without snowball.
I think the thing is, if he lands the snow, he has to use the snowball to get in range because alt gives you the slow, Q will give you the stun. But if he uses the snowball first, Anivia just drops the wall on herself, and I think if you're as good as No Way, you just push Tahm Kench to the opposite side.
I will say that I personally think one of Elwin's biggest mistakes is running Grasp rather than Hail of Blades, because I think in this situation your priority is just getting on top of Anivia and applying your acquired taste stacks as fast as possible. But with the Grasp, you don't get as much value out of it. But
the pullback
window.
This is smart.
It's gonna be big. Ulti's still ticking, and
he lands the stun just in time. He gets the stun, the ult, and the E off. Very well played there.
That was great health there as well. Elwin was this close to surviving.
You have two choices here. You can run the Tahm Kench back with different masteries, different setup, or you just ditch the Tahm Kench knowing that the Anivia is going to show up.
all we've seen from Elwin so far is the Tahm Kench. I don't know if he can play any of the champions.
Of course,
I have no evidence to suggest that he can play anything else.
If there are bans, you got to ban Anivia though, right? Surely that's just like.
Hopefully we see an Anivia ban. We'll find out. The next game is ready, so we'll hop right in. See exactly
we will
what the
not talk about
be.
what happened earlier. That will not be mentioned again.
This is great. We're always like, time for the game. Us one more time, then the game. Okay.
See, I think stylistically this fits Elwin a bit more because No Way was hard countering Tahm Kench with all of his champions. Whereas now Mage on Mage might be a little bit easier.
This is a minion battle.
Oh. It's a battle of the little dudes.
This is Pokemon Go. Yeah. Just like, gotta catch them all. Downside is what we've seen here is
they're
that
both on the wrong side of the rift, by the way.
Also, Elwin's Pokemon are just significantly less good. Is what we've learned.
But they can move.
They can move.
They have legs.
They are mobile.
Wait, I always forget a metal good into like.
Oh no.
I don't know.
Into fish fingers.
Honestly, there are two people way better equipped for that, and they both cast the LCK, and neither of them are here. So since we don't have an Atlas or LS, we'll leave it and let it go. Here we are though. This matchup I think is going to be
that's a
little bit more explosive.
That's a very good stun.
Man,
that's all summoners now gone from both sides. Elwin forced to disengage.
Honestly,
it's a battle of the minds now.
Nothing but respect
versus
to,
Malzahar, both geniuses in their respective fields. Yet the 1v1 duel battle, who shall prevail?
What is Malzahar's field?
The void. A voidedry.
Voidedry.
Like Heimerdinger's like the revered inventor.
Or perhaps he's just an excellent.
Doesn't he just go crazy in the void?
I mean, doesn't everyone?
Yeah, let's be fair to him.
I think it'd be reasonable to expect anything else.
I'm not well versed in Malzahar's lore, I will admit, but I can assume that he can levitate and spawn little void monsters. So he's got to be pretty clever, right?
Yeah.
Surely.
You know when you get Ready going when he starts sounding very Welsh.
I'm just. Is this Welsh?
Well, you started a little bit.
I'm just saying, Kha'Zix, void, stabby stab. Probably not that intelligent, right?
Kog'Maw?
Oh, he had Rengar, didn't he?
What do you mean he had Rengar?
Right,
what is that?
Carved his eye out. Took it home. That's the whole lore, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, exactly. Whereas I'm sure Mal's lore was all about, like, he had a dark and mysterious
I thought he just went crazy. Yeah, true. Classic. When in doubt, dark and mysterious
That's what I'm most excited for in the MMO.
That's happening.
Imagine that's the first line as you spawn in.
He had a dark and mysterious past. This is why you should be glad that we're shoutcasters, we're not writers. Oh boy. Back on track, as we were saying, Malzahar's lore. No, focusing in level 7. Obviously, No Way. I'm continuously impressed by No Way in these 1v1s. I feel like he's been on the mages the entire time. He's gotten tower victories where no one else has. He seems like he's just consistently performing very, very well and on champions that we know him for. And now it's unclear to me if that's just because the champions that he's good at also happen to be insane in 1v1, or if he's just like sticking to his guns, if he's staying true to himself when the pressure is on.
He's definitely, we're seeing prime No Way here for sure. I mean, I've cast a lot of No Way in E Masters. He shows up in like every single one. And it's his champion pool. It's always the control mages, and the fact that we've seen him kill turrets, and it's the only player in this 1v1 tourney we've seen kill turrets, really doesn't surprise me.
All I'm gonna say is, when I played against No Way and I picked Nocturne mid, he picked Corki. Okay, so like
who won?
what he did because he picked a very unfair matchup and he didn't play.
So it was about the draw.
Yeah, he should have picked like Zed, and then we could have had an honorable duel. Do you know what I mean? A battle of mechanics, not a battle of right clicks. You know what I'm saying?
I like that. I mean, it's 2v1. He's got his helicopter.
It's also quite, you know, egotistical of me to say that Nocturne is a battle of mechanics.
I was going to give you your moment. I feel like you already conceded that you got beat. I was just going to let you be like, yeah, sure, Betty, yeah, you push a Q and R. Yeah. Sometimes you push the Q while you're pushing the R.
No, it has to be afterwards.
Yeah.
Can't do it mid-flight anymore?
I mean, you can do it, but it's not optimal.
Really?
It was very funny.
But you kill the animation and then...
Yeah, so the thing is,
okay, wait, why are we talking about Nocturne? How did this happen?
Well, so they're farming, right? So let's talk about the real stuff.
Reminder, you cannot win via 100 CS, and eventually a giant ring of fire will come and force them to kill each other.
Yes,
so if you're like, wow, how is this going to end? It will be the ring of fire where they're forced to kill each other.
Or towers, one or the other.
Or Malzahar, potentially.
Do we have any idea when the ring of fire might come around?
7 minutes.
Yeah, but I can't see the end game time.
Yeah, so I don't know when 7 minutes is.
It feels like we've been in this game for longer than 7 minutes. But I think that's Malzahar versus
No, that's just having a conversation with me.
Silence. We're 5 minutes. We might not need another minute, though. Oh, my man. No,
that's
wait.
a lot. Is he done?
Whoa, come on.
Yeah.
He's going to recall.
He was walking around with the confidence of a man who knows exactly how much damage he takes, and then he barriers at like 2 health for no reason.
Mate, someone with a walk like Heimerdinger is full of confidence. No one walks like that unless you are full to the brim with confidence.
Or drunk. Those are kind of the options.
I rest my case. What? Oh, he got caught
across the map.
That's brilliant.
Right, what was the option
optimization? Right, Mal's is going to have to be.
He needs to get his mythic.
That mythic.
Yeah.
Ludens. All right, makes sense.
All right, surely he's going to go for Leandries.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just so good.
A full combo from Elwind could probably kill a Heimer, right? Especially with that barrier.
He kind of, well, the thing is in the past play, No Way didn't really need the barrier, and he got triple Voidling, he landed the Q, he landed the E, and the ult. So it didn't look like enough, but now with Leandries, it surely must be.
Yeah. I think it is.
I think you might be on it, that, honestly. If not very close to it.
Bring forth the Ring of Fire! Any minute now!
There it is.
The Ring of Fire shall appear in 30 seconds.
You know what the most tragic part of these item changes are? Is that there's no longer an item called Sunfire Cape. There's bring me my cape of suns. Remember Sunfire? Like we can't say.
When did you ever say that?
That was the Garen meme when you could stack 5 Sunfire capes and just walk at people.
Back in season 1.
The item's been around. I'm just saying now. Bring me my Aegis of the Sun. It's like too real.
Is that how it is here in LEC? The play-by-play has to be ancient and show their age at least 1 point during a cast.
Yes.
Like now that Trev's not here, you have to take up.
You know, Ender didn't
Wait,
start
Foxtrot,
like
you literally told me while we were eating food that you started making content in 2012. You were just as much of a boomer as I am.
Distinguished.
I'm
not old.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm experienced.
When I played released Zinzao, he was skill intensive.
Back in my day, you couldn't tell which pixel Zinzao was.
Yeah.
We had it tough back then.
Back in my day, Sion had a skill shot.
Sounds like a skill shot.
Wait, I meant the other one. Point and click. I ruined it. Oh.
Okay, here we go. Ring of Fire.
Okay, Ring of Fire.
Will we go round 3?
Here it comes. You've got to go
Oh, this is not good. Oh, that's a big tower.
Turret,
he's got nowhere to go.
He has to tank
Oh, he's been trapped in the Thunderdome. That's not what you want to see. First blood. Going over when it matters most. Don No Way himself striking down with fiery turret vengeance to take the victory there. I kind of lost the play halfway through that one. But that's it. He won. That means he's going to go toe-to-toe with Blippo in the finals.
2019 All-Star.
Now, the thing is,
winner. 1v1.
He beat Uzi in the finals, Blippo. But can he beat Don No Way, German legend?
I don't know. If I can't beat No Way, who can?
That's true.
Because so far, no one else has been able to.
Yeah. I think that's a good bar to measure it on.
Yeah.
Can Vedius beat them? And, you know, I think that, but can you beat Blippo?
Yeah,
because
confidently. Yeah,
honestly, this is a match I'm super looking forward to. Red Bull 1v1 finals, that's going to be on Sunday, so cannot wait to see how it breaks down. We're going to be stepping away, but after the break, the EU crew wraps up the day before we hand it over to our friends in North America to find out if they get kaboomed. Gotta see.
Shiver me timbers, mateys.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Jake from State Farm. I would like to formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the oak and the eagle as witness, consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. It is time to wrap up the day from the European portion of the show. I want to take a little bit of takeaways from day number one. Let's start with the first match. LEC being able to pick up a win. Foxy, we cast that game coming up against the TCL. Now, Vedius had predicted the TCL would win and he was wrong, right?
Not quite what I said, not quite.
That is exactly what he said, and we've discussed this at length.
Smash,
That's it,
actually.
yes, yeah.
But I do think it's fair to say that that game set the tone for the first few games.
Well, and it's not to, you know, make a mountain out of a molehill here, but let's do it anyway. why are we importing from the TCL and not the LCL based on today's performances? Surely that was the lesson. Is
I think visas probably help a little bit here, but I mean,
I don't know. That's not my area of expertise. I just say player good by player. That's all I know. That's what Carlos does. I assume that's all it took.
Blues Katarina, give me a review.
Oh, dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. I was very disappointed.
Kraken Slayer.
Yes.
That's where it should have been.
I played Kraken Slayer Katarina, and I was good at the champion. So that tells you a lot.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Self-made, Yone.
Yeah, he was a classic Yone, where he was feeding his ass off in the early game, excuse my French, and then he just turned into what those champions
Anything less than it would have been inaccurate, Fox. The performance justice. But that's true. That champion is just kind of insane in the sense that because he has 2 abilities that scale with attack speed, he just hits a point where he's like, oh, he's not hurting me at all. And then he has a Mortal Shield bow, and he's like, okay, now he can 100 to 0 me in the duration of his stupid death mark spirit form.
Also, if anybody from the Fnatic org is watching this, you need to send a message to Selfmade, because I did, throw out a little bit of banter there. And as I did throw that banter out, one particular play he was actually baiting. So, apologies to Selfmade, not kind of, but there was a bunch of other really crappy plays that you just forgot to clip out. So I'll let those slide.
This is the weirdest apology of all. I thought you were apologizing
started
for flaming, and that kind of ended with more.
I decided I didn't want to. Let's flame the LEC players some more because they lost. Underdog, Uprising, victory from the LCL. Dracos, I mean, you got a quadrant to pencil.
Let's put it into context, okay? The mid laner, now jungler for the LEC squad, couldn't even make it out of play-ins. And they were going up against a world's group stage team that played against top esports that even beat them.
That was...
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that was something.
Unicorns of Love is it's a different league. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very much so.
Yeah,
you're talking like world caliber play, group caliber players, right?
And I mean, also, they had an 80 carry player who,
Imagine this. Imagine you're
you know
at
what I'm
home.
saying?
You've queued up for this all-star event. You're having a great time with your friends. You're like, aha, what a great game. And you come in, and Vedius is just like, hey, where's that wound that you closed? Oh, is this some soul right there? You did bad at Worlds? Yeah, have a little more of that.
It was really good to hear from Nomans, and Nomans giving a heartfelt, send-off to Gadget, saying as their last game together. Just before I get to the finals preview of the 1v1 bracket, I'm going to ask Dracos and Vedius just to give me a little bit of a catch-up. How did the round 1 and round 2 games go that you got to cast, that the VODs are up on YouTube?
God.
Just give me a quick overview.
All right. Can we spill the beans a little bit? Miffy and Amazing didn't know it was first to 2 kills, so they had to remake 8 times. So in the bow sound of the game, you hear, wow, you beat me 4 times in a row. Because he did beat him 4 times in a row.
They did. Miffy literally killed him but the best one, in the very first game, killed him level 3. Second game, killed him level 4.
Gentlemen, I am hearing that we're nearly out of time, so I want to just quickly skip through the rest of the bracket. Let's set some expectations for the finals. Foxtrot, Bwipo versus No Way. It's going to be happening on Sunday. What do you think about that matchup? The German sniper against, Bwipo's what's the Shen abuser? I don't know.
Bwipo's
top laner for Fnatic, man.
Yeah, that comes secondary. Honestly, it's going to be pretty entertaining because I think Bwipo's style demands more action than No Way gives you. But No Way's style demands less action.
It's a clash of styles.
Exactly.
You could say.
Who comes? You absolutely could and should say that is a massive.
Maybe the 4 of us can cast it together, right? I think maybe we can set that one up. Let's just quickly look at the rest of the preview for Sunday. Take a look at everything that we've got coming your way. The EU and the North American broadcast will be handing off multiple times back and forth. We've got the Q Kings, we've got the Legends, the Red Bull 1v1 tournament finals, and then of course the All Stars game. Vedius, what are you most looking forward to?
I mean, we're going to be playing against North America, right?
Yep.
And I believe that the ping issue, is going to be interesting. And I am really excited.
There's some tech to make it fair. There's some tech to make it that everybody will have same ping.
I'm very excited though. I cannot wait to see professional players.
I don't want to spill the beans, but there are mixed teams, right? So the 5 EU All Stars and the 5 NSs. Right, yes. I was part of the pre-record of the captain's draft, Bwipo and CoreJJ, and it was a spicy one. So there are some NA players in the EU team, some EU players in the NA team, so it's mixed, and they're playing on a server with some
so some NA players are going to get to play some good League of Legends for a change.
No, they're going to be able to play with good League of Legends players.
Right, that makes sense. That's cool.
But they already do play with good League of Legends players. They've got half of our old players.
Hold on. Why are we doing this now? Because I'm literally about to throw to the North American team.
It's All-Stars, baby!
You will see us all back here on Sunday for the All-Stars Superstar Showdown. Now, we are having a bit of a technical issue getting getting ready for the North American Underdog Uprising games, so we're changing the schedule up just a little bit. We're going to take a 10-minute break to get everything set up, and when we return from the break, LeTigress, Moxie, and Crumbs will kick things off in Los Angeles for the North American Red Bull 1 vs. 1 tournament. Vedius flamed you first. It's not my fault. He did it. I love you guys. We're all allies.
Hello and welcome to the State Farm Analyst Desk for the continuation of All-Stars 2020. We're picking things up on the other side of the West here for North America, and ooh, are we ready for some 1v1 madness and some underdog upsets. I'm joined by none other than Mark Z and Crumbs, but also, Mark, you're bringing us the festivities right off here. I'm so happy that you brought some sprinkle.
I feel like Crumbs and I are so in sync. He's got like the Christmas in New York look with this turtleneck and the jacket on top, white on black. I got the Christmas tree. Like, we're so in sync. We didn't communicate this at all.
I mean, Gabby too. We're all styling here, and the LEC crew also had their urban looks rocking.
I know, right? It's been great seeing everybody just come with their own level of swag for the events that we have, because it's unlike anything else in the year. Speaking of which, I do want to touch a bit on some of what we've seen so far. Mark, we're actually just coming off of the LEC portion, 1v1s there towards the end, but we did get to see some action right off the bat too.
Yeah, I was super stoked to see pro players getting their hands on the preseason in a in air quotes competitive environment. Obviously, when you have a 50-kill game in like 20 minutes, whatever it was, they're having a lot of fun. But it's still really cool to see the best players in the world all on the same rift and using this big and still slightly probably imbalanced meta.
Yeah, and that was around 10 a.m. for us, but things did get started even prior to that, Crumbs.
Yeah, that was when the LCK played. Those are the games I really was interested in, the 5v5s where they played against the PCS and the OPL. And frankly, I felt like the LCK, despite going 0-2, just really embodied the spirit of what All-Stars was about. Beryl in particular, not only was he a support player that ended up going top lane, but he really tried to put himself in the worst situations possible and get out of them through his own mechanics and style, which is exactly what I want to see. I hope that the teams today get inspired by what he did on Warwick yesterday.
Yeah, you're absolutely right with that, Crumbs. I mean, when we're looking at All-Stars, we want a whole different level of excitement. And speaking of which, for anybody that missed it, All-Stars 2020 does have a different format to accommodate those that are joining us online. That does include a division into 2 parts, the 1v1 tournament you all know and love, plus the addition of Underdog Uprising, where clusters of regions face off. For North America, that means that the LCS players will be facing off against Brazil's CBLOL and Latin America's LLA. But Mark, I think sometimes coming into this, some would be leaning towards the major regions here, but we've already seen exactly what our hearts desire here at All-Stars.
Yeah, I mean, the major regions are just getting upset left and right. I think, I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure the LEC is the only team to win a game from a major region so far. And that speaks to just how nuts it is with the current preseason and stuff. So definitely don't sleep on the LCS games. Those are still going to be really contentious, and we're probably going to see some big upsets.
With all of that ahead, Crumbs, I know that you're going to be looking forward to it as well with the regions that we will be seeing, but there will be some time between that. Speaking of which, we do have the 1v1 tournament ahead. So without further ado, let's send things over to Freak and Captain Flowers for our Red Bull 1v1 tournament.
Thank you very much, the Tigers, and welcome to the double play-by-play caster desk here. I am David Freak Turley with the one and only Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns. Now, of course, we are about to begin the North American leg of All-Stars 2020, and we're starting with the 1v1 tournament, which is why it's double play-by-play. It's going to be exciting. We're both washed up. We both used to be good at League of Legends. Now we're play-by-play, and we're going to call the actions that goes on. Now, as you are watching the 1v1s, don't forget to check out the MasterCard silent auction, where you can bid for good causes and awesome gameplay experiences, like, for example, playing League of Legends with me, and a conversation around that as well. So, hey, that could be a possibility, something you might want to have happen. Of course, the Red Bull 1v1 tournament bracket is going to be on your screen in a second, and it's where we're going to mix pros and legends competing on Howling Abyss. Let's get you a quick refresher on the rules of how it works as we see the players up on your screen. 2 kills, 1 turret, or sudden death at 7 minutes in, which is about level 11, by the way, for those of you who won't see the timer, which is actually all of us. Once you see level 11, the ring's coming soon. Yeah, the ring's coming soon, around level 11. Sometimes if they wait for it to get really close, a player could hit level 12, possibly. And also one thing to keep in mind, usually people see Howling Abyss, they think, okay, it's ARAM rules, but players are allowed to go back, shop, heal, whatever they need to do if they find themselves the opportunity to do so. So that is allowed too, and that's pretty much it. Simple rule set. Yeah, one of the big things, you get that first kill. Golden XP are very, very fast and, really big growth. But the first kill gives you a Baron recall, so you can like first blood the guy, get 300 gold, get back to base, and show up in time for more fun. So that's going to be part of the gameplay here as well. Now, joining the mix is a name familiar to anyone who watched the Red Bull 1v1 tournament in North America. We've got the NA champion, Darkwings. Let's hear more about his climb to All-Stars 2020.
Hey, my name is Darkwings, and I hope you guys can cheer me on. Currently, I'm still looking to become a pro player. That's my main path right now that I want to take. It's definitely like what I want to do. Like I want to be able to show that I can like play versus anyone.
Darkwings on the Cassiopeia, and he will take the Red Bull Solo Queue Finals Championship.
Alrighty, welcome back. So the round of 16 is about to begin. Once again, 2 kills, first turret, or the Ring of Death. Let's see him start. And remember, this is best of 1. So anything can happen in these. Upset potential is at its maximum. This should be a really good time. All right, so here in this one, Hanjaro and Jensen going 1v1 here, and Jensen just giving him the old 1-2 punch right there on the set. Easy peasy, 1-2, 3-Z, nothing to it. Close the distance. And now what do we got here between Hai and Panunu? Panunu on his signature Gragas, but Hai's got him underneath the turret. But look at Panunu go, grabbing the first blood. Yeah, Cask into everything. That was pretty beautiful. Though we got burned down by the Ignite, so it's just a 1-for-1, and then we go into the final fight. And Panunu, that's an early Zonia's. That's not what you want to see. Oh, whips the explosive Cask. Pushing the fire. Oh, no. I love seeing champs that can yeet other champions out of the fire, but when you miss your yeet, you get the delete. And Chase Shaco, oh, no, dude. Core JJ just pops him here. You can see both these players are on Marksman. Chase Shaco not on the champion that's in his namesake, though. He tries to go back to base and heal up before the Ring of Fire would have showed up, but there's Core JJ, man, just blowing up the turret. Typical Shaco player doesn't understand objectives. Nikki Taylor now up against your Princess. The battle back and forth, and that's not going to do much for you. The flash forward gets nothing done. Round 2. Oh. But then the culling comes out. Nikki is zoned away yet again, and your Princess just steps up, picks up the health box, ends up getting the heal entirely to herself. And despite the fact that it's a Lucian mirror, both Lucians even having the same skin, oh man, it's just a clinic on how to do that Lucian gameplay by your Princess. As now we're going in to LL Stylish versus Professor Akali, both on signature champions, a gentleman's agreement, but first blood over to Professor Akali. And then round 2 jumps in, big damage here. Stylish getting a bit low, has to get the heck out, and now he's on the wrong side. That's going to make it a bit tough. They, a little Ships of Night going on right now, but watch this. This is actually sick. You ready? Let's see it. What? Oh! Yeah. He tried to flash over the shuriken, and unfortunately Zed missed it. That would have been really cool if he managed to pull that off. But now you got Tactical going up against Pants R Dragon. Tactical on the Lee Sin, Pants on the Pantheon. You would expect Pantheon to win this one pretty much all the time just based on champion kits. I'm kind of looking to Tactical to see if he can take this all the way to a Ring of Fire and just yeet him out. But it doesn't look like it. Tactical's trying to go all the way in, and Pants just says no. Of course, now he's got a lovely the whole time. Q comes in, doesn't mean a whole lot. And that shield is obviously a really big deal, right? You can block pretty much the entirety of Lee Sin's combo. It's all fairly telegraphed, so hard to get much done. Tries to go for the kickback. That's not a Ring of Fire, though, Freak. That's a turret. That doesn't do nothing. No. That's a dead boy. That's a turret versus a level 10 Pantheon. Okay. Now, let's see how this one goes through. Voyboy and Licorice, Cassiopeia versus Irelia. 1v1 as the Ring of Fire closes in. Means this is the only kill that's going to matter right now as Voyboy's kiting him out. Able to manage to get the shield out. A couple more Twin Fangs will do it. Flash out of the way of the stun, but Licorice goes in and gets the kill at the last possible moment. The like 800 points of damage shield there from nullifying Aura plus X-Winger, pretty big deal there. Darkwings versus Broxton now. Lucian is just, I mean, the Ring is far behind you. Your health bar is at 200. Easy pick up there. Good job, Darkwings.
So round of 16, we got to see a little bit of spice. I love it when it comes down to the Ring of Fire and people are forced to just go head-to-head in there. I also love it when we get a kill before that. I generally just want to see 1v1s that are about kills. My favorite thing we ever did for 1v1s was abolish the CS win conditions so we could get rid of all the Caitlyn games. I think they're so much more fun now.
What's funny is, like, if you're farming really well, the Ring of Fire spawns and closes in about the time you would hit 100 CS. So, like, it actually goes the same max duration. It just can't go longer than that.
You just get a cooler ending, too.
Oh, yeah, it's way more exciting. Don't get me wrong, right? But, you know, theoretically, like, because we watched some of the EU ones, there was the Heimer-Malzahar one where Heimer had, like, 88 CS as the ring spawns. It's like, well, in 2 waves, that's 100, so the timing isn't that far off. Regardless, of course, we're going to show you the top 8 here as well for more best of ones. We know that's going to be ready in a second, so let's check that one out.
All right, round of 8. Jensen versus High here. Jensen very low. High flashing forward, going for the auto attack. Ends up drawing the turret aggro as Jensen goes in, but a ninja versus a gun, it just don't work that way. And now with Jensen all the way back in the base, trying to shop up, heal up, get ready, get back. It's not going to do a thing. High just takes the turret and takes
hands off the keyboard. Like, this turret's going down. Easy clap. Won the 1v1 already. CoreJJ now against your princess there. Pyke versus Callista. Trying to kite, run away. Oh, great first blood.
X marks the spot, but now look, CoreJJ, he doesn't have enough time to go in and get the second kill. Your princess, knowing that she can just go in and get the auto attacks on the turret for the win, takes down CoreJJ.
Now we get Fiddle versus Akali here. Professor Akali, it's so nice for everyone to not ban away the one Tricks main champion, so he gets to play something he knows very, very well. Barrier comes on, waits it out, passive auto Q.
Now, how's the rest of it going to go here? Pants trying to get something going on, trying to walk out of this one, but I don't think so, man. Fiddlesticks, he's in a real bad spot, and the perfect execution is executed oh so perfectly. Now, let's see how Licorice and Darkwings find themselves in this, not only Akali 1v1, but KDA Akali 1v1.
That's nice. I think, what, are they, that's not even like one on Prestige. They're just like different chromos, I think, but I'm not seeing a bunch of gold anywhere.
It's Prestige KDA 1 versus normal KDA 2. It's the two eras of KDA, bro.
That's good. That's good. I like that. Well, Darkwing is getting a bit low. Licorice is like way too far ahead. There's no way out of this one. Nice little shuriken backwards. Don't look at explosions. That's the first kill right there.
Hey, man, you can't mess with Pop Stars. It's the original one. You just
know, that's fair, actually.
You gotta pay respects.
I will say, as much as the second album's pretty solid, I think my favorite KDA song is still Pop Stars, so, you know, I can't really hate on that one. That said, I do have both Kaisa Prestige Edition skins, because I got the one during Worlds, and I got this one during the Battle Pass, so I now have 2 gold and white Kaisa skins.
Freak staying all up in there on those Gucci skins. Hell yeah, my friend. And now, we've caught everybody up on the round of 16, on the round of 8, and it's time to jump in to our final 4 here in our semifinals. Now, the big thing to remember in this one, it is no longer best of 1. It is now best of 3 for both semifinal matches and the final itself. So that means it's going to be that much more of a display of skill for these players. They're going to end up having to win it twice if they want to walk away and advance to that final. First up, it'll be High versus your princess, and then second, we'll have Professor Akali going up against Licorice.
Yeah, you said it's going to be a big thing of skill. Would you call it maybe a supreme display of talent? Can we think of other ability names we can use just to describe
well, if someone comes back and wins after going down 1-0, I would say that would be a hyperkinetic position reverser, if we want to be honest about our names that take too many words.
I think if you're going to maybe take down an LCK AD carry with a long-range skill shot, it'd be maybe a Prey Seeker. This
Wait, that was not even a long name.
It's not, but it's just a... yes, but there's only so many of those.
All right, well, if somebody buys... Oh, never mind. We already got the fight going in here at the level 3, starting off with High immediately getting aggressive. Your princess trying to kite away. Oh, and look at the damage on the back end of the trade there, man. It looked like it was such a High-favored trade until she pressed E, and then it wasn't.
And High, I got to give him credit for, timing barrier well, because, I mean, you're going to go from 80% to 0 roughly off that. And if you barrier early, you just wait 2 seconds and then pop Rend and it's over. And if you barrier late, you're already dead. But High's like, I'm not dead to Rend just yet. I don't have to pop this one. And he was right.
The original big brain of the LCS. I remember back in the day when Cloud9 was first just exploding onto the scene, and everybody was so hype about them. I remember watching High and just thinking, this is the dude that plays League of Legends like it's StarCraft. He's just micromanaging everybody else around him, and it's like incredible gameplay to see. I always love watching this dude. Let's see how he can continue trying to build up some advantages here in this game. Remember, those of y'all who aren't familiar or may not recall when we've done this mode previously, there are some changes to the map, like the recall thing. The biggest one of which, in my opinion, is cannon minion gold. All minions are worth more money, but cannons are worth like 200 something when you get them. Let's see if I can get
All right, High, don't miss the CS.
Okay. 156. So that's the first one, but it goes up by like 20 every cannon minion.
Yeah, it's like 300 something at the end. 172 is that one. That was like the same wave.
It is ridiculous how much those things
It's a lot. Yep. You get a damage buff if you pick up the health relic as well, so you can like get a heal and then like chunk someone. So recalls come off, Vamps have to run both sides, no one's surprised there.
One thing that I saw a lot of when we were casting the round of 16 and the round of 8 is particularly on marksman champions. I saw players sort of disregarding the normal quote-unquote rules of these 1v1s and not just going for starter items. Is your princess now going to find herself in a bad spot? High going in with the barrier. 1, 2, here we go. High needs a little bit more damage, but he will not find it. Your princess with the outplay on High to get the first blood in the marksman 1v1.
I didn't think High had it, but barrier was back up, bought a lot of time, and that was the good kite back right into the minion wave. So not only is that the first blood on the board, it's a big farm lead. This wave's going to get crashed in. High's going to be down, I mean, right now 2 levels already. And I'm curious now how much she's going to go for a pickup on plates. Obviously, you cleared the wave really easily on Callista, but is it 1 plate recall? Do you greed? Again, because of first blood, she has a Baron recall. So it's going to be really quick. High's not going to stop it easily. And you get to play much more greedily than on Summoner's Rift by, going way too hard, pushing an entire plate and greeting the wave, and then not getting punished for it.
And remember, the way she beat Core JJ was a turret win, right? She was just able to stay in lane long enough to manage to get the structure kill against him on the pike, and it ended up getting her the victory that brought her here to begin with. So let's see how High brings this back, because looking at the inventories, man, these are not comparable itemization points at all.
No, High's going to meet up as much as he can. Obviously, again, there is now a farm equality, right? They both recalled on 27 CS. Obviously, 1 plate plus a kill is worth way more money than that. That's a dropped cannon, unfortunate there. But yeah, you got a Noon Quiver and a Vamp Scepter. That can go towards Shield Bow, sure. And we may see something similar on your Princess's side. But yeah. Up Zerk Greaves is a pretty big, important item lead.
Yeah, what I was saying before the 1v1 happened was I actually saw a lot of shield bow on marksman in these 1v1s in the round of 16 and round of 8. So I'm expecting to kind of be seeing that again. Your princess, once again, finding some good damage there with the rend onto High. Summoner spells are up and ready to go for both players. It's all 4 sums with the green light to fire off. Keep in mind, while both have barrier, High has gone full aggro with an ignite as well, while your princess still has the much more normal flash here on the Callista.
And I will say, like, in 1v1, I think the meta is really going Ignite Barrier unless you need some way to gap close in a really obvious way. One thing I like about Flash here, though, is you can Flash get away from culling. Because, realistically, Callista's going to have a really hard time dodging that out. If you got nothing in range, like, you can try to Q-hop and that's it. And if you take full culling, you kind of just lose. And this is the kind of, that's the kind of thing you want Flash for. You can't really play around that. And you'd rather Flash that than Ignite someone.
That makes sense. That was actually perfectly timed, too.
I know. I'm so happy about that.
Like, that was practically scripted, I swear. Freak and I have not
watched this game.
These games beforehand. We casted the round of 16 and round of 8 beforehand. We have not seen these. So that was just Freak having an unnatural game sense, knowing that Lucian's about to use the culling and Callista has to flash away from it.
Sometimes I'm like late, sometimes I'm on time. That's going to be painful. She'll live, though. It's fine. And again, with Vamp Scepter, did not like that barrier. She was not actually in threat of dying. The cooldown may come back in time anyway. I think it's still faster cooldowns, just like on ARAM. So she may swap for the sudden death. But that's not quite the summoner needed there. But High's at like 5 health. Like, that was a really good Q-run.
Both players really would like to go back and shop before the Ring of Fire closes in. So let's see how long they want to stick around here. High is really tempting fate. Remember, if High dies one more time, it's automatically over.
Yeah. But we're also really close to sudden death, right? We're within like 40 seconds of that. I don't know the exact timing, but we're close to that. So there's even a chance. I mean, you get the warning, right? It'll say 30 seconds of sudden death, which means you'll probably see the recall come in. But if she can get forward,
High just barriered right now. He gets the shutdown and he grabs the money.
I think she might have been out of mana.
That means that High will not have the barrier available, most likely, for the Ring of Fire. So let's see if this is the right decision or not. Hy'll shove this wave up, get it all the way up to the turret. He's going for turret plates now, too, grabbing a little bit of extra money here. Your Princess,
is there a chance he wins off this?
Respawning in 2 seconds.
Like, he's really going for it.
Okay, all right, he's getting back now. He's getting back. He just... he gets to go back and shop in time. There's your Immortal Shield Bow. Both players having that now. The difference being your Princess going for the Berserker Greave, whereas you see High with the
Ninja
plated...
Well, plated steel caps, yeah.
Plated. I was hoping that you knew the second word. I knew it was plated something. I was about to call it a plated shoe, even though I knew that was wrong. But at least we...
That's great. I'm a fan.
Whatever. It's the plated thing. I don't care. But the extra BF sword in inventory for High is also really big here. It's BF sword compared to Dorian's blade. So High's going to do a lot of damage. High with the ignite back up. Your Princess almost having the barrier back off a cooldown now as well, but no flash for her and no barrier for High here just yet.
All right, so we're going to see if the culling can go really well or not. Nice little bit of Q poke. That's going to be easily vamped back up.
Oh, the culling!
Yeah.
The culling alone nearly completely kills her.
And she can't win anymore. She can't recall. This is just like, well, GG. The culling was perfect.
Health. Yeah,
and
the culling worked and she didn't have the flash to get away. There's no flash out. She just has to stand here and either lose her turret or die to the minions. Oh, this is the slow kind of death, man. This is the 1v1 version of the Karthus laser above your head, and you got no way out. Your Princess will fall from her throne, and High will go on to the finals.
Well, that's game one, though, right? Like, that's game one of the best of 3. I know we got caught up in that one.
Yeah, I forgot that it's a best of 1. Holy moly. All right, Twitch chat, if you guys thought that it was over, then... you're just as smart as me. Don't worry. And if you didn't, you're smarter than me. You win.
Low bar
Remember
set,
Freaks That Were Washed Up? Yep. Yeah, put my brain through the dishwasher this morning. You best believe it.
It's awesome with the casters, too. It's not a problem. You're okay.
Look, I got the first new Skarner skin in 5 years, all right? My brain's been nothing but space Skarner for the past, like, couple of weeks.
That's good. I mean, that photoshopping you and your homies into, what was that, a Warhammer, like, concept art?
Oh, like, yeah. Warhammer Skarners fighting Seraphine orcs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Poor 40k shoops are a hobby of mine.
That's great. I didn't know that. I'm glad we have that on the board here. I don't think I've done like any like tabletop gaming shoops or anything. Like I don't. Like,
it's
my
good
meme
times,
game
man.
is
You
weak.
got to give it a shot.
Yeah, fair enough.
Now, look at what happened here this time around. Your Princess deciding she's going to switch it up here in game number 2 if she wants to bring this back. She's going Lucian versus Lucian. Remember the bag of the round of 16? She managed to take down Nikki Taylor in the Lucian versus Lucian contest because she was just the more skilled Lucian. But now she's up against High. So let's see if she maintains that mechanical edge because right now it does not look like it, my friend. High very much getting the better of that trade.
High played that brush game really, really well. He W'd from the other brush, got vision. Your Princess can't have vision until the autos come out, and then it's just too late and the trade's over. What's interesting is the itemization, because High went for... Now, to be fair, Noonquiver is, without the minion passive, gold efficient. It's actually a very, very, very good item. And on top of that one, you get a bunch of minion damage. That was a nice dodge in the queue. Good stuff there. But... yeah, your health bar is low. The other side of this one is that she can Vamp Scepter, right? And she can sustain back up. So these trades should theoretically work pretty well because you take a short trade, you go back and forth, and then you get, 100 health back and then try again later. But High just managed to outfight her. I mean, those fights were all pretty much just all better. Every single time he got more out of it. So even though he doesn't have sustain, it doesn't matter. And comes out ahead, gets the more advantageous recall.
And it looks like he may have shaken the confidence of your Princess here a little bit as well, because if you looked at her inventory, it was an extra longsword, but she just sold the longsword and swapped it out to a cloth armor instead. Wants to go for a more defensive option here. So High definitely playing the mental games.
It's good.
Getting in there, making sure his opponent is building some armor instead of just damage. She knows that she's not just going to be able to win out on this one by being the better Lucian. There's going to have to be some outplay occurring here.
Yeah, and High grabs the cloth armor as well. I think mathematically it is the right choice, especially if you are getting some level of sustain. I mean, we saw the steel cap shield bow, for example. Like, that's just how the math works out. You want some resists on top, so is a good item. Glad, good of both players to identify that was one they wanted in their inventory. But yeah, I mean, High's landing these Qs through the waves. Your Prince goes in, nice dash backwards, level 6. Is this calling death?
The calling versus no calling. She uses the barrier. She manages to stay alive, but once again, just not having the flash for the culling. And I mean, she didn't even bring it this time, right? Like, it's an ignite barrier Lucian, so it's not like you have the ability to use that to get away anyway. But not having any way out of that culling, man, these hurt.
Yeah, it does. So Hai's going to get at least the turret plate here. Again, no kill, so no advantage to recall or anything, but, I mean, the item lead, right? It's already 16 CS. She's just getting back out of base again here for your princess, so it's 2 plates. That's 320 gold. That's a kill worth of gold in the first place. I mean, Hai just, yeah, he's going to have a big item lead here, and that's going to be tough to deal with.
If he can manage to have the shield bow versus non-shield bow power spike for a worthless amount of time, like not just showing back up in the lane, killing 2 minions, and she goes back and gets it, it'll be so difficult for her to fight against that just at all, right? As soon as he gets an extra shield just for existing and being taken low, all of a sudden her mission goes from difficult to impossible, and he may be backing with enough gold to get it right now. So let's see if he picks that up. Okay, doesn't quite have enough for the entire item, it looks like. Just going to go for the plated steel caps.
Right, you saw the undo on the crit cloak. He's like, you know what?
Yeah.
You know, this item isn't actually very efficient, and it's not. You know, by itself, and says, okay, look, I'm gonna get shield bow in time for sudden death. Like, I'm not worried about not closing the game out in time. Like, you know, we're gonna be comfortable by the end game, and if Hai's farming well, then he's gonna have no problem just finishing shield bow before sudden death. Nice culling comes out. I mean, honestly, pretty good damage, but I mean, this is the problem of an item deficit, right? Like, Hai has more AD and more armor and more health, and sadly, this is not that good of a culling.
He's going in.
All right, kill number 1.
Well, there's Flash. Last time, we saw your princess be the one with the flash and having to use it to escape from the Lucian culling. This time around, Hai, I love how he played against the culling, and it showed the difference in like how he uses them versus how she uses them. Because she used it at a point where he could duck behind minions, right? So he didn't have to flash to try to get away. He just immediately fell back, even managed to trade evenly with her just by auto-attacking. And then as soon as the culling's over, boom, flash forward, full Chad mode, boom, 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 boom. First blood over to Hai. Dude is playing well here today, and there it is, Freak. There's the shield bow.
Yep, and that's a big power spike, obviously. And what's interesting is, like, both these players do play some Lucian. I mean, Hai's a mid laner, and Jaden's a bot laner. And, yeah, she's not, like, a Lucian main or anything, but, like, you know, Plat 1 bot laner, like, you know, has, what, 500 games this season or something? Like, you know, has a
played
decent
Lucian
amount
before.
Right, absolutely. And, like, I'm going to make those mistakes, too. Like, I'm, you know, 40 LP above, or it's not like I can, like, talk down or anything. But it's like, yeah, okay. Hai would clap me, too, by the way, and it would be things like, oh, right, I wasn't, you know, thinking about where the minion wave was or, you know, something else like that. So, yeah, I mean, Hai's in a really good spot here. This is going to be a pretty easy one to walk in and finish the 2-0.
Looking at the item difference between them, you have the Immortal Shield Bow picked up for both, so your princess isn't down Mythic versus no Mythic, but she is down an entire plated steel cap. So lots of advantage here for Hai, who also has the shield building up. Oh my goodness, that's a couple extra 150 HP there or so. Hai breaks out the culling. The barrier isn't going to matter, but the Immortal Shield Bow just might. The Ignite will continue to burn, and your princess lives through the last tick of Ignite just barely. It's not enough to take her down. She's sticking around. Piercing Light nearly finding her through the minion wave. Hai wanted to go for that. I respect the attempt. It's not like it cost him anything other than one single turret shot. But now here's the problem, man. This turret is about to just crumble, and she's stuck with 200 HP and can't go anywhere near it. This looks like checkmate to me.
Pretty much is. The turret shots help a little bit, but yeah, there's just a way to come back in. The wave's still getting pushed in. The turret's still losing health, and I mean, there's just not a lot to do. 30 seconds till sudden death, and the push in. A couple more autos. They might just keep turret alive, but Hai's still shoving the wave down, and what can you do about this?
Man. Hai, he goes for the kill instead, recognizing that that is the more stylish option. You love to see it. And there we go. This time, I am not wrong. Hai will eliminate your princess from contention here in the Red Bull 1v1 tournament, and he will move on to a spot in the finals.
And it's almost a 3-0 just in the fact that he got first turret and second kill in the same swipe. It was the double auto.
Give him credit for both.
Like, as the second gun's shooting the second shot of the turret, he's charging the Q and manages to get both the same moment. Like, that's just impressive. Yeah, I'd already won the whole thing in the first place, but that was great.
You know, I saw a post on Reddit yesterday about a Shaco killing Mordekaiser twice because of some, like, weird interaction with his Death Realm. And I guess that's kind of what this is reminding me of. This is Shaco somehow killing Mordekaiser twice as Lucian wins 2 versions of a best of 3 all at the same time. So
yeah,
congratulations to Hai, clearly flexing his Lucian here in this game, showing us what he's got on the champion. Wouldn't be surprised to see it banned against him by whoever faces him in the finals. But speaking of whoever faces him in the finals, we still got to figure that one out because we have Licorice and Professor Akali just about ready to do battle here.
And I'm really curious if FLICKR will ban Akali and doesn't. This is interesting. No player at all so far in the Red Bull 1v1 tournament has banned Akali against the man who's like, by the way, broadcasting, this is my champion.
Yeah, because it's in the name.
Yeah. I know in one of the matches I had cast before, I think it was with Tanjaro, like, he's a big support player and was like 1.5 million mastery on Pyke, and the very first ban from Jensen was, I'm banning Pyke, screw you. And it was just like, oh, okay, you want to win, I see. And then he got knocked out anyway. So, hey, good job, Jensen, way to deny the fun. In LCR's case, he's like, you know, whether it's hubris, whether it's, you know, put on a good show for the homies, you know, whatever it is. But, you know, this is what FlyQuest is all about is, you know, being friendly, helping the environment, you know, helping people out. And it's like, look, yeah, you can play your main champion. It's cool. He's, you know, starting the good.
Is that how you help the environment? You don't ban Akali from the Akali players?
Yeah. You know, look, FlyQuest, my branding services are for sale here. TreeQuest was great. SeaQuest was really good as well. I think your 2021 branding should be We Don't Ban Akali. I think it'll go really far. Yeah.
Freak, I think if you ever decide that you're done doing champion spotlights and casting and just general League of Legends stuff, you got a promising career in brand opportunities, my friend.
I think so. Absolutely.
It's always important to have the backup plan.
Yeah. It's also a good support pick, right? So, you know, you've got a lot of good brand opportunities in this one. He's like actually pretty good. You know, you can buy double injuries.
Fantastic.
Yeah, there we go. We put it all together.
All right, so Lulu locked in for the 1v1 here. We've been talking a lot about the Akali, most of it just completely worthless meme stuff. But talking about Lulu for a second, I was seeing some people talk about Lulu feeling really strong recently in their preseason games that they were playing. So I'm not super surprised to see it picked here in the 1v1 because it can be a pain in the butt to deal with.
So for those who weren't watching the patch notes from about 2 weeks ago, there's a big update to Lulu, basically just a Glitter Lance, where it actually can double hit now. Instead of just refreshing the slow duration and the slow potency, it'll actually double hit. The second shot does 25% damage. There is no longer a fall off for going through minions. So if you hit a champion once or twice, it's more damage than pre-patch in almost all cases. But there's a minion drop off. Minions just take only 3/4 damage. So the wave clear is neutral to slightly worse. But the PvP damage is higher in almost all cases. So LCRR right now doing pretty good damage to Akali right here. Obviously, I think the Lulu E does reveal full stealth. I know there's some reveal abilities like Kog'Maw ult that doesn't reveal stealth, but I believe Lulu E does. So he just has easy counterplay against all the stealth mechanics and, you know, just presses EQ and gets free poke.
I'm not going to lie to you, Mr. Freak. I did not pay attention to that part of the patch notes because it wasn't about Skarner. So I didn't know he had the double hit on the Glitter Lance. That's actually terrifying. If you can manage to line both of those up and find that damage, you can see LCRR with a huge advantage so far here, man. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of minions still left to pick up. What is that, 9, 8, something like that still standing here for Professor Akali to farm. So he'll be able to alleviate some of this discrepancy. But still, it's a 16 CS lead right now for LCRR here on the Lulu.
Yeah, and you can see there's just no way in. I mean, Lulu is defensible enough. I really like the double Doran's Ring start. It's mana sustained. It's a bunch of health as well. It's just, I mean, they're very efficient items. If you can get away with it, you should do it. And Kali's just getting components, right? Gets the MR version of Arm Guard. That's the one item I don't know the name of, actually, I think in the entirety of the season, because the item was just so bad that I never bothered to learn it.
The MR version of Arm Guard? Wait, do you mean Hex Drinker?
No, it's AP MR.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even know that existed. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, whenever I think,
I've got one up on you.
I think the other version of Arm Guard, I think of Hex Drinker, right?
Right,
because those were always the two that like you look at and think, okay, if you're really worried about getting killed in lane by some bursty thing, you can build this if you're the right champion for the type. Didn't even know we had it.
Verdant, yeah, it's called Verdant Barrier. It's the green necklace. So it's you know, AP MR, you get MR like every minute, which is like hastened if you take damage from magic. So it's already fully stacked. It's now the fully stacked Arm Guard. It's, again, practically the same item. And here we go. The first all-in comes in. Akali wants damage up on LCRR, gets the self-ult, puts the healing in, and just kind of walks it away. You just don't have the damage. You just can't you can't push through that much damage on the Lulu.
Look at Lulu's health bar.
He went Hex Drinker. Like, look at the fact that he went AD Lulu.
Yeah, it's AD Lulu, and he's not stopping at just Hex Drinker either. He's got that Caulfield's Warhammer ready to go bonk, bonk, bonk right on Professor Akali every time he walks up. That'll get turned into a Maw of Malmortius, and that's going to provide a very powerful shield for the next time Professor Akali tries to go all in here. This is a scary situation for our Akali player.
And it's one of the updates that I think was correct to do for Akali. They converted her Shuriken flip into pure magic damage, which I think is good. It lets her buy magic pen. It feels better for a champion. It's overall stronger. But it also means that stacking pure MR works even better than it would have before, because now they don't have a physical damage spell. Even the Hexic Alternator that got picked up a second ago, and it's basically just Revolver from pre-patch, but it works on spells now. That's also magic damage. So, LECR is just taking all of it, can just self-shield whenever, and that's obviously very, very efficient when you've got 112 MR and a full build here.
LECR on this Lulu, man. Just nobody in League of Legends wants to lane against this. I feel like there'd probably be people that pick the really dishonorable stuff like Vayne top or Quinn top, and they wouldn't even want to play into this. Like, this Lulu is fearsome right now. I don't know how Professor Akali is going to find an opportunity here, because he's so far down in terms of economy too. Like, yeah, you've got that green thing, and you've got a Ruby Crystal, but your opponent, as soon as he backs, can buy Maw of Malmortius and probably a full boot too.
So the one saving grace is, you mentioned cannons being worth more. Cannons have missing gold on them. If you're down 1K, the cannon's worth like 150 more. So if he gets it, Akali, don't screw this up.
Oh,
okay, yeah.
262.
So 262. Yeah. And if you watch LECR's got a cannon, he'll get less than that. But now another all-in goes in. First shield comes off. First ult comes in as well. Akali in the chase down. Dodges the glitter lances. And that's going to force barrier out as well. You can see big damage comes in, and it's just not enough. He's out of energy, and LECR is back at, 60%.
Yeah, LECR, that was probably like worst case scenario for him, missing the glitter lance, having to fall back, not being in a spot where he feels like he can fight. And even though he loses the fight, what does he actually lose here is the real question.
Yep.
And the answer is not much, as he goes back to base, picks up some more items. Look at that. Doran's Ring, Ruby Crystal Boot, and that Maul that we were talking about. So very scary right now. We'll see what Professor Akali is able to go back and purchase, as once LECR arrives back to lane, there are so many minions waiting on him.
Look at the build. Double Giant Spell. The item got more efficient in the preseason. They buffed it actually a lot. It's a really good item now. So it's just like, all right, screw it. I'll try to tank you out. I dig that. Do you want to point out that Akali got his next cannon as well, 242 for the second cannon. As you can see, it was less because the missing gold wasn't so bad, but it's still, the recalls come through. Maw completed. Boots are in. Both level 11. We'll see if 12 can come in, possibly. It's unlikely here, but theoretically is available, and they're going to be doing battle, and we'll see who can tank whom.
All right, boys, it's almost time. The fire is just about closed in. Level 11, Barrier and Ignite not up for Barrier not up for LECR, Ignite not up for Professor Akali, but we do have the Akali Flash. Akali also critically not having the ulti ready to go here just yet.
And he has to fight the minion wave as well.
How long he wants to wait.
He's going to try to clear,
he's taken, though.
Oh my gosh, he's already at half.
LECR already has him to half.
I mean, Blue LECR is just very, very good. Smart LECR should buy it. Akali, there's no way he has the damage here, right? There's just no way. Goodbye.
What are you going to do? See you later, man. I feel like going into this next one, you got to ban Lulu. If you're Professor Akali, you've got to take that off the table.
And I am actually curious, because it's not like I play much top lane. Certainly not much Akali either. I'm sure he has a list of top laners that are good into Akali. Like, he must know them. He must know that champion pool. Maybe that was actually, he banned the top 3, and LECR's like, well, number 4 is Lulu, so yeah, we're good. I'm curious what's going to look like here in game 2. If I agree that Lulu probably shows up on the ban table, but I'm also curious if he tries to bait into something else and picks a different champion. So yeah, Riven comes through, Renekton on the other side. That'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, this is one of your classic solo queue top lane matchups, right? The Riven versus the Renekton. So let's see how they get this one going here, as neither player willing to back away at the level 1. Level 3, I guess I should say. They're both going to be going all the way in. Ignites are used. LECR is going for a little bit more damage here on Professor Akali, and just like that, first blood at level 3. One of these men is an LCS player.
One of these players plays in bronze half his games, and look what's happening to him now. Maybe you should play against Master Tier players more often.
LECR just showed him that you had best not be trying to skill check him in the top lane champion 1v1, because he is not the kind of dude that is going to abide that. No, sir. LECR getting that first blood for himself, goes back to base, and look at that freak. Phage plus 2 Dorans. He is feeling great right about now.
Yeah, this is a recurring trend for LCKR. He started last game double Doran, started this game double Dorans. I mean, the gigantic health lead. I mean, Doran's items are absurdly efficient, and you can always finish a mythic or a big legendary by the time you're into sort of the end game scenario. So I think LCKR is building correctly for these kind of things. I'll call it, yep, he's out of cooldowns, but you can see LCKR is like, but I'm tanky. I get health regen off Phage. I have all the health off Phage and double Dorans. Like, you're not... Yeah, Vamp's not going to do anything, bud.
Yeah, like, what are you supposed to do against that? As look, LCKR is just going, and Professor Akali's at 200 HP. This is not the big scary alligator that you see on Animal Planet that the zebras are too afraid to walk up to the watering hole for. This is like the pet iguana that's sitting inside a terrarium asleep on a rock. He just can't fight back.
He's the ones that went extinct when the meteor hit Earth, you know? Just like, yeah, these are all gone.
No, the meteor was riven.
Yeah, the meteor was riven, I think is a fair one to say here. Well,
the meteor was that Q3 out of the brush at level 3 to just annihilate him.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got some fury now, but his opponent has level 6.
He's actually dead. Oh, okay.
Okay.
He had dashes up, so he saved ult.
Professor Akali, I will give it to Professor Akali. Good use of the slice there to actually time it to dash through his opponent and be able to make sure he gets all the distance to get away. Because if he actually gets stuck at a spot, level 4 versus level 6 Riven, dude, you're dead twice over. No way out of that.
So I just thought of a pun that's text only. It would be spelling the word distance with a C instead of an S, because then it would be like distance, because he went far with slice and dice. So you'd yeah. The complete silence. I know you always say, every time I make these dumb jokes in the caster lounge, you're like, you can't give him the groan, that gives him power. You just have to not talk. But the 5 seconds of silence is just as good as the groan, Flowers. That's my secret. There's no way to make me not enjoy this.
You get way too much energy out of this, dude. Okay, so Freak's currently coming up with no audio is allowed versions of puns. They only work if you read them. Unfortunately for you all at home, you're listening to us, so it doesn't really make any sense anyway.
Just hit the Windows key, type in Notepad, and then write DICETANCE, and it's like, that's a good joke, Freak, good job.
And then you get the joke. Yes, just open up Notepad. Or type it in Twitch chat, then you'll be able to make it work.
Yeah. Everyone in Twitch chat, just type distance.
Let's see what's going on with the game here real quick. I kind of lost track of what was going on in the middle of that.
LCKR is winning. Professional
intellectual debate. So LCKR with the plated steel caps. He's got the extra movement speed to make sure he's able to stay caught up to his opponent, extra armor to survive some of the Renekton bursts. Professor Akali going for the serrated Dirk here. So his opponent immediately stacking armor. I love that response to lethality. It's just saying, all right, bro, I don't care about your lethality. See you later. My itemization's better.
Yeah, based on items, this is Eclipse. If he's going for a Mythic at all, that is. Which is, I mean, pretty good on 1v1. It's a big shield. It's a big chunk of damage. It makes sense as far as a duel like this is concerned. I don't imagine, like, Triforce something would be better. I know oftentimes if you're playing, like, a 5v5, you actually really want to go Gore Drinker on Renekton, but you're not against 5 champions. So it's really hard to make Gore Drinker look good when you can't hit off of 5 people. So he's getting the small version and, yeah, loses half his health instantly. But if he has Eclipse, right, that looks a lot better. He gets a big shield. He heals a bunch. Like, that's actually a comparable fight.
Yeah, LCKR is just instantly, and that wasn't a lot of the Riven combo either. That was E auto, Q1 auto.
Yeah.
That's pretty scary when he can do that with not even the good parts of his combo. So
he hasn't ulted at all this game yet.
Yeah, he's just waiting. He's just waiting for Professor Akali to have to come near him. They both have all the summoners ready to go. They both have ultis ready to fire as well. LCKR may just be waiting for Ring of Fire, making sure he doesn't accidentally expend anything beforehand, so he's completely ready when that shows up, and then just goes in for the all-in.
I think that makes sense, honestly.
Oh,
wow.
Nice bait there. Professor Akali getting a little bit scared, a little jumpy on the summoner spells.
All right, recall's coming through. Now, again, the game will warn you when there's a 30-second timer until the sudden deaths start, so you're not in a huge rush. Interesting, LCKR is going for Gore Trigger himself. Again, I don't think it's absurdly good. It's something like you get 110% of your total attack damage and 12% of missing health on the active. It's another sort of spell to cancel your other stuff in. Like, it's pretty solid. I wouldn't even hate to see Stride Breaker, which would be similar damage. But regardless, I think this is solid. Of course, we have the Eclipse in already, and clearly a big item lead in here as well for LCKR with the fact that he's got, Steel Cast versus just the cloth armor.
Steel caps plus the extra 2 Dorian's blades on top of it. So much extra power here for him. And with that level 11 coming around, you know what that means, my dear friends at home in the Twitch chat. It's just about time for the Ring of Fire. The message on the screen now says it's 25 seconds to go. Professor Akali is down 2 levels. He should be able to at least shore up one of those before the fire arrives. Okay, there we go. He's level 10. He wants to try to clear out as much of this minion wave as possible to get level 11, make it fair.
Yep. So, knocked down the rest of the wave. LCR is probably not going to get his recall stopped. Goes far back just in case, but Akali has to take the whole wave down. There's no way you can drop the CS. 287 from the cannon because he needs the money that badly. Tries to get as many of the ways as he can. But now this means Akali almost can't recall in time. It's at this point it's too late. So all that money meant absolutely nothing. I would like to see a slightly earlier recall to pick in something, but now Red Elixir is in, extra longsword.
Yeah, the money is just worthless. The whole point was just making sure he's level 11 before Licorice can do anything, which he would have got anyway because all the minions were underneath the turret. Licorice now level 12. The fire is closing in. Both mythic items ready to go. Licorice, as you just mentioned, has the red pot. Honestly,
right about now, you pop the elixir.
You can drink it.
You pop the elixir and you pop the ult. Because at this point, the fight's going to last 10 seconds anyway. And by that point, your ult's, going to still be active.
Here we go. Professor Akali using the ulti first, going in after Licorice. Will be able to take a good amount of health off of him. And right now, it's Professor Akali in a bad spot. And Licorice will take him out again. Call that one another 2-0. Even taking down Professor Akali on his namesake champion. And Licorice will move on to face High in the finals on Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I mean, really well done to Licorice. Had the huge outplay counterpick there in the Lulu versus Akali in game 1. And then, I mean, absolutely smashed Riven versus Renekton in game 2. The face check level 1 obviously was pretty important. Had a level lead and an item lead the entire time since then. It's hard to get back in a melee 1v1 matchup, but still, again, very, very well played by him. Licorice took down Darkwings, who was the Rebel 1v1 online tournament champion, which is exciting. Took down Voy in the very first round as well. So, the stairs weren't enough. Licorice just walked all over him.
Oh, this is going to be a fun final between these two guys, especially just the way that they both played their semifinals out. Clearly, both of them were a cut above their opponents, and that just means we get to see these two dudes go head-to-head. I hope we get to see all 3 games. Not just 2 this time around. I hope it goes the distance because these two are both a lot of fun to watch, and I hope they continue to pick hyphy stuff. I love seeing Lucian. I love seeing Riven. I love seeing these things that wants to outplay and go for the kills. Or Caitlyn ever.
Yeah. Caitlyn seems to be pretty much gone, so that's fine. Well done. I hope you get better. It's just allergies. But if highlights are not enough for you, of course, keep in mind you can catch all of the full games as well. Clayton and I each recorded them individually from the round of 16 and the quarterfinals. You can catch them over on the YouTube channel, so check that one out as well. But now we're going to be seeing who comes out on top of the Red Bull 1 Tournament Finals later in the weekend. That will be on Sunday's broadcast. But for now, we're taking a quick break. When we come back, the LCS All-Star team takes the stage, so stick around.
Greatness accepts no lag, no delay, no excuses. It lives in the tiny space between milliseconds and nanoseconds, between memes and legends, between tears and tears. And when margins that small make an impact this big, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the Cisco network will do.
Heads down. They will watch us shake the ground. All the psychics, it will fill the air around. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape.
Welcome back, everybody, to All Stars 2020. We are here at the State Farm Analyst Desk, and this time around, I still got Mark Z by my side, but I've also got Captain Flowers, fresh off of some 1v1 casting for the Red Bull 1v1 tournament. How you doing, Cap?
I am doing fantastically. The 1v1s were fun to see. We didn't see no Caitlyn, and I always consider that a big bonus. The doing away of the farm win condition has been fantastic for the mode. It's super exciting, and now we get to take it back to Summoner's Rift, and I'm looking forward to it.
I gotta say, though, you did have to endure some of Freak's puns, and he's like growing and adapting, so we need to like brainstorm. I know. We need to brainstorm new ways to ignore his puns, because the just rolling through it didn't seem to work.
Well, with ones like that where he says you got to read it, all you got to do is close your eyes. Just don't look at it. It's like what are those statue things from Doctor Who? I never watched it, but somebody told me that they were statues. You're not supposed to look at them or something. So Freak's puns are those.
I don't know how
that
I feel.
Also went over my head.
Yeah, Cap, about you telling our viewers to close their eyes to what we got going on here, because there's so much that we have ahead, you know? You mentioned it. You're looking forward to the Underdog upset potential, but that also would come at the expense of our LCS squad. So let's take a look at who from the LCS will be joining us in our 5v5 that we have going down today. You did get a little taste of the top laner in LCKR through our 1v1s earlier, but we also have Broxa coming in for the jungle. We have Jensen down mid, and then Tactical and Core JJ down in the bot lane. Mark, of course, all of these players should look familiar to LCS fans everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a last hurrah for some of Team Liquid players. You know, Broxa has moved over to CLG. You also have LCKR, who's gone over to FlyQuest, but it is still 4 players who had played together for this last year. So I hope they get to go out on a good note, but we'll have to see if they're able to do that.
Yeah, and when looking forward to the careers of these players going into the 2021 season, Captain Flowers, I mean, you look at people like Tactical, for instance, that even on the world stage was showing that he can be calm, cool, and collected. LCKR looking to make moves elsewhere. So a lot for us to look forward to.
Oh, yeah, and especially for people who have been keeping an eye on the in-houses happening here in the high elo community in North America. Core JJ has been a big driving force behind a lot of those, and I particularly enjoy the games where Core JJ plays on the other team against Tactical, because Core JJ is an immaculate League of Legends player. He lands those skill shots all day, all night, but against Tactical, he has played with this man so much, he has taught him so much, it looks like every single ability is point and click, and Core JJ makes sure he's showing Tactical who's in charge. I love to see these guys playing together. It should be a lot of fun.
Twitter has been on fire about the in-houses that Core JJ and everybody have been bringing through. But today is about more than just the players performing. Of course, each regional team will be representing a charity as well. And the LCS All-Stars charity of choice this year is the Coronavirus Relief Fund by Global Giving. Now, donations are initially going to go to the communities most affected by the virus's spread. And then in the long term, donations will be equipping communities with better ways to respond to any future outbreaks. it's really cool seeing just the way that that's always integrated, Mark, into this event. I love the fact that it's a celebration of what the players bring to the table, the organizations behind them, the fun-loving, but also a way to give back to the world itself.
Yeah, I mean, All-Stars is definitely a unique event for that reason. It's just generally always a fun time with good intentions behind it, like you're saying with the charity event portion of it. The fact that we're getting new champions, new patch, new preseason meta, players playing for fun, not for hyper-intense competition. It's one of the most fun and interesting events of the year, I think.
And a lot of that fun and interest comes from the clashing of different regions. The LCS will be facing off against some formidable competitors. So to learn more about their competition, here's the Mercedes icons of the league from the Brazilian representatives from the CB LOL.
Dono de grandes atuações ao longo de 2020, Tinoz teve, segundo o próprio jogador, seu melhor ano atuando como jogador profissional. Para isso, o midlaner precisou superar a desconfiança da torcida após um ruim final de 2019 da equipe. De LeBlanc e flanqueando os rivais por todo o mapa, Tinoz viveu sua melhor fase na carreira durante a segunda etapa.
O Tinoz vai deixar o Klaus ir para a base para tomar o seu café mais cedo, conseguindo mais um abate. E o Nosferos vai de base de novo mais cedo, Gruntar.
É, meus amigos, a gente vinha falando, o Tim tá um monstro já, sempre levando a dele. São 6 abates com esse.
Com atuações épicas, o meio conquistou a confiança da torcida e ajudou sua equipe a chegar ao vice-campeonato do CBLOL. Para coroar 2020, Tinoz foi eleito o melhor jogador do CBLOL, além de conquistar o posto de melhor meio do campeonato. Se não foi possível mostrar todo o seu talento em palcos internacionais no último Mundial, o jogador ganha agora a chance de brilhar ao enfrentar grandes estrelas no cenário internacional no All-Star.
I cannot wait to see them take to the Rift, because the way things are going so far in this All-Star event, it doesn't seem like upsets aren't a possibility for the remainder of the day. But when it comes to the charity of choice for the CB LOL, it is going to be Forests for Water Brazil. Now, with the world facing a water crisis, Irikami in Brazil are aiming to plant hundreds of thousands of rainforest trees to save the ecosystem in Brazil. Now, when it comes to long term, the goal is to create multiple nursery depots that can sustain these rainforests through any potential disaster, thus keeping sustained access to fresh water. Now, both teams, regardless of the outcomes, when it comes to both the LLA teams and the CB LOL team, will have their charities awarded with $10,000 regardless of their performance on the Rift today. I've had a pleasure of seeing the rainforests in person, and they really are a beauty to behold. And Mark, I think it's a time in our lives where we're just wanting nature to be at its fullest.
Yeah, I think it's a very worthy cause, and one that a lot of North American fans have some, relation with FlyQuest, Tree Quest push and initiative. And so I think, regardless, people will be really happy with the outcome of today's game.
Yeah, it's just ultimately a feeling of joy. And because we have a little bit of time, I want to bring up something else that gives me some joy as our players get into their match. I've got to confess something to you fellas, Mark and Captain Flowers. So Spotify was asking me to participate in featuring my Wrapped experience. It's joyful, but I'm a little embarrassed, Captain Flowers, to say that I'm kind of a Riot music stan. League of Legends ended up being #1 on my list when it comes to artists, particularly for streaming the song Rise over and over. Yeah, so Cap, do you think this is something for me to be proud of, or should I be embarrassed? I don't know. I feel like I've been told both.
Hey, I'm just going to say that Rise is my personal favorite song that we've released for different League of Legends songs. It was also the one that we released in 2018, which is the year that I got to travel to Korea and do the final. So the whole time that I'm hearing it, that's the memories that I get rushing through my head for it. So I love that song. I'm in your corner on this one. You got that one right.
Yeah. I think I'm good. Mark, I see you kind of making faces, and I don't really know how to.
I mean, it's just funny that League of Legends, the artist, you know, it's such a funny idea to just call it this one blanket thing. I mean, I don't know what else you have because there's a wide scope of League of Legends music. Are you listening to Pentakill album? Or are you listening to KDA? Like just general background login music, like some Bilgewater stuff? Like I don't actually know. Yeah. Like League of Legends is not very descriptive of what you're actually listening to.
Because it really does vary a lot. Like if I'm trying to get pumped up and listening to the anthem, sometimes I know they have playlists that are just like the champion music, and I'll play through that and sometimes get some calm vibes going into it. It really depends, but I do hear that one of the pros, when asking to see what our pros have been listening to, is not on the calm side, all the way on the opposite end. So taking away from my right bias, let's look over at Jensen's list, where it looks like he's got a lot of different artists under the rap genre. Unknown Brain, you got to Scratch. So I think Captain Flowers, when it comes to this, it pretty much holds to expectations.
Yeah, man, Jensen's got to hype himself up before these games. He's one of our dudes who's always got to carry, put the team on his back, make the big plays. You got to get something that's getting you feeling that vibe, you know?
I feel like that's, I could be wrong, but I doubt that's the Cranberries zombie as is most listened to. That would be the one that I know. I don't know the other zombie.
There are a lot of versions of that song now, actually. I feel like I've heard tons and tons. But as far as the lists that you just saw in the audience, we do want to know which one you identify more with. So go ahead and spam in the Twitch chat, either LeTigress or Jensen. You're all League of Legends fans, so I mean, that means you have to pick me, right? Or else you're not a true League fan. So anyways, but of course, you can also listen to all of the All-Stars favorite songs in the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. To find your own personal Wrapped experience, though, all you got to do is search Wrapped on Spotify app, or you can go to spotify.com/Wrapped. Keep voting, and we'll check in on the results in a bit. But before we go into the game itself, Mark, any quick words?
No, I'm really excited to see what's going to go down, and hopefully we get to see some repeats of upsets that we've seen in the other regions.
Yeah. Hell yeah. That's what I'm about going into the Underdog Uprising segment. I believe we got our casters, Freak and Crumbs, ready for the call. Take it away.
Hello and welcome to the caster desk. I have been joined, you might say upgraded, you might not. Who knows? It's up to your taste. I have been joined by Crumbs. Alberto Renhifo, how you doing?
Hey, Freak. I'm doing great. Really glad to hear you and Flowers. An upgrade, Flowers, of course, casting your 1v1s. Yeah, come on. He's me, Flowers, come on.
You're at least a real color caster, and I think we'll have, like, you know, a bit better of sort of synergy of, you know, dividing roles properly. So, you know, I'm looking forward to the cast, all I'm going to say.
I am too. The new items are confusing everybody, and we get to see what the pro players have thought of it.
Yeah, I'm curious, actually, how much have you been playing in preseason? I've probably got maybe 50 or so games in. Almost entirely Flux queue. I haven't touched solo queue since the season ended, but I've played a lot. You know, I had to go through the lethality meta of 80 carries. I feel like I know we had Fox Drops, really exceptional PowerPoint presentation at the beginning of or the middle of the LEC portion of the day, and he's just got out of information. Like the third best bot laner in the game is Tristana right now. Yeah, behind Swain, sure, that champion's busted, but like there's a lot of really good marksmen out there, and I think you're trolling if you think they're bad.
Yeah, I mean, right now is the time to experiment and not think that things are already figured out because they're so far from it. And personally, I've been playing a little bit more than anything. I go into practice tool and just try things out. I love playing tanks. Tanks right now are just such a great time. Malphite in general, mwah. Something like Poppy, too. Everybody's trying to dash around and try to kill you. Guess what? Poppy is the ultimate no-no zone for bruisers.
No, Poppy Jungle is outstanding. She's getting more popular as well, and people are realizing that you can run like Predator or Electrocute or even Dark Harvest, and it's just, as long as you get there, like EQ auto will always land, and then that will always be Electrocute. It's probably enough damage to always trigger like a Dark Harvest there as well. If you run Predator, you can get behind them, you just knock them into your teammates or whatever. It's really, really powerful. I think the champion's outstanding, absolutely. And, you know, Samir's been nerfed enough to where you don't have to ban her every game, so you can actually play her if you like, which is, I think, a positive. So good choice been made kind of all around. I think, yeah, sort of overall, tanks are a bit strong. Riot's been nerfing them down little by little, time after time. We've had Bomby Synder's nerfs. We've had just all the Sunfire upgrades have been nerfed a couple of times. More recently, even more nerfs onto Sunfire Aegis itself. So it's maybe in a more decent spot now, but Tank's definitely really, really strong in 3 of the roles.
I think the interesting change is that they really try to add the size increment as a sort of other statistic to also help tanks out, which I think is catching a lot of people off guard, because the ratios of a Malphite or a Cho'Gath or a Nautilus really catch you off guard when suddenly they are now twice the size that they were when you last saw them, and now their Immolate passive are just burning everyone around you.
I will say, like, for a while, I was really hesitant on the idea that Riot could make size like a meaningful stat. And like, no, it's a tank stat, really. You can, like, absorb skill shots for people. But the more they made things actually scale off of your radius, like Sunfire scaling off your radius and things like Cho'Gath's attack range and Malphite's ground slam and his ultimate, like, the more that actually does apply from what your character size is, then it starts becoming a lot more interesting. And yeah, getting to become a really big tank by doing things like armor stacking, that'll go a bit better. So we are in a champion select, of course, as the LCS takes on you know, you could call them the CB All-Stars. You could also call them 2020 Summer Split Pain Gaming. In 2021, ESA, their support is being replaced, but otherwise, it's a bunch of people who wore Pain Gaming jerseys as you know, they played through the Summer Split of CB LOL. Sadly, Rel is getting banned, and I like that we've got Teemo, Sona, and there's probably an M in there somewhere. Let's call it a Maokai. We're getting TSM banned at LCS, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, TSM, and then are CB LOL spelling something themselves? R-O. I don't think there's anything there. But we've got FLICKR, who really popped off in the 1v1 champion. I mean, Broxa had a run in the tournament, didn't go as far, but FLICKR, he was playing way more 1v1s than anybody else in the LCS before, so him having a great time here, already warmed up for the LCS. I think that he and Robo, the man with the most enthusiasm for Brazil in the team, is gonna be going head-to-head to the guy that has just had some really pop-off games. I think the one he had against Voyboy's Cassiopeia was the most exciting 1v1s we had so far.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff right here. Early Singed, however, I like that. FLICKR surfaces occasionally. I wouldn't blind the champion. I think Singed, I think he's in a decent spot. Oh, no, he's going to go for it right away. Okay. I don't think you blind Singed ever. He is the most counterpickable champion, maybe in League of Legends. It's certainly up there. I mean, like, Malphite's up there a little bit as well, but when? This is well, Gauntlet Throne.
How can you counter him if he proxies your lane every time? If he's always proxying, the counter never is there. And Teemo, I think, was one of the hardest counters against Singed, and he's already gone. So I think this is FLICKR just saying, bring it. And he brings forth the tank that we still don't really know how good he could be with something like the Chem tank now that it's just a really cool looking item.
Well, I will say, if you want to actually have a very good Singed build, the build is Rylai's first, Imperial Mandate second, and you are absolutely absurd. It is not the most popular build, but it is his strongest build. There's really not a lot of counterplay to it because your spells apply a slow. They're going to apply the Imperial Mandate chunk of damage, which is very, very high. If a teammate hits them, you get a big burst of move speed, which is exactly the stat Singed wants. It's outstanding for team fighting. It is the build I want to see out of Singed every single game. We get a Morgana insta-lock alongside that one, another champ that's actually done pretty well in the preseason overall. Udyr is outstandingly strong. Twitch got a bunch of buffs in the most recent patch. I think Twitch is totally viable. There's a good chance it's AP Twitch. We see Twitch jungle and Twitch support a little bit as well with Udyr locked in. I don't expect Twitch jungle. I also don't think support Twitch is good, but it is a possibility.
Now, Morgana versus Udyr, though, is the worst champion Udyr wants to face against. There's no way you could ever stun anybody. It's actually quite sad. It might be Phoenix because he did get the buff a few patches ago.
Phoenix Udyr is not bad.
I haven't seen it lately because I knew it before with the old Lich Bane. The new one, I'm not sure how it's going to work out, but you're actually playing someone that has to run at you against Singed, who wants you to run at him, and you can't even stun him now that you've got Black Shield to protect him. So I don't know what this bear is thinking about, but if anything, level 2 ganks, early game fights has been the motto for All-Stars every single year. This time, maybe you could see that Flash Bear Slap once again, the level 2 classic.
You love Flash Bear Slaps, honestly. It's one of my favorite calls out of Quick Shot from back in, I want to say like 2014 or something.
It was kickies.
It's good stuff. We get a Lucian mid as well, which is exciting. That's going to be fun to watch for. I don't expect Morgana to be the mid laner. She's actually pretty strong over there, even with the most recent nerfs. I think she's still viable. I think we're expecting Morgana support, and so we're waiting to see what mid jungle are going to be for the LCS, for Jensen and Broxa. Meanwhile, for CB Law, we're looking for a top laner and a support.
Okay, I mean, they're banning out the Rek'Sai, so that's going to be pretty useful for Twitch, not wanting to give away his stealth. And then the Malphite is just so good against double AD. So they're actually trying to make sure that this janky composition has a good chance in succeeding. And that already is giving me a bit of a bias there, because the more jank a team comes up with, those are the ones you want to see win. You want to see what can they come up with that is just so off the wall, but still victorious. A Brand,
I like Brand.
Speaks to me.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good champion. I think he's not sort of like objectively the strongest support right now, but he's certainly very, very good. You can buy Leanders, you can buy Demonic Embrace afterwards. You've got some decent damage output. One thing that's really nice is, since we haven't really seen the Brand update post-Worlds, it is trivially easy to get like a 13-minute Tier 3 Sightstone. Because if you E the backline, it will still spread to the enemy champions. You will end up tagging them with the E and then also the passive, so you get 30 gold right away. And not even 30 gold, I think it's 40 gold now, because they buffed the Spell Thieves and Co. to be worth more money overall. So you actually just get a huge influx of cash while playing Brand support. You're going to be rich until you get Tier 3 Sightstone. You're going to spike pretty early on. And also, as we get Rakan and Tristana locked in, I don't know if it's Ezreal or Trist mid, more likely Trist. And there's Darius, the very late counterpick in a Singed.
That is great. And I also want to add to your Brand point, because Brand as a support is the kind of champion that you can go 0 and 15 and still do more damage than your AD carry at the end of the game, which is, I think, the value that you're getting out of him. Run it down, doesn't matter. You're providing all the damage.
Now, Darius is a really, really heavy counterpick into Singed. If you look at solo queue, it's like a 55-45, not matchup. The game is 55-45 because of the matchup, which means the matchup is like absurdly tilted and almost impossible to play. So LCR going to have a really hard time. You mentioned earlier, Crumbs, that you can't counter if he proxies the wave. LCR kind of has to proxy the waves forever because he cannot lane against Ghost Flash Darius.
So level 1 invades. Level 1 invades is the best way to ensure that you get a side of the map controlled, and then you can start proxying them nonstop. We've seen it happen in the LCK matches yesterday where teams were just ships in the night crossing each other in the jungle. It could happen here again. The level 1s are quite powerful with all the roots and flash stuns that can be delivered.
Yeah, I mean, Morgana obviously is going to be really nice. It is going to be Morgana mid. Of course, we saw Ezreal Rakan were the eventual lock-ins, so it is going to be a fairly safe mid laner going for primarily wave clear. What I saw in Champ Select, and maybe they swapped after the timer, was that Tactical was on the Rakan and CoreJJ was on the Ezreal. If you watch the LEC All-Stars, they had role swapped once and then another time afterwards. It was actually really only Hansama who played his own role, and you can see that indeed CoreJJ is going to be... He's going back. He's going back to his roots. Was formerly a farming bot laner, played in the LCK, played on Dignitas in the LCS, then went back to the LCK, and then eventually role swapped to support, and went to World Finals, and then won Worlds of support on Samsung Galaxy. Here we go. Invade begins. Flash Naka, big damage bind, fling, goodbye. That's 500 gold earned, and it's time for round 2. Rocket Jump slows 3, and BRTT, it's time to run away. Tactical's going to have his W up pretty soon. Flashes are up to dodge it, but the flash fling! Goodbye to the rat! CoreJJ is on the board again!
Oh, they're relentless. Their Tactical knew exactly what to do. He's seen CoreJJ do the flash knock-up way too many times to not go for it himself. And yeah, we knew it was going to happen. They saw it coming, but the Brand just did not expect how quickly the LCS reacted.
Oh, I also have to correct myself. I said Jensen was going to be Morgana mid. I forgot about Tristana being locked in. It's Morgana jungle. That's the part I didn't get. I did not know Morg jungle was a thing. I gotta correct myself on that one. I gotta see if it's even popular at all. The pick rate in solo queue is incredibly low. It's barely more popular than top lane.
It's not bad. So it was run a few games in Academy of the LCS last split. So there are some times where you can run it. The clear is decent. I mean, what you're really trying to do is get out of jungling and get grouped with the team, right? That's what you want for your Morgana anyways. And I just respect the fact that they actually switched the roles, because the champions look so standard, but the roles and who is playing who actually makes the champions more exciting.
Well, he tries to sweep out the wards, does get both of them, so that is both the wards gone. Broxah going for a level 2 gank. Now keep in mind, though, these guys all have flash to be able to. Tactical can try for a W, but can't get much more. Broxah is, of course, losing time as Cario runs around and is going to be counter-jungling top side there, and it should be hard to find a kill. Like, you can flash on reflex every time. Nice sidestep, gets away from the binding.
And good emote use afterwards, letting them know that this is a big waste of time. And Udyr, meanwhile, on the top side, just farming away, just having a good old time, making sure that his buddy Darius can do whatever he wants up against a Singe who has yet to touch a single creep.
Yeah, this is top doomed. This is kind of what you expect. And to be fair, like LCKR, I feel like doesn't get to play League anyway, so the jungle pressure doesn't help all that much. Now, it's certainly keeping Brox away from top, so you can't tilt the lane back over. That's worthwhile. But I think it's so unlikely that you get any gank pressure here because you can't force a full health Singe to die. But yes, all 3 camps coming down on the top side. Broxa, I mean, thankfully from his team, got an early control ward in front of his own blue, but you can see it on the minimap. There's a control ward right above Cario. And that means that Broxa can go and take a bunch of his own camps. He can kind of match camps for the most part. We'll see how mid plays out in the Trist versus Lucian. That'll be one to watch for sure. Tenone's, I mean, you know, the easy MVP of the CB Law. We'll see what he can get done. But we are getting all 3 camps to Broxa, so no camps are being lost just yet.
Yeah, no camps are lost, but then it's a jungle Morgana. That is not a carry jungler. I would put all my eggs in the voted best player of the CB LoL here, but an engage from Jensen here. He is not having a good time. He has to get out of here.
Yep. Gets the 4th shot off. That was smart by Jensen. You need, if you get the 4th shot off on Tristana, if you explode the charge, you get a reset on your rocket jump, kill or not. And so that allowed him to get a bit more done right there. Heal flash burned out of BRTT. CoreJJ used his own heal. Tactical used the ignite. And now Brox had time to run away. Spell shield comes down in time. No stun going to be landed anyway. And yeah, you got to wash away for this one. BRTT is going to lose a lot of health. He has 200. Like, this is almost killable.
CoreJJ is really looking for the opportunity for him to flash an arcane shift into that Twitch. He's so close to actually get that kill. Look, he wants it. Oh, so good. There it is.
Oh, Knockup's going to find on the 1. Brand does still have flash if needed. Walks away, and that is BRTT find a kill in a tactical. Thank you, turret shots. That is a painful one. An over dive at a tactical.
Ah, here comes another dive, though, from CB LoL, looking for the Tristana. Flash bear slap.
You got LCKR going down, though. He's slowed. He's stuck in place. They're going to find a bit more. A flash. Get away. Tenones. He's got no health left. And Cario. He's trying to run. He's trying to run. As soon as Fling is back up, he's got this, though. He got poisoned. He got poisoned. The bear slap wasn't worth it. LCKR found him with the poison and takes him down.
So worth it there. They wasted so much for that mid lane play, and Jensen with the slick flash over the wall. That's really the key play. Him making the flash and buffering the rocket jump just did so much for him. They did not expect that he is going to be so prepared for that.
Yeah, flash was a bit early with Summoner Heal. He was always going to be safe, so that felt like a little bit of an over cost, but you still can't hate on the fact that you got to kill. You force the mid laner out just the same, and you're going to survive because of that.
And it looks like CB LoL is just still in this and quite relentless, because remember the early game was so brutal. And here, a counter gank. This is it. This is what they want.
Easy bind, a lot of damage coming through, but they can't re-engage. The Udyr is around, and Tactical's running really low on health. Finally does jump away, but careful. He's still only a spell away from death. The CoreJJ walks in to tank a possible Q coming in. W going to land. That's a big stun. That is so much damage. Core has to run away. Going to explode. Cario chasing down a Broxa. Can't get any more than this, but you can see how much damage is being dealt. Very magic damage heavy, by the way. You can look at the builds. It is AP Twitch after all. Binding going to land. A bit of damage here. Udyr's still going to be okay, and I mean, these health bars are running low. If you don't land the engages, Brand is just relentless in poking you down.
This wave is so fat. They really want to commit to it, and they have no way of diving in. If you saw how Udyr and Morgana interacted this whole time, it was the saddest thing I ever seen for an Udyr jungle. He was chasing her from the top of her own lane, 3 binds in a row, just not able to close the gap. This is is just a really sad bear this whole game, and he is so slow. You actually have to hope that you can get ahead and then start maxing your bear slap so that you can start moving around the jungle faster and chasing down people that try to kite you.
Oof, good damage right there. Nice little pillar of flame there. Tactical gets himself some healing available, tosses it off to CoreJJ, but you can see LCKR getting a very brief respite, but it's 36 to 56 in CS. Yes, LCKR got a roam off. Hey, well done. Good job. But, I mean, he came in a lane with 2 free assists with some extra gold, and, you know, he's down 14 CS with a wave to be claimed. I mean, this is going to be rough, but he is starting the proxy. He's got enough items. He's got the Swifties. He can run away from junglers pretty easily. I think you just straight up outrun level 1 bear stance Udyr, so LCKR has a bit of room to play with.
Yeah, with the Swifties, there's no way they catch him. Even though they're all in this top side of the jungle, they just can't bother dealing with him. He's just a big fly in the side, and Oh, this is beautiful.
Oh,
Freak.
wow.
This is exactly what you want to see. And execute too. Just
he might give XP beautiful. Away. It's close because like Brand is nearby. He'll get this whole wave and okay, yeah, but that's XP though. Like Issa gets like half a level for that. And sure, yes, the waves are all gained. Yes, Licorice is able to get a perfect farm as though he wasn't having to land against Darius. But that is several hundred XP given away, which is meaningful.
You don't think it was worth it?
I think you kind of had to do it anyway, but you are trading gold for experience straight up, right? It's gold you wouldn't have gotten, but you just gave free XP to the support. Like those are relevant costs to trade off.
It totally is. You're just hoping that the brand continues to die. Oh, what a bind!
Oh, that bind is sick. Rocket jump in. They got to have this one. Buster shot back. What, Jensen? Okay. It was enough. Broxah got enough damage down thanks to his red buff, but that was nearly not a kill at all.
There is no flash bear slap available. I think he's got a rocket jump, though. He could just get out of here.
Yeah, rocket jump should have reset. There should be no problem at all. Easy away, not a problem there. Maybe could have turned to fight it. We knew explosive shot was down, and the buster shot as well was out, but level 5 Udyr not that scary.
He knew that Morgana was on the left-hand side because Udyr was fighting over the crab with her, but the stealth bind from the brush just did not think that it was going to come from that angle.
Yeah, really nicely done, all things considered. No big problems here. And once again, LCKR trying to take the camps. And this is actually farm getting denied. Like, keep in mind, like, Robo's chasing Singed around. He's betraying the first and second rules of League of Legends, which is don't chase Singed. Loses the entire wave that got pushed in just there and didn't stop anything.
It's the classic, it's almost like a lane swap where it doesn't matter how good you are against this champion, you just can't afford to give up your lane to chase this guy. He's so much more annoying than you are in this mode. You're playing into his wheelhouse. I think this is Licorice really knowing how to play Singed, and it forces so much out of CB low, they have to just ignore the top side and try to pray that the bottom lane can actually be useful.
Yep, well, Issa still pretty much farming the LCS bot lane right now, earning a ton of cash right now. He's already on the Frostfang, whereas Tactical doesn't have that piece just yet. CoreJJ is farming nicely, but Brand is going to be a really, really big deal in this game. He's, a very big magic damage threat. Jensen can try to roam down, but there's a ward, so they're going to walk away. Going to still try in range to do some damage. Nice flash gets away from the stun. Auto, no ult available. Wow. If he had ult, that could have been a kill, but CoreJJ, his Ezreal is still good after all these years. Lands the ult, he grabs the kill.
That's the beauty we want to see. That synergy. The gank from Tristana, it looked like such a weak gank through a ward. They were already far back, but the Ezreal ultimate just lined up after the flash as well. That's a predict Ezreal ultimate, Freak. That is more valuable than just lining it up in a team fight. That takes really a good understanding of the movement of your enemy.
Oh, nice stuff right here. So, looking for a battle. Okay, good luck, Broxah. Yep, easily able to black shield the stun, but Bear stands Tiger's a lot of damage. Gets the stun, gets the late root. Big chunks here. He's almost got the kill. Oh, he has to flash out of it. Throw-in soil will not quite kill anymore. Broxah kites away. Shout out to the fact that he waited on the Q, tried to maximize stun duration so that the Udyr couldn't get any farther out. Get a lot of damage out of the W. Really nicely done. Nearly gets the solo kill.
He's got the Morgana mechanics. You gave him that, and he's rushed the Sorcerer issues. It's something a lot of mid laners have been doing, just getting mobility as much as possible early in the game. The games are quick, they're explosive. You want to be roaming, helping your team out. The only error in the game is just not helping your team out nowadays. So if you got the boots and you can help them, then that's the play to make.
You see the shiny Krugs there, changed in the preseason. The total gold of the camp is the same, but more of the gold is in the small Krugs. You actually pretty much must finish them now if you want to be a useful jungler taking the time to do Krugs. We're going to have to do that, of course. You just press W at the end of the camp. You're going to get them no problem. Nice little bit of counter warding, but the game is still fairly close, right? 1,300 gold apart is a moderate lead for the LCS. Meanwhile, for CB LOL featuring All of Pain Gaming, they do have a Drake to their name, so it's not too bad. Waiting for the first items to come through. The Nashor's Tooth almost done for BRTT. That'll be a good spike. Nice push forward. Good black shield. Issa can't get a whole lot done. Whoa. Second jump. There's a big chunk, and now BRTT tries to open up. Rat-a-tat-tat is going to claim the kill. The heal is too late. CoreJJ couldn't reach his teammate in time. Tried to flash shield. Couldn't get Tactical, or couldn't get Jensen to live.
super aggro there. 4 people diving between turrets there while the rest of the CBLOL is pushing the top side of the map. I like what they're doing with Jensen. He knows the limits of this champion. Just get the 4 hits, jump in, bail me out every time. And as long as you got a black shield in there, why not? I mean, the trust you got to have in your teammates is not very high because you know you can bail yourself out every single time. It's just that they were so close together that the brand ultimate ended up bouncing back to him instead of somebody else.
Yeah, took a lot of turret shots there overall, and BRT's like, I'm happy to free fire with my ult on, let's do it. And that was, I mean, like 4 summoners burn, maybe 5. The trade of being a 1-for-1. So good defense there by CBLOL as now Herald is summoned in mid lane, and as long as you shove that wave in, that is the rest of the plates, and that is the full turret picked up, so Tenon's going to be pretty rich.
I think you got to count these plates and this Herald turret as part of the cost of getting that kill as well, because now CBLOL is actually in the gold lead, believe it or not.
Gold lead, Drake lead, going to feel pretty good. We've got the Hextech Alternator done for LCK, so sadly he's going not for the build you're supposed to. I don't know, man. I'm a really big fan of Riley's mandate, but that's not the build he's doing.
You should have tweeted at him. You should have told him, hey, this is a good build.
Oh, well. BRTT revealed by a ward. Because of that, it actually reveals the ward itself. One of the interactions of camouflages like that. Brox is like, wait a second, are there wards here? Yes, there are. No one to share the gold with, so just takes the 30 himself. LCK refuses to give that position away. Bot turret down to 1 plate, and here comes the dive. Technical Charms 1, knocks up afterwards. Just a big chunk of damage. Kites right back out. Tremendous Soil probably gets the kill, but Corjay wants it anyway. Nice fling backwards. Goodbye, BRTT, but now in for Udyr. Finds 1. Tries to chase down the second, cannot do so. It's a 3-for-1 so far, and Tenon's has been owned. It's a 4-for-1. The LCS popping off in the bot lane.
They are just hammering the bottom lane free, and I love the fact that you got 4 former members of the former Team Liquid squad that was so good at focusing the bottom lane, and now they're actually still capable of doing that and using LCK, who is always the island top laner, teleporting down into the bottom lane, helping the team out. It's just, they know how they play the game, and they can do it even here at All-Stars.
Nice job, good timing there. Yeah, LCK's roam, that was very, very good stuff. Just not enough for Udyr to do, really. You can't really get through that one. You're just stuck in the middle of everyone.
You know, that's really the story of Udyr. Not a lot for you to do in general. You know, you got champions like Samira. Like, you watch what Samira does, and then you watch Udyr, and you wonder if they're even... How are they related? Because one
I mean, Udyr wins way more games than Samira does. Like, Samira got nerfed enough. Like right now, Samira wins games more than Udyr does. Now, Prowler's Claw Udyr is not very strong. To be clear...
It's Scale Force. It's Scale Force Udyr. You just dash.
No, it's Prowler's Claw.
Oh, my bad. Okay, I just saw it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I appreciate the hustle. Don't get me wrong. It's a cool idea. It's just not as good as, real items like Divine Sunderer or, Trinity Force, really. I respect the idea. It's just not the strongest idea. It's a cool try, though. That's going to be 1 kill. Brand is dead. Carrio's nearly gone. Corjay is trying his hardest. Tinon still gets the shutdown. Now Broxa is going to walk in, get the ult, get the W, get the kill. Double on the board for Morgana. Broxa 5-0-5. That's a nice one. Error code CBLOL not found. And now it's time for even more. Jensen's going to try to jump away. Robo's in the chase, though. Next Q, dunk comes down. He's bleeding out. Goodbye. He's hemorrhaging the death. Robo finds himself the first kill of the game.
Finally joins the team on the CBLOL, who is just, I think they're actually going to be able to turn up here, Freak. I think this Udyr is actually going to have a good time eventually, because all he has to do is flash bear slap somebody in the team fight later, either Corjay or Jensen. You find that one target while the rest of the team is distracted. You take them out of the fight. You're worth so much less than they are that if you could just get them away from your team, you've done your job.
This is killable. Oh, what a sidestep. Gets away from the Q. This is, he's just done so. Like, there's no way. The Q's not back up yet. He's burning it down. Nice kill by LCK. Yeah, loses the turret, but, I mean, obviously worth it. On the other side, CBLOL is going to grab the second Drake. That's a nice one. So they're on pace for a 26-minute Infernal Soul. If you get there, that's going to be really, really nice.
Yeah, you got double AD. You got everybody really benefiting from your scaling here. So I just like that when you actually get these matchups, scaling doesn't become a relevant thing since everybody has enough damage at every stage in the game. You got double AD carries. You got AP all around. You got tanky champions. They'll all be fine. They just have to execute.
And Core is so rich. Double Mystic Shot put BRTT at 30% health. He actually dies at 3 Mystic Shots from full. in a real situation here. Look at the poke there. Cortege and the very standard build. Divine Thunder is what you buy on Ezreal. Tactical comes in. Nice knockup. Goodbye. Lethality Udyr is just way too squishy against this team. Can't get a lot done. BRTT is going to whop. Yep, goodbye. Dropped as well. Nice arcane shift. Finds the rest of it. Now mid's under fire. And the LCS, you might not get the Dragons still in time. You can donate the Dragons away. It might not be enough.
Oh, man. CoreJJ, these in-house skills are just popping up. Jensen's going in. He's going to get the kill. Doesn't even get stunned and gets out.
That was nice. Gale Force Buster shot. Not almost. Oh! That was so close. Robo nearly claimed that kill with the pullback, but now not a lot to do. Morgana comes in. Back over the wall goes Licorice. Burns the flash, and now they're just diving the entire base.
Look at the style there. The Jensen moves alongside Broxah were just beautiful. The jump, the flashing, dodging away, use of the blast, and then re-engaging with the team. It's what you came here to see.
It is. It is. Really, really beautiful right now. So Jensen's putting on the mechanics. CoreJJ's putting on the mechanics. And the whole squad's doing really well, obviously. Yeah, good luck with that one. Nearly a binding. He's like, what? Cast the spells, bud. Hit him, Broxah. Okay, there we go. Fowler's fly in. Look at the damage. They almost got him, but he's going to get shut down by Triss. Sorry, bud. The binding landed that time. Nothing else you could do. Uh-oh.
Whoa, so much healing.
Wait, that's so much healing. Holy moly. But Expunge is a big part. Oh,
what
Black
the heck was that?
That was all the spell vamp.
Smite and spell
Ravenous Hunter, right? It's got to be full stack Ravenous Hunter. You hit the, all the spell vamp on. Oh, goodbye BRTT. Yeah, you're a dead boy. Goodbye. Wait.
One more
Hello?
slap.
Tactical. Okay. Good job, Core.
He's dead too.
Yep, Licorice here. Fling. Oh, bye. Good steal. Tactical gets his first kill of the game. And now the LCS is just running over this one. Like, at this point, it's a little bit over, unfortunately. CBLOL tried. They had some nice moments here. But Licorice, I think, played her on the top side well. Nice try by Robo now. Not enough.
Hey, I don't know if it's over, Freak. The LCK was 20-5 against the OPL and still managed to lose that game. You're okay with Deer.
Brawler's Claw brings him all the way through arcane shifts. A little Warwick action. Okay, the flash in. Is it going to be enough? He gets one. Looks for the dunk. Gets two. Oh, my word. It might be enough. He's trying to run away, though. He's cinched. He gets the third dunk. Robo is on the board.
We needed to get the Darius in here. He wants more. He knows Broxah's got a big bounty on his head, and he's got no flash caught in no man's land. I think that bounty's going to go his way again.
Stride Breaker's up in a second if he could get out. This is going to be easily kill number 4. Ugh, yeah, it is. 800 gold shut down. Okay. All right. Go Gadget Darius. This Robo has been built up. He's got new upgrades. He's been augmented with cyberware. He's ready to go.
Gotta believe in the Darius. If anybody can carry this game, that's more and more like a solo queue match. It's gotta be the king of solo queue, Darius. Look at this flash right here. And then this little dash. The dash here is really what made it. Buffered it with the Q.
Stride Breaker is great. Q Stride Breaker, that's the big play. Into range for the dunk afterwards. Really, really well done.
I did not think that the Darius would have been the one to carry this game here. I totally thought it would have been the bottom end, the Twitch or the Brand, just the ones that pack the most damage.
I mean, they had a really good start. Okay, here we go. And that's Brawler's Claw, right? Brawler's Claw Tiger Stance is a lot of damage, but Jensen just has too much gold. I think he's got like a 2-3 level lead on the guy. That was close, though, right? Like, you can see what it could almost do.
It's going to work one time, right? As long as it happens at the end of the team fights.
Finds one charm, finds his health bar in shambles, trying to run away, has the shield, he's still burning. That is a lot of bleeds, that is a kill. Robo once again has it. Ulti is available, pulls in back. That's a full stack bleed, shut down, traded back and forth though. As it's Licorice picking up the kill there.
Okay, that's not bad though. Getting down CoreJJ, he's a really difficult champion to take down versus your dead man's Darius. So I like this. I like this look here. And Licorice, he's by himself really because the rest of the CBLOL squad is not going to give this up. They're the ones that have been focused on the Dragons. Let's see if Jensen feels like jumping in once again, because I think the second he saw this Brand, he was about to jump.
It's a 4v3 for CBLOL, so if you can get in at all, Jensen can easily rocket jump. If you waited a little bit longer in Pause Call, you'd go over the wall with that, I think, and that would be probably a problem for our poor Udyr, but he's going to be fine. Infernal Drake, but yeah, the respawns are coming through. Tactical's almost here. CoreJJ is now leaving base. Roxa, nice try in the bind. Can't find it. BRTT revealed, though. Great Scryer's Bloom. It makes it very easy to play around. This Drake is going to be really hard to defend. I mean, CB Law is still fighting down a 4,000 gold deficit. That is not insurmountable, but it's a tough one to fight back from. And the wards aren't good enough to make this easy.
They can get a fat Brandle.
That's what maybe. Want. No bind.
Oh, that Q.
Yeah. Nope, this is tough. Ezel not going to get anything, but here comes the attempt for the charm, the attempt for the smite. It's going to go over to Brand, and now Tino is forced to run. He's trying to get away. Fling backwards, BRTT on the backside. Goodbye to Karaoke, and now FLICKR on the run. Will get traded back, but it's a 2-for-1 so far, making it 3. 3 kills for the LCS as trade for the Dragon. A nice stun, bit of damage, but Issa, you're not getting out. You're not getting out. CoreJJ finds the kill. The rest of the team stays alive. 4-1 as trade for Dragon number 3.
See, the big brain play here is that they knew they were going to lose that fight for the Dragon, so they just ran all the way down. They try to everybody die as further south of the map as possible so that LCS can't run to the Baron in response. Because once that first hit this Brand, this fight was already over. The LCS position was going to be so much greater that they're lucky that the Brand ultimate started bouncing around and taking that one, because that really would have been a disaster.
BRTT managed to live. I think he might have gotten the actual kill onto Cinch, which is, you know, some nice income there. And once you get to like 2, maybe 3 items, I mean, you really, you know, the Twitch builds are awkward because you have to go Lich Bane, or not Lich Bane, but Nashor's Tooth first, and then you probably want to finish like, usually like a Night Harvester or something, but he's actually not building towards that. Looks like it's going to be Deathcap second for BRTT. Going no Mythic build, which I don't actually agree with in terms of AP Twitch. I think Harvester is just very, very good. But regardless, this is kind of the build he's going for, is stacking as much raw AP as possible to try to get his passive damage as high as he can.
And what he needs is a lot of gold. No matter what build he needs, he's just very far from it. Either CS, by their levels, and even just experience. He's just so doomed right now.
I like the ward stack just down there. You know, just a chunk of wards down to the bottom of that lane. Just for good measure. At some point, I'm sure Tactical will replace them. Whoa. Flexion on core. Jumps in on BRTT. Can't find the W. Gets good damage regardless, though. And that's the Twitch out of the wave. Mid-tier 2 is gone.
Tactical's just there watching everybody, seeing who dares come out of the base so that the CoreJJ Ezreal can keep jumping in again. Oh! Sick.
Oh, yeah, wow. Broxah got it by himself. I knew he didn't even need any more than just the W and maybe the Q to land. Turret's going to get a bit low here as well. What?
We need to clone CoreJJ. We need to get more of him in the LCS.
Oh, yeah.
Playing all the roles, clearly.
Yeah. How good's his jungle? Maybe we'll find out against LLA. Right now, though, oof, Jensen a bit low, gets a shield, gets a charm, gets a pickup. Broxah on a killing spree here as well, and FLICKR is on the dive. He's found 10 owns, he's burning down, he's going to drop here as well, and not enough there for Robo. Issa picks up 1. However, 7,000 gold lead inside the base, knocking down inhibitor turrets as well. The bot tier 2 is alive. They'd rather go for the turret dive, though. They find the slow, they find some damage. Jensen's going to find it. Yep. Gets the Gale Force ult. Can't go any farther. There's a turret there. But it's okay. Mid's under fire. BRTT's going to try. Nice expunge. Or I guess a contaminate now. Gets revealed. Broxah. Not quite going to land it.
Ooh, avenging his support. They were surrounding him just like sharks. But he's going to die.
No, it's time to, he's dead. He's so dead. He is the most dead. And he is.
Well, not much difference from being invisible, really. He was spending most of the game.
Might die. Tiger didn't last long enough. There's still about 80 health left on CoreJJ. He's going to live. That was a tight one.
You know, that's every time I feel when I play with you. I lose, I go out 110, I think, yeah, that was a tight one. Almost had him. Maybe I'll pick differently next time.
I mean, are you building Prowler's Claw Essence Reaver Udyr? Because I don't feel like that's actually the build. Just you know, as far as I'm concerned, there are better builds that actually win on the champion. Maybe that's a you problem.
That's usually most of my problems, Freak. All right, well, 1 minute for drag.
Yep.
I mean, that's their last stand, right? That's everything CB LoL has this game. If they can get that, that would make up for everything that they have just floundered this game, because the death cap would really start getting a lot of value there for this Twitch.
Shout out anyone who actually, hopefully not on my team, goes Prowler's Claw Essence Reaver Udyr. That just doesn't seem the absolute strongest, I'm gonna say. This is one of those games you're like, hey, maybe build Tank, bud. You're 1 in 7. No, Sheen. Okay, sure. Fair enough, bud. Good luck. Obviously, the items are in. The Infinity Edge, a bit early for Jensen. It does not give crit damage until you finish your rapid fire cannon. So slightly early buy there. Obviously, it's preseason. Pros can make mistakes, but that is a small missed opportunity. Dragging up at 20 seconds, though. Robo's on the flank. Robo, can he 1v9?
I mean, he can 1v3. We've seen that one. We've seen that one. Okay, he's coming around alongside Tino's. If they can focus Udyr. Oh, no.
Oh, no. He can't even cast Prowler's Claw. He's been grounded. Go to your room. BRTT opens up, tries to find some damage. Tino's trying to kite away. BRTT gets the shutdown. He knocks down one, but it's already 3-1. One traded back now. Robo has to kite away. Tino's got to be careful. LCR is up front. He's looking for it. Jumps in, gets the flash fling. And now Robo is left alone. Can he find anything else here? Gets in the fog. Gets a nice Q. Can he get a dunk, though, at all? Can he get a single kill? That's a Zonius from Morgana. A triple kill for Core JJ. And now you cannot possibly steal Dragon. The whole team is dead.
It was a valiant attempt. They saw it, but the Udyr just was so quick to die. If he just lived a tiny bit longer, I think there would have been a chance for the Darius to actually get in there. He had flash. He had the ultimate available. What kind of team fight happens where Darius doesn't get to use his ultimate? It's one where you never really stood a chance. Of course, you got to pop that if you want to do well. And he's building full tank because he knows he needs to stay alive. This team's got damage. They're just so far behind. The Udyr. Freak, if we've seen it so many times, at least 5 times, that he almost gets a solo kill on these AD carries.
Yeah. Meanwhile, ow. If Brox had ult, he would cast it, you know? If he had ult, that man was dead. Flash, blue smite, the W! Oh! Yeah, Lethality Udyr does in fact lose to 9-kill Morgana. Broxa takes him down from Fog of War. And now Issa, gotta be careful, gets some damage, gets a stun, gets an explosion, but Jensen's here. Jensen wants more. Jensen's gonna find a kill for Tactical. Jumps over Tinones. That's Broxa dominating 11, 1, and 20. And Tactical's gonna find BRTT. Good luck, Twitch.
They've done this before. They're just gonna dive. It doesn't matter if they go down. They gotta take up BRTT.
Yep, that is a kill picked up. Robo's gonna try, has damage to Tactical, dunk one. Can he get more? He needs to land a Q, he needs the cooldown back. Gets damage to Broxa, finds Jensen, gets some good hits. Dunk is not gonna be enough, and he might, he will lifesteal enough. Jensen will not go down, needed a little bit more time to have that one happen.
Yeah, that Q just barely whiffing there out of Robo, but I'm surprised that this is the first time we're seeing some of these champions for some of these players, Freak. The Morgana from Broxa, it was an idea a lot of people had before. Morgana jungle, I like it. It's just simple, always helps your team out. And hey, you hit that one fat binding. You don't need to be an engaged target. You just keep chucking these out. You hit somebody, hey, I've engaged, guys. Come fight.
All right, well, it's time to look at Baron right now as Broxa and Jensen are taking the time with it one. Gonna knock down that ward, gonna get a ward over the wall. I believe Jensen can reach the I guess he can't reach it. Has to rock jump over, but now he's been slowed. Oh, goodbye. Nice! All right, sends the singed out.
He's just been a bad boy all the time, just permanently grounded. Don't leave your room.
This is a lot of damage. There's a lot of damage. Goodbye to one. The cooling. Okay, good smite by Broxa. Picks it up, but now there could be some trade kills. Licorice is out of mana. It's not going to matter in this case, though. Twitch is already gone. Core JJ stays alive. Licorice is on the run. Has to put on the poison trail. Has to run away. Robo, can he find the target? Not easily. Doesn't get the sweet spot on the Q. Can't pull back Tactical. Great black shield comes out of Broxa. And that means Tactical can play up a little bit longer. Wait for the team. Careful, he's now max stacks for the big dunk, but it's going to be only 1,000 damage. Stride breaker Q. Dunk will nearly kill. Push back, though, by the bind, by the knockup. Kites right back out, and Robo just cannot quite get in. I assume he was just shy of the damage needed. Core, though, too far up. Gets a shutdown on the Darius. Charms back across for a 1-for-1. Now, Liquor's got to be careful, but yeah, that makes it easy. There comes the push in for Tactical. Burning. Zonia's. Tactical, he's low. Gets out anyway. Double kill for Licorice. 50 kills from 19. Flash. Come on, Cario. Come on. Prowler's Claw.
There it is.
Yay! And Licorice, you saw he waited. He stopped and let the kill go through. That is good manners. I'm surprised he even chased the kill down. That guy was always at the poison.
He wanted to reward the flash. He'd seen this guy try so many times. You got to give it to him at some point. Otherwise, you're not having that much fun. If the Udyr never secured a kill with the Prowler's Claw this game, Freak, I don't think he would have ever tried it again.
I don't think he should ever try it again, period. I think he already went 2-14, and that's enough to be like, maybe I shouldn't build this champion this way. But who knows? You know, I've been burned by teammates having wonky builds before. Maybe it'll happen again. They're having a good time. The important part is we got Smile. I'll stop clowning on the build because obviously it's not that serious, all said and done. Goodbye, Chinos. Oh, gosh. Just Trish does so much damage. Robo's gone as well. I mean, FLICKR just actually has 5 items, so he's got 25 stack Magi's on Singed. That's when you know it's pretty doomed. Issa's gone as well. Jen's trying to run away. Explosions is not going to be enough damage. The AP is just not quite there. And now Carrier's forced to run away. He blue smites for some move speed. He's trying to go away from FLICKR. He fails chance. He's got to get away just barely. And a kill. 2 for BRTT. Can it be a third? The ulti's on. He's going to get some pretty good damage. Whoa, that is a big fling. Yeah, buddy. Death cap is done, and BRTT finds a triple.
That fling is like a crit from the Tristana every single time it happens. He's so fed. He's full build. He's the first to reach full build this game.
Yep. Just now picks up Zhonya's. Merlin Amakan in there as well. Gonna look pretty good. That fling's pretty hopeful.
Look at how fast he goes. I mean, with the 25 stacks, he really looks like he's just from another world. Udyr, who's supposed to be a speedy boy, just doesn't stand a chance.
Oh, 5-level deficit, and 4-level deficit is going to be pretty rough right here. So yeah, just tries to run. Is barely fast enough. Just barely, but
nice pun.
They built enough time for Twitch. There's hard.
Was that an actual pun on purpose, or was that just...
Which one?
Barely faster?
Oh, no, not in that case.
Well, he was a Baron, so you're just naturally
No, I get
punning.
it. It slipped in on accident. I hadn't intended for it. Either way, though, we got builds coming through. All right, we got Twitch finishing Deathcap and Harvester. That's a pretty big one. Tactical, able to jump away. But now Twitch is kind of online. BRTT at 3 items is actually a pretty meaningfully threatening champion. You're still kind of capped. Like, you still only cast Contaminate once, you know, every 10 seconds or so. The passive has a hard cap, so it's like if the fight lasts longer than 6 auto attacks, you kind of lose out on damage. But a lot of these fights are pretty short.
Well, the LCS should not try to end the game, right? They should try to extend the fights as long as possible.
Yeah. I got to point out, because of those kills, Infernal Soul got picked up. I don't know if we really covered that one, but those overdives were right as the 5th dragon spawned. So we have Infernal Soul for CB LOL. So an 11,000 gold lead fights Infernal Soul. Maybe doable, who knows?
Well, I mean, I'm still looking out for what Kario can do here, because now there's a stopwatch, so now he can actually go in and buy some time for his team after the Prowler's Call. Maybe reset the Tiger stance to do a little extra damage.
Easy wave clear, give the money over. Riley's is just being started now for Issa.
If you wanted to pick a champion to put yourself in the biggest disadvantage inside Summoner's Rift right now, and build, would you not do this Udyr build?
Ooh,
this is playing the highest difficulty.
Is one of the worst builds. I think Prowler's Essence Reaver Gragas top would be worse. Like, just thinking of like champions that are even more useless with no durability. Here we go. Engage comes in. CoreJJ finds one. They're going to find a second and third. And Robo's like, wait, where'd my team go? BRTT tries as well. Flashes and gets pushed around. Jetson. Buster shot. Gale Force. Otto takes them down from half. All right, Robo versus the world. We've seen Fountain Dive before. Will we see another? They're looking for it, maybe. They're going for the turrets. Where's the Fountain Dive? Where's the Fountain Dive? Let's go, LCS. Who's leading the charge? Who's making it happen? Robo's waiting. He's like, come on. I want the Penta.
Flash fling. Flash fling into bind.
Where's the Penta? Where's the Penta? There's the pull. He gets one. Can't find the second. There's the fling. There's the kill. All right, they traded only one. Tactical was a sacrificial lamb. He was the one player willing to bait Robo in. Good job, Tactical. You're the MVP of this game. Good game, LCS wins.
They did it in a role swap fashion, which is what you want to see, Freak. I think it was really valiant to see all these players take on something new that at least gives you a little extra sense of excitement. Because otherwise, oh yeah, you see CoreJJ playing Rakan. No, we want to see him give us his AD, his original role.
Yeah. And I know people are learning as they're going through the preseason. Trinity Force Ezreal is dead, as you saw the build here. Divine Sunderer is what you're going for on that champion. It is his best Sheen upgrade, so for those Ezreals at home, copy the build you saw out of CoreJJ. The Frozen Heart, maybe choose not that one. It's up to you. I wouldn't have built Frozen Heart against Twitch plus, AP Twitch plus brand. Feels questionable. Regardless, though, obviously some pretty good stuff out of him. The whole squad did really nicely. And yeah, for those who get counterpicked on Singed, go proxy the wave. Get out of there. get between tier 1 and tier 2, between tier 2 tier 3, take those waves, bait the jungler around. That'll help you a bit because, man, is that lane tough, and LCR made it look easy despite having 0 CS with first 3 waves. So we are stepping away, but when we come back, we will hear from Brazil's BRTT. All Stars continues right after this.
I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, not a sleeper awake. I won't let the future escape.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, BRTT. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All Stars 2020. What a sight we just had in our match between the LCS All Stars as well as those representing the CB LOL from Brazil. I do have one of the players on the line. It is going to be audio only. So BRTT, are you with me?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, how are you?
Hello, I am great. How are you off of what wasn't a victory, but still a very fun match to watch?
Yeah, for sure, really fun match. I'm really good. Thank you for asking. And yeah, at least was fun, you know.
Yeah, that's what All-Stars is about, right? You've been a part of All-Stars before, and things are a bit different this year with 2020 being the way that it has been. What has this experience been like for you, getting to once again interact with other regions, albeit in a different format than usual?
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to be a part of this event, you know, like playing against the best players in the world, and it's always a pleasure, and I'm really happy that I can be playing. But yeah, that's it.
Well, you did get to play today alongside the entirety of your 2020 Pain Gaming roster. Did that change at all, the way you came into this event, whether it was just trying to have a good time, rejoicing with everybody?
Yeah, we were just trying to have a good time. Because it's the last time we play with this lineup, because we changed our support, so we are having a lot of fun, laughing a lot, you know. So I think we enjoyed a lot this moment, and we are really happy.
Yeah, that's the one thing I wanted to also get your remarks on, because you, for this year, have been in the bot lane alongside Issa, who will be moving on during the next year. So things are a little different for you going into 2021. What are your general thoughts, excitement going into the new year, and your personal expectations for your career?
Yeah, I was excited, like planning to win more titles, you know, and maybe this time you're gonna do great at Worlds. So that's our goal. That's my main goal, you know. So I will try harder than last time, and maybe this year we can do it. We can make our country proud, you know.
Well, you definitely did a lot to make Brazil proud today, just being an all-star in yourself. BRTT, thank you for taking the time to speak with me.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was the voice of BRTT here representing CBLOL. But there was something that we asked you to do earlier. We had presented the playlist from Spotify wrapped for myself and for Jensen. And on the votes from Twitch chat, apparently 58% of you identify more with Jensen, but I guess it's only fitting that on the day Eminem's album drops that our personal LCS Slim Shady wins the poll in all of your eyes. But with that, everybody, we are going to be stepping away for a moment, and when we return, we'll have more All-Stars with our LCS roster versus the LLA.
And welcome back, League of Legends fans, to All-Stars 2020. I'm excited to get into some more League of Legends action here as we have our LCS All-Stars once more returning to the stage, but this time they're going to be taking on the boys from down south from the LLA All-Star squad. I'm Captain Flowers. I'll be bringing this one alongside Mr. Alberto Crumbs Rengifo. Crumbs, you already casted one of these. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well, Flowers, but my mind is a little rattled. I have just seen, and the rest of the world, the Prowler's Claw Udyr. I didn't know what to make of it. I mean, it tried so hard, it just didn't really quite make it. The story of the champion, but maybe the rest of the team in LLA and the LCS can give us something a little more spicy that can deliver and not just try to hit the mark but not quite get there.
Hey, man, Prowler's Claw is a great item for champions that otherwise have no mobility. I played it one game on Skarner, and trust me, it's equally awful on him. But being able to dash at an AD carry for the first time in your life is just such an incredible experience. You got to try it at least once, sometimes on the All-Star stage. But now let's get ready for this next game we're doing here and meet the 5 members representing the Latin American region. We are going, excuse me, my words are escaping me. We're going to have Ase in the top lane, Jose Diodo in the jungle, Alone at mid, White Lotus and Shadow on the bottom lane and support roles respectively. And their All-Stars charity choice for the LLA this year is Support Argentina Food Emergency. This charity creates food bags for the impoverished population of Argentina. With enough funding, they will be able to look to expand to other health and well-being needs in addition to providing that monthly food for the needy.
Yeah, it's pretty great. I mean, just being able to bring people up to an equal opportunity, and then maybe they could start playing some League of Legends and maybe use that as another opportunity, because that has been a great equalizer, Flowers. League of Legends and video games to actually bring people into a more fortunate circumstances to actually just better their lives. So the power of video games can transform lives, whether it's by charity or playing yourself, and we're seeing it globally.
And remember what we saw earlier in the announcements when Gabby was kind of doing the table setting for us at the beginning of the day. Obviously, competing for the win will allow the teams and the players to have more money to donate to the charities of their choice. But even just participating, the charities are walking away with $10,000 already just by being selected by these teams in these regions. So really cool stuff. A lot of good stuff going on here with charity. And now to learn more about those reps that we just got done talking about here a little bit, let's take a look at our Mercedes icons of the league.
Brandon Villegas, mejor conocido como José Diodo, nació en Argentina un 22 de mayo del 2000. Comenzó su carrera en la PL Gaming, un extinto equipo de Latinoamérica Sur, aunque su buen rendimiento llamó la atención de Furious Gaming, que lo contrató para su escuadra de academia Furious Gaming Red. Allí pasó apenas 6 meses hasta que fue movido al roster principal de la Calavera por su buen rendimiento. En Furious no tuvo los resultados esperados, pero su excelente nivel se notaba pese a todo.
Me ayudó a bajar el ego y enfocarme en mejorar a mí mismo.
Se lanzó con todo lo que tiene, le da a 4 jugadores de Furious Gaming. Luego de casi 2 años, Raymond Seven puso sus ojos sobre el argentino y se hizo con sus servicios. En un principio, el desempeño de la escuadra no estaba a la altura de las expectativas y, luego de una semifinal para el olvido, José Diodo estuvo al borde del retiro profesional. Pero todo cambiaría a mediados del 2020. Junto a Ace, Alone, Lesa y Shadow, Raymond Seven consiguió revertir un imposible 2-0 en contra en la final de clausura 2020 contra All Knights y conseguir así el pase a Worlds. José Diodo fue una de las estrellas de esa final, y aunque los resultados en Worlds no fueron los que ellos esperaban, el jugador llamó la atención de varios equipos alrededor del mundo. Ahora, el junglero argentino se convirtió en el primer latinoamericano en ser importado por una región mayor. 2021 será uno de los mayores desafíos para José Diodo, representando a FlyQuest de la LCS y teniendo que hacerle frente a muchos de los mejores jugadores de todo el mundo.
And with the introduction to our LLA representatives complete, we will be jumping into Summoner's Rift as soon as possible. Have a little bit of a slight delay occurring right now behind the scenes with some of the players' webcams, but hopefully we will be able to take care of that issue real fast, get everybody in onto Summoner's Rift, and see some more of that, how shall I describe, high-octane All-Stars gameplay that we've seen from some of the games so far, not just here in the All-Stars competition you've seen today, but for those of y'all who didn't know, some of the other regions kicked off some of their All-Stars action last night. Well, last night if you're in North America, it might be somewhere else if you're somewhere else in the world, but I'm not that great with time zones. However, one thing I am great about is remembering what I saw. And what I saw last night was FLICKR playing bottom lane Rengar with an Ivern support to spawn brushes for him. You just don't get that anywhere else.
That was sick. It was amazing. The fact that they busted out, that's why I was thinking that the LCK were really just showing us what it was all about. Because not only did he go bot lane to play with an Ivern support, the support of the LCK went top lane with Warwick and then actually had a really great game. He just started running around the map doing all sorts of crazy things. It was all about not trying to pick the most standard champions, but rather pick jank and try to play janky, but also outplay your opponent doing so, which is exactly what you want. I mean, that flash over the wall from Beryl when he got caught in mid lane and jumped onto the Samira, deleted it. I didn't care they lost a team fight. That just was so skillful, just so beautiful to see. It's like he was an Alistar and saw the play, but pulled it off on the Warwick.
It's all about just getting back to your roots in League of Legends, man. These players and these teams, and honestly just the whole scene, have evolved so much since the beginning days, but especially for a lot of the newer players out there. There's a lot of people that, you know, have only started playing League of Legends in the past couple of years. I encourage all y'all, if you got a day, I mean, winter break's coming up for a lot of people. You have a little bit of time off around the holidays for a lot of people out there. If you find yourself bored one afternoon, just nothing better to do, go back and watch a Season 1 championship. It's not a world championship. It's just a championship because the whole world wasn't even playing League of Legends yet. But watch the Season 1 championship because you're going to watch it and you're going to think it's a game of Plat 4 0LP solo queue. That is how far the game has evolved from then to now. And All-Stars is just a chance to go back to doing that solo queue mentality and just doing the crazy plays and doing whatever you want to do. And I hope that every single player on the Rift just jumps all the way into that because it's just fun to watch.
You say getting back to your roots, and if you remember the origin, as at least my guess and where I began, the reason why I started playing League of Legends for fun. Right, we all started here for fun. Dude. That's how we got here. So exactly, right? Like, why are you mad, man? It's just a game.
All right, we finally made it into Champion Select, my friends. Let's see how it goes down. We got the LLA on the left. We got the LCS on the right. Twisted Fate banned away. Seraphine ain't going to be picking up any more Brackern Souls here today either. You know I'd like to see that. Her banned, of course, not the soul part. We don't like to see that. Malphite also banned next to him here, as we've got Sona and Teemo banned away by the LCS. Remember, in games like these, it's also important to look at the bans and consider the first letter of everyone's name. As you can see by the LLA, TSM. They're trying to get inside the LCS players' heads, remind them of what 06 looks like, remind them how to get to the airport on time, because they are instantly taking names here in the banning stage. Over on the other side, it's also TSM. LCS says, yep, we remember that. It was bad, but you ain't going to phase us. No, sir, not today. So let's see how the picks go through now. It's Maokai, Zac, and Anivia versus Rengar and Lulu, and what might be a gangplank.
I am already loving what LLA is bringing out. There's like a triple flex coming out of them. You can assume that LCS is also going to be flexing these champions, but these are meta champions, or at least former meta champions. Flowers like Gangplank, come on. If that's not support Gangplank or AP Gangplank, this is too tryhard. Way too tryhard here for All-Stars. You got to give us an Ivern here. Maybe we could see more of what the LCK busted out, but who would play the Ivern and the Rengar? I want to see CoreJJ play all these champions, but we only get one of him.
Well, the nice part is technically we get 2 CoreJJs because we already got to see CoreJJ play once. So thankfully, CoreJJ is from one of the regions in LCS where he gets to play twice in one day. Because everybody can't get enough of CoreJJ right now. Between the in-houses, between the fact that he can flex around to any role in the game, between the fact that he's just a stand-up dude, like there's just not enough CoreJJ for everybody out there in the League of Legends community. Lee Sin, the 4th pick here for the LCS. What did they add to TSM? XD! That's so
XD,
good!
that's what it
Both
was.
teams with TSM XD! All right, dude, I don't even care. I don't care if this game turns into some super boring farm fest where everybody's just trying to grow the best field of corn for 35 minutes. Just the draft being TSM XD versus TSM XD is already a quality game.
That's beautiful.
I love
I spent the last champ select just wondering, what was the Draven and Xerath? What do they mean? And we got it.
XD. Okay. All right. So we got Gragas picked up for LLA, and we also got the Twitch. All right, Crumbs, take your bets right now before we get into the game. Is this going to be old, boring, team fight properly, use Kraken Slayer because it's strong now, AD carry Twitch, or is it going to be Rat with a hat, AP?
I sadly have to tell you, I think it's going to be AD. They're all AP on the side of his team, so if you're trying to be a little bit competitive,
party.
If you're trying to win, it could be a Wizard Party. I mean, don't get me wrong, a Wizard Party is fantastic, but Magic Resistance, you saw the LCS. They're a little tryhard in there.
Dude, who's going to be tanky on the enemy team?
Rengar. Rengar could be tank.
Dude,
remember SOFM, Tank Rengar? He made it to World Finals with that
If our players play Tank Rengar at All-Stars, I'm going to find them myself. that should be illegal.
Yeah.
You got it. If you're playing Rengar at All-Stars, I better see full lethality, solo queue, one-shot, wub music, Riot, how is this legal? Win every solo queue game, 90% win rate, hands on face emoji. Anything less is unacceptable.
I completely agree. You have to do it. And if you have a Lulu on your team, you gotta go AD, right? She's the one that's making you tanky in the end. So it has to be done.
Ballistic Missile Rengar, and Lulu is the bubble wrap that the Ballistic Missile gets delivered in so that it doesn't blow up before it's supposed to. That's the teamwork that these two champions have when working together, and I want to see that Rengar going in with everything he's got. Also, with the Lee Sin and the Kog'Maw being the last pickups on this site here. So the LCS picked Kog Lulu. That's...
Yeah.
That's a little try-hard for me.
Telling you.
I hope...
Yeah.
I hope it's a mid-lane AP Kog'Maw, and Rengar and Lulu doesn't care about him at all, and she only helps Rengar. I want to see Lulu work with Rengar, and Kog'Maw also better be using that cutesy lizard spellcasting one. I don't remember what he's called, but he's the best.
The blue one, right? He looks like a fairy dragon.
Yeah, he's like a little cute fairy dragon thing. I like him way more than all the other Kog'Maws. He's the most adorable one by a mile. It's kind of sad when he dies and his head blows off, though. That's pretty that's pretty scarring. It's like the worst death animation to have to watch ever since, what was it called? Dragon Trainer Tristana, where she gets knocked on the ground and the poor little dragon's traumatized and just crawls up next to her. There's some heavy metal stuff in this game sometimes, Crumbs.
Okay, you know what? Speaking of heavy metal, though, I think the LCS is delivering here because it's going to be tactical playing Lee Sin in the mid lane. That is such a throwback. That is such a throwback right there. Remember the Tiamat, the Hydrant? This could be a full lethality Lee Sin, just all about assassinating the White Lotus.
Okay, so anybody out there who, I figure most people have probably played with a Lee Sin who's really vibrant, he's feeling himself, he gets like 5 kills early on in the game and he starts to build lethality. For those of you who haven't, let's talk about lethality here for a second. Because lethality is very scary when it's rolling and he's got 7 kills and no deaths just yet. But as soon as he messes up one single time, say hello to your best, most popular, most favoritist blindfolded loot pinata you have ever met. Every time he lands Sonic Wave, if he presses Q that second time, you just bonk him with the stick and collect your 300 gold. So for tactical, it's going to be about staying ahead of the game and not goofing.
Whoa.
Because as soon as he goofs, he's in trouble.
Look at that push-up. He's doing push-ups with his mind.
Yeah, that was actually pretty cool. He has like an eyeball laser or something.
Yeah, with his third eye. He's doing push-ups with his third eye. That's what I should tell my trainer when I skip the gym. Like, no, dude, I worked out with my third eye.
All right, you tell your trainer that. Tell me what he said. I'm looking forward to the response from whatever that is. Okay, so we've got tactical in the mid lane. We've got literally everybody switched up their positions here. Brox is the support, and Core JJ is the AD carry. Now, Core JJ is using Dogma instead of the Lizard one. Dogma is still pretty good.
It's
Let's see
Pugma,
how these...
not Dogma.
Oh, yeah, it's Pugma. That's right. I always just called it Dogma because he's a dog, and that's closer to the word Pog. I feel like it was a missed opportunity there. But hey, who am I? I'm just the play-by-play caster. I'm not the skins designer. Although if I was the skins designer, we would have already had Truck Driver Ornn. Tell me how badass that would be, Crumbs. Ornn, when he uses his passive, he calls up a CB radio. When he throws out his Q and it makes that little volcanic rupture thing, it's a traffic cone. Or a stop sign. It flips a coin and chooses every time individually because this is a legendary skin. When he charges at you, it makes tire screeching noises. And when he summons his ulti, it goes her, and it's a giant semi-truck that runs you over. I don't even play Ornn, and I would buy that skin.
You know, what I love about it is not that the skin itself is this elaborate thing, but rather that it fits within the theme of an entire comp that can be like that. Because you've got the truck parts Heimerdinger, you can have the police Volibear with Riot Kale, and then the Ornn, and then you've got just everybody with alarms and cars sounding everywhere.
Yeah, it turns into Grand Theft Auto Summoner's Rift. That's what it's all about. As Alone is going for the kill on the Tactical here in the mid lane, nearly kills him off. Jose, you got to get over the wall, brother. There's the body slam for the first blood.
Oh, this mid lane is not even close. He's getting obliterated, and he's running Ignite. Poor Tactical. The experiment hours, I think, is already blowing up in his face.
Dude, the lethality is not off to a wonderful beginning here just yet. Now, LCKR has decided that he wants the crab, but unfortunately for him, their opponents have decided, no, you can't have the crab. But now they're saying, yes, we are going to have the crab. And LCKR is going in, already found himself in the middle of 4 people. That was not what you want to see your Rengar do in the bottom lane river fight. A Shadow is going to be your second kill. Tactical going around from behind, looking to find the kill onto Jose. Maybe take him down for a little bit of vengeance here. Jose with the body slam over the wall. Tactical waiting for the Sonic Wave as Jensen gets a kill on White Lotus on the other side of the fight. Meanwhile, Tactical still down here in the 1v2 against Jose and Ase. And can Tactical even manage to outplay this one? Nope, he's just going to have to walk it off. Ends up being a 2-for-2 game now, 4 minutes in. We are averaging 1 kill per minute, sir.
That all started because LCKR has an incessant need to feed. You got those double buffs, you just gotta give them to the opponent. They're flashing in after the roof from Maokai went through. I mean, you gotta love the commitment. The players are committing to plays here more than they've ever committed to plays in their professional career.
I love it, man. You gotta go all in. It's all about having the faith. Right? It's that one. It's the thing that we always talk about on serious broadcasts, where it's like you want to have 5 guys committed to the call, even if it's not the right call, instead of having them split between right and wrong. Well, it doesn't. We don't even care if it's the right call in this anymore because these guys are just playing for blood and glory. So I just want to see 5 people always committed to the PvP call. Jose Diodo swooping in, going for a little bit of damage here on to LCKR. There comes your potential stun from Anivia. Not going to hit nothing, but they're picking up the kill on LCKR either way. You know, I'm beginning to think, Mr. Crumbs, and this is just a hunch, a little, just throwing it out into the void there, that LCKR might not be a Rengar player.
Ooh.
Just maybe.
Well, where's the evidence? What are you using as evidence for this one? Because I have seen many Rengars O2.
That he just gets murdered at.
Well, if he's not a Rengar player, we can take pride in Jose Diodo. If he wins, it's a win for both LCS and LLA. Everyone's happy that he does well.
That's true. That's true, because we got Jose heading up here for 2021. Should be pretty exciting to see what he's got going. And now he's invading. Oh, he takes a swig. He throws him a bottle. LCKR is chasing after him. Nearly has the ferocity. Ready to go here. Gets the first stab. Going in for the second stab. But now he goes over the wall. The Comet will chase him. And the Krugs just bonk him in the back of the head. Jose Diodo still trying to escape from Jensen here. But there's your Gangplank ulti. Oh, that was slick! Jensen with the flash so the fat man can't get over the wall. Well done, and he stops him and picks up the bag.
The mechanics there, that's what you want to see out of Jensen. Because he had Tristana, the mechanics are not that excited before, but at least this, in Gangplank, you're actually able to show off a little bit of what you think you can do on Summoner's
Wait, is that actually mechanics? That's just flashing in front of him so he can't get his fat butt over the wall.
I think that counts. That should count as mechanics. Because that's just your individual. It's mechanics that transcend the champion. Like wiggling. Like wiggling.
Just general gameplay skill. Speaking of skill, Alone just wins the 1v1 right here in mid lane. Takes Tactical down. Boom. 1-0 and 3 here on the Bird. Full kill participation. Only player in the game. Okay, wait, never mind. Jensen has full kill participation on his team. Only 2 players in the game got full KP.
That's a big deal.
He's smurfing.
Anivia right now is kind of a smurf. The champ is just really fun.
I know. I've seen Froggen complaining a lot on Twitter about how it's permabanned. So
right.
When the longtime mains of the champion are not happy, you know the champion's getting a little bit too powerful. As White Lotus goes for the kill onto Broxa. Broxa's on the wrong side of the map. He's just going on the Tour de Rift, running around into the jungle here. Jose Dioto moving right back up into the top lane here. Picks up the shutdown onto Jensen. Broxa with the blast cone. He doesn't get over the wall, but he still gets far enough away. He will be safe, and somehow the little Lulu stays alive.
She lives to see another day, but it's true, Flowers. When you get your champions overbuffed, you're just so sad because you had a special bond with a pick. Like, imagine if Skarner got buffed so that he must pick every single game.
That literally happened during the initial Juggernaut thing when he had a 68% win rate. I never got to play him even once because I woke up 6 hours after the patch and everybody had already figured out he was broken. I never got to play one game with him on that patch. It sucked.
So you want to keep them fringe. You want to make sure that they suck, that the champion stays bad, so you can always play him.
No, you got to stay like solid B+ tier. Because B+ is enough to be viable in the game, but it's not enough to put you on like the radar to get nerfed. And it also helps that Skarner's not an anime character, because that means that his play rate will stay low anyway. Like if you took Skarner's kit and put it on Yone, on Yone's appearance, 5 times as many people would play Skarner, even if it's the same kit, just because he looks like an edgy weave samurai. But he doesn't, so Skarner can fly under the radar. See? And Anivia's pretty cool, though, but Anivia's also not an anime character, so I don't know. I think that Ice Phoenix is pretty badass, but she's also 3D.
Okay, wait. What if you put Skarner as a Yone, but imagine Yone, but he's wearing an armor that looks like Skarner?
You're just saying that Yone murders Skarners to make armor. Come on, dude. He's not the Piltover. He's not Seraphine or Camille. Yone's got at least a little more honor than that as Jensen gets into the 1v1 with Ase up here on the top side. The stretching strikes don't hit nothing. Ase, you got to stretching strike the minion and then auto-attack the champion, bro.
He's not a jungler. He's top lane, getting used to taking...
But there's the Lee Sin kick. Alone has to flash away, but Tactical is still after him. Licorice wants to show up here. They're going after the bird. A little bit more damage will get him. And Chromes, how do you like your eggs, my friend? Because these ones is scrambled.
I love him scrambled. He waited a whole laning phase just for that. He just took abuse nonstop. Finally had the opportunity to kick the bird in. And this team is ready to wrap it up.
Oh, man. Ase's trying to bounce around and have a good time up here, but Jensen tries to fight back a little bit. Jose Dioto joining the fight, making sure it's not as fair, but no, sir. Licorice has arrived. Explosive cast going to put some distance between Jose and his opponents. He's walking right on out, but now Ase's in a bad spot. But here comes the backup. Alone is not alone any longer. He will allow his ally to use his resurrection passive to come back to life, and it's a double kill for the Anivia, and the LLA have come to play.
Oh, they have just outplayed the LCS so well there. The fact that Jose actually lived, he's in every play we look at pretty much. And he's getting counter ganked, but still, he doesn't go down. The team actually ends up backing him up because the Rengar here is so close to actually making it for the kill. Right, one more jump, but then just a single auto attack. It would have been it. And then you got the teleport on Anivia. The bait that I love here, Flowers, is that he could have actually waited for Zac to die and then use it on the passive, but no. He just wanted to make sure that he get there even faster.
Hell yeah. Now, let's see what we got back in live, because it looks like the LLA is going after Shelly. They should be able to pick that one up without much interference from their opponents. You can see... those little Zac blobs look so strange. I'm not used to seeing that skin because I don't see a lot of Zac. Never mind, we can't talk about silly stuff right now because we got a 2v2 in the bottom lane. Core JJ and Brox are trying to walk it off. But the problem is, Shadow is playing Christmas Tree Maokai 1 week away from Christmas. You just can't mess with them. Dogma is trying to walk up, mark his territory on the tree. It ain't going to happen. The tree is in control, so they just got to back off. Licorice is once again down here in the bottom lane, picking up the crab this time without having to pay for it with his life, and he'll move over to the Drake. First Drake 12 minutes in, a little bit slow on the neutral objectives, but hey, better late than never, and it looks like the LCS will pick up the first Drake here for themselves.
So you're telling me this is the nightmare that happens to dogs when they try to go on trees and then the trees strike back. The trees
just
like,
comes alive.
You
Yeah,
tried
man, this is like some horrible dog fever dream. This is Requiem for a dog. This is not what they want to be looking at right about now. As Tactical goes for the kick, gets alone away from him, and now he'll just continue on retreating. Honestly, Tactical's done a pretty good job at stabilizing this lane after he got solo killed early on, because it was looking pretty bad. He was 20 CS down, he was up against a Nivea, but he's less CS down now than he was before, and he's staying relevant, so I can respect it. He's not going for lethality. You can see the phage in the inventory, so it's not quite the full glass cannon. So let's see how this goes from there. Shelly summoned up. They're looking to get that plate money. Shelly walked all the way just point blank up to the thing and then decided to headbutt it. Fourth plate not quite coming through, but hey, she'll take a couple of them. No big deal. Not a problem. Jose Diodo. Oh my God, he's found the dog.
He's just got no choice. He's going to use his passive.
Oh, there we go. Oh, nice flash from Core JJ to keep himself alive there. Runs the other way, away from the ulti. Trying to make them have to run through the Gangplank ulti if they want to get to him. More of those slobbery tennis balls fired off over the wall, but nobody's going to die down here in the bottom lane.
That was close. That was real close there. And you say we can't talk about silly things. Flowers, the game is the silly thing. Anything we talk about the game, it is. This is All-Stars. You got a wonky lineups. Every single fight that happens is already silly.
All right, let's see who's got the most going on for him right now. 3-1-3 on both jungler and mid laner from the LLA. Night Harvester completed on the Gragas. And remember, Night Harvester is a pretty unique item in that the cooldown is not universal, but rather per champion. So if Gragas hits a big 5-man ulti in the middle of a team fight, all of a sudden that ulti's doing a total of like 1,000 extra damage because of Night Harvester. The item's it's pretty darn strong. So I want to see if he can land any of those big old combos onto multiple people at once. Up here in top side, they might just make a dive. Now, Ase's tried to start this one off with a little bit of damage here with the stretching strikes. Let's see if he can manage to pick up all them little pieces of himself as Jose Diodo jumps in, but a good flash from Jensen will keep him alive. Let's see if the LLA wants to keep this going. Surely the LCS has backup coming in, so they're just going to walk out on this one, my friend. They do not want to overstay their welcome. They know this is a very close, very serious match of League of Legends.
Once the play doesn't work in the first one, you just got to bail out. You got to give them some credit to know that they've called for help. You don't usually look at an opponent and say, ah, yes, they're under trouble. They're not telling anybody. Ah, yes, we could still stick around here and no help will ever come.
Of course, top lane is absolutely the lane that's known for taking responsibility for their own losses and not just typing jungle diff in the chat every game. Of course we don't need to help that guy. Oh, Tactical, that was a greedy back. You're not going to get to back there, bro. You're up against the Nivea. Just going to make some snow on the ground. Ase's coming right back up here. He doesn't want to let Jensen back either. Nobody's allowed to back this game. It's practically ARAM rules. But now honestly, Crumbs, I'm a little disappointed. Only 11 kills in 15 minutes. Not staying up to the 1 per minute level. Let's see if they can fix that now. Flashes. Oh my goodness. Yikes. Everybody missed everything. LCS Stormtroopers. Throwing all the skill shots out there, but none of them's allowed to hit nothing. They're going to back themselves off now. Tactical and Licorice just, they'll try it again when cooldowns are back up.
You know, the beauty about it, Flowers, is that if you keep picking champions that you don't play in your role, every single mistake you make, you can always say, ah, it's not my champion, though.
Yup. Oh. Ulti from Jose finds Tactical, keeps him hanging around long enough, and there you go. Alone picks it up, goes on a killing spree here, and Licorice is just locked down in the middle of a snowstorm. Here comes Christmas! Hope y'all brought your presents. Alone picks up his 5th kill of the game, and the LCS gets caught.
They didn't give Tactical a jump. They left him to die. They could have walked up to his buddy and kept him alive, but now they're all going to pay the price.
Oh, man, and now just look at it. Broxah grabbing a kill onto Shadow, has to flash away as Shadow gets a kill on Licorice. Jose Diodo trying to throw out one last Q, maybe pick up the kill onto Broxah, but he won't be able to find it.
1v1.
Oh,
1v1.
Man.
Take it. Take the 1v1, White Lotus.
Let's go. Let's go. It's Rat with a hat versus the Pugmaw. And it looks, oh, my goodness. That's exactly what you would expect from Rat versus Dog. As back in the mid lane, Ase's picking up the kill on Broxa. Alone, barely flying away from that cannon barrage from Jensen, keeping himself alive. As Jose has made his way bottom lane, but is he ready to deal with the core JJ Kog'Maw? No, he is just going to farm up the minions.
You know, you say this is what happens when you see Rat versus Dog, but I have seen some Rats that could take down Chihuahuas left, right, and center.
Where the hell have you seen these big... Is this like Teenage Mutant Ninja Rats? What? How big are these rats, Crumbs? Tactical's about to get himself killed, but it's not by a rat. It's by a sentient blob of stuff and a bird, but he manages to pop the passive of the Zac on the way out.
It's downtown Los Angeles, Flowers. Downtown Los Angeles got the biggest rats in the world. World record.
Oh my God, that's a big old rat. Well, let's see if Broxa can get away. Because no, I'm not even going to bother trying to make up some situation where he does. Jose Diodo probably going to die here in retaliation, but I would assume the LLA is able to catch up to Licorice. Here comes a Christmas tree present. Trying to go after him and lock him down in time. It does find him on the very, very edge. Ase jumping underneath here, but remember the Zac does not have the passive to survive, so he will be picked up. 2 for 1 underneath the turret here as Shadow nearly dies to that turret aggro as well, and the LLA just keeps this game a-pumping. 23 kills now in 18 minutes. They heard me complaining. They heard us saying it was too slow, and the LLA boys have put the pedal to the metal, and you love to see it. They got themselves a 3,000 gold lead.
Super worth it there. And they're also going with the build that you wanted. They're going with everybody's a wizard here because the Twitch is full AP, and now he's going to take down Tactical. Oh,
Rat with the hat! Fire the gat! No! Tactical takes down Shadow, and now White Lotus will not be long for this world. The Q misses point blank. Tactical just taunting him up, putting a little bit of style on it as they take down 2 from the side of the LLA.
I don't think we've seen Tactical land a single Q, but it doesn't matter. He can, like, watch this, right? Misses the Q, doesn't matter. Keeps fighting with the auto attacks, gets the kick, and then you're going to watch him miss the next Q. Okay. All right, here we go. Get point blank. Can he land it? Can he land it? No, come on.
You know, Crumbs, one time in my life, I played Lee Sin in a ranked game because I forgot to trade it to someone. I went, bye-bye, Broxa. I went 1-11 and just only bought active items because I couldn't hit my Qs and I wanted to at least use some ability successfully. And I'll have you know, I have a 100% win rate on Lee Sin. I won that game. And
who did you pay? Who did you pay? How much did you pay?
Hey, I am an honorable summoner, sir. I am just very fortunate that my opponents were bad. And so I won with 1-11 Lee Sin that can't hit a Q. And Tactical is missing a couple Qs here and making me feel a little bit better about myself. So that's all right.
Hey, everybody that starts playing Lee Sin is actually like that. You know, you see all those pros, you ask them, show me Lee Sin after a week of not having played him, they look just like him.
It's just like, oh no, White Lotus, he's stuck, dude. He realizes he's done. They're just going to stand there and let him burn away. Flashes the Team Liquid logo. Oh, I love to see it. The emote BM is the best BM, and now back in the bottom lane, it's Tactical and Broxa. They're going to get stretching struck together. Tactical's trying to come back in with something here, looking for some damage onto Shadow, but Alone just swooping in from the side, going for the stun. Tactical tries to make an outplay, but instead he's stuck in a 1v4 all day. Alone with the domination here in this game. 7-1 and 7 on the Anivia as Jose Diodo throws in another Q there to pick off Broxa. 2 down on the side of the LCS to avenge their fallen brother on the other side of the map.
They are relentless here. They have just not let Broxa live. I'm pretty sure he spent most of this time in gray screens. And Core JJ, one more barrel. Can he make it out? Yes. The dog lives another day.
All right, he manages to survive, but things are looking a little rough for our LCS friends here this game as Rat with a hat opens up on Jensen, puts a couple of shots into him. Honestly, the shots deal no damage because you're just waiting to get 6 of them and press E because it's AP Twitch. But hey, it works. He chases Jensen away, but what is this in the bottom lane? The tier 2 turret is being taken down by a Christmas tree and a puddle of spent motor oil. They'll pick another structure up for themselves. It's 4-1 in turrets, and we're taking a look at the replay.
Honestly, if you tell me that in 2020 the Christmas trees start to rebel and hurt people, I'm not going to be surprised. At this point, you could tell me anything's happening, and I'm going to believe you.
Oh, man, poor Tactical. He got stuck in a bad spot here. It's just like, all right, he's dead. And then Broxa, probably not used to being on a supports economy, normally being a jungler, right? And no, Jose Dioto's just like, sorry, bro, you don't got the tankiness for that one.
She's just
all right,
so
Crumbs,
fragile.
what's our win condition for the LCS? How do we get back in this game and stop running it?
Oh, boy. Okay, I mean, I've tried to answer this question for 10 years. I still haven't really come up with a good answer. So, I mean, I'll keep trying for you here. I think you got to get more gold on Core JJ. You got to get him the Rage Blade here and see what he can do with the Kraken Slayer, because Lulu and Kog is the way out to beat all these beefy tanks, but they're not letting them live.
Dude! All the way from the back line, it's Ase bringing the pain, and Core JJ is gone. Alone is godlike. Jensen is dead, and here comes Tactical. He gets the kill into White Lotus, and the LCS is trying to strike back. They've got a lot of brawling potential here, and Shadow's going to be cut down with Ase popping next. Alone still has mana, but Jose Dioto's resources are very limited. A lot of damage coming out of the Anivia as Tactical tries to fight his way out, but the bird is way too strong. Broxa walks into the stun. He gets the shutdown, but he steps into the stun from the Anivia Q. He needed to walk back forward to avoid it, but no, the LCS is aced, and the LLA loses 3 for it and takes the victory in that fight.
They smited Broxa down. He walked into that stun, and he actually got smited from the heavens. The smite from the Gragas, because he's so high level now. He's been so fed all game. How many does he have over the Lulu? Poor Lulu. Maybe at least 3 levels, I'd imagine, because he is the most high-level member on his squad.
Oh, man,
yeah,
that was
3
so
levels. Close.
This is turning into a fun game. I'm so glad that everybody's just doing these completely helter-skelter fights. I thought for a second that the LCS might have been able to find their win there. This is a very interesting TP.
Oh.
And, oh my God! That was animal abuse. Beep, beep, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop. Hello, PETA? Yeah, somebody just got the dog. Oh my goodness, but now the Anivia's dead as well, so a 1-for-1 trade goes well here for the LCS as they take down the massive carry of the enemy side. Yes, they lose Core JJ, but you're willing to trade pretty much anybody 1-for-1 with the Anivia. Jose Dioto swooping in from the side, grabbing a rampage kill on the Tactical as Jensen falls to Ase. White Lotus coming around from behind, finding the flank on the fight for the kill onto Broxa, and yet again, it's an ace for the LLA.
And the TSM spam, they've got the not only did they have Team Liquid emotes ready to spam, they had the TSM. They're so prepared, Flowers. I can't believe how prepared they are here. Usually in pro games, players forget to bind the emote wheel. It's like, oh, I didn't even think about it. But here, they've got the bans, the spelling, the emotes. They've thought of everything.
They brought their BM game, and you love to see it. Now the LLA into the Baron Pit. They're making it happen with the objectives too. Oh, things are going from bad to worse for the LCS. I don't even know how you try to survive in things like this. Watch the damage. Watch the E. Hold on. Where's your health bar?
Oh. 838.
That's a lot of damage. I can see why everybody's just banning this champion, and Froggen is upset now. That's so much damage.
And it comes out so quickly.
Well, then it turns into this, and Ase just jumps in there. Dude, he's completely fearless on the Zac. You love to see it. Chad Zac just going in. Grog is swooping in from the side to pick up a kill. And then Jensen's just all alone. Yeah, he's versus tanks, but these are tanks that have some very powerful items. And when you've got the Funfire Wind Cape, excuse me, all you have to do is just stand on top of the guy and bop, bop, bop. Watch him drop.
I feel like that
Tactical. Tactical, you gonna get out, brother? This is looking a little dicey. He's trying to. Here comes, man, watching Gragas just waddle at somebody really fast is funny as hell.
No,
he never get old, and they find the stun, and Tactical's stuck. Oh no, LCS in a 4v5 for 40 seconds. Their opponent's got the Baron too. Boys, you gotta find some way to recover here because the LLA is making y'all look foolish. They're chasing them through their own jungle. Jose Dioto on the side here. Might be able to find the opportunity onto Jensen, and there it is. White Lotus trying to swoop in there, finish him off with the E. Not quite enough to get it done. They're chasing after Broxa next. Oh no, poor little Lulu. I don't think there's any way out for you, my friend.
This Zac
Shadow
skin
over
is
the wall
just
with the Hex Flash.
It's like Terminator 2. He's just made out of chrome and relentlessly trying to kill you.
You try to shoot him and it just doesn't do anything. The bullet hole immediately regenerates. Yeah. Shut down onto the Twitch for Licorice, so he got in there. Oh, Broxah is on a magical quest right now. He's not going to be able to execute or anything, so he just has to keep leading these guys around as long as possible. Broxah is the taxi driver, and Ase and Shadow are just along for the ride as Broxah flashes over the wall. He still keeps leading them away. Broxah survived as Tactical looks like he might be chasing after Alone, but realizes he's better off not doing that. How did Broxah live, dude? This Lulu.
Yeah. They thought she had no flash, right? Because he baited them for so long. They're like, all right, clearly she has no flash. Why else would she be running this way? And then bam, surprise.
That is... This is a game, dude. This is a game. I'm loving it so far. This is what... If players are going to go and just have a fun time and do crazy stuff, I want to see them go all in on the craziness, and that's what we're getting this game, and I'm all about it. Let's see now if Shadow ends up getting himself caught and punished here. Licorice is in a 1v2, but remember that he has a Gore Drinker and a Spirit Visage. Ooh. The champion's able to survive and bait with a lot of extra power, as Jensen's just in the middle of 3 people. Now going to be Wild Growth. Licorice might be able to jump in if he gets the Gore Drinker back, and there it is, 2/3 HP restored, ladies and gentlemen, as Ase tries to get himself out. Passive's going to be pop, but now they got to deal with the Bloblets. Over the wall comes Tactical. Alone might be the target now. Licorice going to fall down to White Lotus. Tactical now just going to be shot to pieces. Look at the damage come through. Tactical surviving with the shield, but the Christmas tree gets in there. And now poor JJ's going for a double kill. Oh, but he only gets one. White Lotus with the flash away to stay alive from the explosive dead dog as LCS loses 3 for 2, even in a closer fight. The LLA is still getting the better of him. Nice ulti from Jensen. He's looking to get the kill on the Anivia, and this is huge. Crumbs, not only are they killing the bird, they're getting a side of eggs next to it. That means he won't have it for the next fight. Oh, LCS finally found a good one for themselves here.
Yeah, and it's not a bad thing that you have too many eggs, Flowers. There's good and bad kinds of cholesterol. So if you can keep having a lot of healthy eggs for you, you're going to just keep trucking on.
Oh my goodness. Let's take another look at the fight here as Ase started off just kind of taking a beating, but the passive bought him some time here.
I just like to see that Tactical is actually landing some cues there to be able to connect to the team. This one misses, but it's all right. The first one that actually engaged was what mattered. And then watch that, the Maokai ultimate to get a kill. That is just a rare sight to see. You barely caught it at the top of your screen, which just shows you how few times that actually happens.
I'm actually surprised that the dog explosion hit Maokai there. It looked like he was too far away, but he still managed to get the kill. So I guess that radius is kind of a little bit deceptive. It's not like a... What was the thing that it's not like the clip from like a month ago of the Nidalee Spear hitting Dom when it missed by like 300 units, but it's in the same ballpark as that. Either way, LCS not giving up just yet. It's 1-1 in Drake's, and it's 30 minutes into the game. We're probably not going to see any type of a Drake soul at all in this game. I'm trying to think of what I could say I would do if there was a Drake soul in this game, because before I've said that I would eat a sock or put my tie in a blender and drink my tie or something, but I'm not wearing socks or a tie right now, so none of those options are viable. I'll have to figure out something completely ridiculous to say, but for the time being, the most ridiculous thing in this game is how much damage the LLA is able to put out. White Lotus with the insta-kill into Core JJ, now going to be traded back as the LCS is just caught in the middle of everybody from the LLA. Licorice wants to stay alive here with the Gore Drinker and the lifesteal in the middle of the team fight. Jensen's off to the side. Licorice still going to be tanking up. Broxah looking for a little bit more here with the Glitter Lance. And look at the Rengar. He will not die. Nice kill coming out for Alone there, picking one up onto Jensen. Goes for the stun onto Licorice. Ase's right back into the fight. Alone goes into the stasis, keeping himself alive, but y'all are underestimating the Gore Drinker, baby. You gotta kill these champions off, or you gotta buy some Grievous Wounds, or else you are just gonna be absolutely drain tanked to hell and back. LCS gets a team fight.
They fought that whole time in the Anivia Glacial Storm. That's how tanky this Gore Drinker Lulu combination is. It didn't matter. He just stood there, tanked it the whole thing, has a Spirit Visage, and it all started even after losing Core JJ, the main guy. I get to use his passive though, so that's a big value, Bucks. to anybody new there watching that's playing League of Legends, doesn't know how to contribute to the team because you keep dying, Karthus Cogmo, boys, pick those champions. You're always going to be useful.
So then when you die, you get to... Ah, yes, the I'm a Cutie Pie playing Scion special. Just hit 13 deaths and get maximum value out of passive.
Hey, there's a reason why many people from Dignitas feel the same way. That's actually like if you're gonna run it down, still at least
is that where it all goes back to, dude? Is this the common denominator? Is it just Dignitas gaming?
That's where it all started.
Oh my God. So I was actually going to say earlier in one of the like 7 team fights ago, but there's been non-stop fighting since, that I think the win condition for LCS is their Gore Drinker champs not getting focused properly. And we kind of saw it in that last fight. What happens if LCKR or Tactical is able to keep on going with these items? Baron's over in the pocket of the LLA again, though. So once again, these boys are buffed up and ready to go. CoreJJ picking up the bottom lane tier 1 turret finally. He's looking pretty strong here, Crumbs. I mean, we've got the Kraken Slayer, we've got the Rage Blade. He picked up QSS so he doesn't just randomly get slaughtered by a hard CC. But I don't know. They seem to really, really like killing him. Plus, they have Zac and Gragas. It's kind of hard to keep this poor little Kog'Maw alive.
It is, but then everybody else has so much magic resistance. The whole team is starting to buy it. You got Wits End, you've got the Visages, you've got the Lulu there with the shields helping out, even QSS's out of CoreJJ. So I think that despite them being so far behind and losing so many fights, they've just been quietly building the items that do so well against the LLA lineup.
Dude, I love how Tactical and Licorice are both doing this, like, okay, they have a lot of burst, but their sustained damage is weak. If we build Spirit Visage and Gore Drinkers, we can manage to find a win condition. And then Jensen's just building fun items like Collector. He's like, what do you guys want from me? I built the magic resistance boot. I'm going to build damage.
The Collector might just be my favorite item in the offseason. It's just a fun name. It's a great mechanic. It looks cool.
It's a fun item until you get randomly murdered by it. You're like, wait, what the hell? But it's definitely one of the more creative ones. Let's see what happens here to White Lotus as Licorice is going for the kill onto him. Finds a lot of damage very rapidly. Flashes over the body slam from Jose. And Licorice with the outplay for the kill to start this one off. Ase goes behind enemy lines, but the problem is nobody else is there with you, brother. Tactical's trying to buy a little bit of time and keep Shadow and Alone close enough. Sonic Wave resonating strike going in a little bit further. Wild Growth to keep him alive with another shield chasing after him. Jensen wants to keep on going, but Alone said, boy, what are you doing? Take a seat. LCS still looking to make some sort of a move here. CoreJJ with the flash forward. Oh no, Alone might just get killed off by the dog passive right now. But a beautiful wall's gonna keep him safe while he respawns. The LLA with the outplay all day with a quadra kill for Jose Diodo and an ace for the LLA.
They just outplayed them flat out. I don't care what just happened. I don't care about the champion picks. You just got outplayed. Sit down. The LLA is just styling on them. They waited so long on their cooldowns, on the patience there, and it really paid off. Okay, don't end it. Go. No. Hang on, guys.
No, they're gonna end?
Whoa. No.
Is this the end of the game right here, right now? The TP's coming in. The first Nexus turret's already down. Everybody's still dead. And look at that, Jensen, he respawns, he shoots off the ulti, but a cannon barrage ain't gonna do it. They're just gonna pick up some more gold, Crumbs. They're waiting around. They want some more kills. CoreJJ and Broxah are both back alive. Alone is taking some damage here. Minions are gonna end the game just hitting the Nexus. They need a little bit more here to kill these guys in the fountain. LLA playing for padding the stats. I like to see it in a game like this. Tactical trying to go back in, maybe find something, gets the kick, looks for the resonating strike, onto Alone, goes in, but a beautiful body slam interruption, gonna shut him down, and there you go, ladies and gentlemen, the Underdog upset presented by Spotify, here for the LLA as they take down the LCS.
Sound the horns, they did it, and they really just seized the opportunity. The second they had the Nexus open, they just said, let's take it, let's just win right here.
That was an action-packed game. Team fights after team fights after team fights. I feel like everybody in that game got some sort of a pop-off play at some point or another. Everybody got to do something cool. We saw some sick Gragas moves. Jensen with the interruption on the body slam over the wall by flashing into it to stop it. Brox's great escape / magical journey / tour de rift just running all over the place. Licorice's somehow survival in the middle of 3 people with the gore drinker. That game just had so many good moments in it. That's exactly what I want to see from All-Stars.
That's actually true. That's a really good way of looking at it. Every single player did have a play that you'd say, ah, yeah, you actually did something really cool. Something to be proud of in that game.
It was a lot of fun to see it. The LCS ends up going 1-1. So we did better than Korea. When's the last time we got to say that? Huh?
Never, actually.
We're popping off.
Well, no, MSI we did.
Wait, but the MSI where we got to the finals, we got our butts kicked.
Oh, we went farther than Korea.
But okay, let's just go ahead and toss to break. We're stepping away for a quick break, but our All-Star coverage will continue once we return. Don't y'all go anywhere.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Is promised tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master.
Welcome back, everybody, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. We are hot off of that victory for the LLA versus the LCS All-Stars. And not only was that a huge win for all of their fans back at home, but it does trigger an underdog upset presented by Spotify. So let's go ahead and take a look at those crucial moments that played into the win for Latin America, because I gotta say, this was a lot of fun to watch from home.
Yeah, and we definitely can't just completely glance over the draft. The double TSM XD bans was a huge contribution, I think, in this upset. And I actually think this was the biggest play in the whole thing. This is when they were so good about collapsing up in the top side, using the double revive passives that they had, the TP follow-up, the self-peel that they were able to pull off. Like, everyone played so well to just bait the LCS roster into picking a fight that they couldn't end up winning.
That's what you get for trying too hard. That's what happens at the LCS. Two try-harder champions, Lulu, instant loss.
I mean, they did off-roll everyone at least. I guess that's the one saving grace. But after that, I mean, Jose Diodo was doing so much damage on the Gragas. In this fight, like, he absolutely blows people up multiple times. It was insane to see. Preseason is synonymous with high damage, and Jose Diodo definitely showed that off.
I also appreciate, Crumbs, I was going to say, you, during that cast, maybe some of your takeaway moments, but also you recognized the emote binding that was on point for the LLA squad.
Yeah, it's incredible. The logos of the enemy, logos that contribute with their own bands as well. I mean, we're actually seeing an evolution of emote game that started at the beginning of this year, and now the players are really figuring it out. I think macro binds are going to become a really important thing in the future, maybe for your mouse buttons to have more access to emotes, because it clearly is an integral part of League at this point.
If there's anyone who's going to figure out how to min-max trolling, it's going to be Crumbs for sure.
Yeah, already on it.
Crumbs, you can't say that. I already give so much crap to my friends that put that on their mouse and say, why don't you use it for something actually related to gameplay? And here you are giving them free reign to do so with your endorsement. But another thing that I'm going to have you endorse, and this is for both of you, so go ahead and get the brain churning. Crumbs, overall moment from the day. What was your favorite?
Oh, my favorite moment was the Prowler's Claw Udyr. First of all, that might just be the worst build to have ever graced All-Stars, yet he was still trying so hard with it. I just commend it every single time, because the champion itself is just unlike anything in the meta, which is just dash at you. You just run straight at you. There's no gimmicks. There's no tricks here. You just try to slap you and attack, and it's just cool to see that somebody actually wanted to try that.
I'll give you two. One from the same game. I liked Licorice giving the homage to Impact, as the one kind of substitute, not Team Liquid 2020 player. He still, used the signature champion. So if you squinted your eyes and kind of blurred it a little bit, it's like, oh, there's Impact playing with Team Liquid again. And the other one I have to give a shout out to is Foxdrop's PowerPoint. That was incredible. The flowchart slide was some big brain stuff.
Yeah, his acknowledgement, too, on how ADCs feel. Currently perfectly depicted in his PowerPoint. I will say, also, looking back at the game, and we did just get to see the highlight of it, seeing Jose Diodo come through and just the fun that he had there on the Rift. It gets me excited knowing that he's going to be coming over to the LCS next year. Crumbs, because off of Worlds, we got to see so many of these regions and the superstars from them really stand up. And now here at All-Stars, we get to see it once again.
That Worlds is just a mixing pot where if you do well, there's a chance you could just end up anywhere else in the world playing League of Legends. So that's why everybody wants to go in there. Just the intermingling that happens with ideas or just players that get to show off ends up in turning the next year into an even wilder mess.
It's been such a wonderful day. So many highlights to look at, so much to reflect upon. But don't you worry, everybody. While this means that day one is ending, we will be back with more on our All-Stars weekend. Fear you not. We're just getting started. The broadcast returning tomorrow with the LCK and LPL takeover, where we'll have their 1v1 tournament and their All-Stars best of threes, and no doubt much, much more. Crumbs, I know you got to catch actually live some of that action earlier. Will you be catching it live again later?
Of course, I'll stay up. I'll put it on. I'll watch the LCK. They've already captured my heart with the Ivern Rengar, a combo that I think should have made it into professional play this year. It made it into All-Stars. Kind of counts, so I'll watch them again.
We'll be sure to watch them for day 2, but you'll see all of us back here for day 3 with the LEC and the LCS competing under absurd ping conditions after we wrap up some battles between some of the biggest personalities of both regions and the 1v1 tournament. Oh, Mark, I am so excited for Sunday. Not only do we see the return of a lot of the players we witnessed today, but the Q Kings and the Legends should be bringing something extra special to the table.
Yeah, I actually love the collaborations between pro players and streamers, you know, just because they often meet, I feel like, in the streamers environment where, you know, it's solo queue and they might be having a little bit of fun for their fans watching on Twitch, and then you get to bring them into the more competitive environment. You get to drag them in and slap them down a little bit. So I always love whenever there's these kind of crossovers.
Crumbs, anything for you in particular you're looking forward to most on day number 3?
No, I just thought that was a good observation. How the pros, yeah, they always, it's always playing, going to the streamer's house. It's never, hey, let's go, come to my house, see what I've got going on here. So I think the in-houses I've given some of that feel is like, you keep talking trash when you're playing solo, and now you get stomped here when you go into the pro environment. So it's cool to see it be transformed once again.
Having had the pleasure of, during the Twitch Rivals formats, casting Tyler 1, and the crew that he has put together here are some of the biggest personalities from NA that will be coming in with that same exact energy that we look forward to every time. But as far as today, everyone, we are going to be heading off. So on behalf of ourselves and the entire remote broadcast crew, thank you so much for tuning in to All Stars 2020. We'll see you for more on the flip side. Until then, good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Jake from State Farm. I would like to formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the oak and the eagle as witness, consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor? State Farm is there.